into the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
What's up, Brawlers? Welcome back to East Asia, the home of the World Finals champions. It's great to have you back for these monthly finals. I'm ready, set. That's Trav. We're gonna walk you through it. Things are seriously ramping up with the year coming to a close. We only have one more monthly final after this before the World Finals for Brawl Stars. And some players, or some teams actually, are closing in on qualifying for Worlds as well. Trav, it's good to have you back here in East Asia. How you feeling today, man?
I mean, it's getting heated in this region, so I'm feeling very, very good about it right now. But yeah, as you said, both of these ZETA Division teams, if things go right for them today, can clinch their spot for Worlds, which is definitely what they're looking for. And we've still got Rising Sun close on the heels, so I'm intrigued to see if they can make something big happen today as well.
Yeah, it just seems like this region is full of surprises, but we have at least one constant for you month after month. It is the format staying the exact same. Power match format, just like your Power League games at home. A top 8 single elimination bracket composed of those best 8 teams from the monthly qualifiers, as well as a best of 3 format in the quarterfinals, transitioning into a best of 5 once we get onto the semifinals and the finals. And as for the bracket as well, this is actually looking like a very well-distributed bracket for East Asia standards, actually. Typically, we see ZETA 1 and ZETA 0 facing each other pretty early on by some otherworldly force, and this time it's a little more evenly spaced.
Yeah, well, we kick the day off with Rising Sun versus Fluffy, followed by ZETA Division 1 versus Verite Lien, ZETA Division 0 versus my personal favorite team name, Black Potato Soup, AtaruChanClub, and Rig South to finish things off in the quarterfinals. And, as we've said time and time again already today, that this bracket's only going to get spicier as time goes by today.
Yeah, I wonder about the spice in the black potato soup. I apologize immediately for that joke as well. But they're one of 2 new teams joining us today. Fluffy is another one that we have not seen before, but they do have a player that joined us repeatedly throughout the last year. Of course, you can go ahead and submit your predictions for that first match and all the subsequent ones on event.brawlstars.com. Get some in-game rewards, get a pin, flex it on your friends, spam it in your Power League games when you sit in the corner and you shoot at the wall and you throw the game. I wouldn't encourage that, but it is a possibility. Also, I think ZETA got a pin too, so you could use it for that purpose too. But lots of fun stuff as well. For our predictions, though, I'm expecting actually a good bit of success from Rising Sun as well as the 2 ZETA teams. Also, that former Blood Diamond roster in the lower bracket is looking pretty promising to me too, Trev.
I mean, I can't disagree with you. I'm looking at the predictions right now, and we've got the exact same, so I'm not going to argue with you on anything like I usually would with some of the other casters. Just keep it the same, and we've got faith in very similar teams by the looks of things.
Yeah, and these predictions are going to have a lot of weight as well because the points in this region keep on closing in that much closer. ZETA Division 1 and ZETA Division 0 just seem to be inches apart at first and second in this region. It's going to come down to the 3rd place team, Rising Sun Esports, going to come down to their performance in today's monthly finals to decide whether both of these teams, one of them, neither, all of those are possibilities for whether ZETA 1 and ZETA 0 actually end up qualifying for the month or for the World Finals today. Huge stuff. And Rising Sun Esports is also the very first matchup of the day, so that's going to be super exciting to go over as well. This isn't the only region that we need to consider in terms of who's going to the World Finals either, though. Lots of other teams have already qualified for the World Finals around the world, Trev.
Yeah, Reply Totem and Tribe Gaming have obviously already got their tickets punched and ready to go. ZETA Divisions, they're really going for it today. Tribe Gaming NA obviously have guaranteed their spot as well as AC Milan, Clash, and Stalwart Esports. But we've got some pretty prominent names in every single region fighting it out. But I think in this one, the real team we need to keep an eye on today is Rising Sun, because that's what can really decide who goes and also decide if there's going to be a bit of a fight in the last month to see who clinches that last spot in East Asia.
Like we mentioned, there are like numerous possibilities for how this pans out, and the route team is just Rising Sun. It literally comes down to, does Rising Sun Esports pop off? If they end up tapping out in the quarterfinal, this very first match that we have here versus Fluffy, then that sets up a scenario where both Zeta 1 and Zeta 0 can qual just by virtue of making it to the grand finals. Rising Sun Esports, no strangers to the scene. If you're new to East Asia, let's intro Wahochi, Aaron, and Ryohi. Emphasis on Ryohi as well. He's got a Fang hat for a reason. Last month, he went absolutely insane on this brawler, and I think we can expect him to have a pretty similar performance this month if he's been keeping up here. We got Aaron on the cam too, making sure that everything is prepped and ready in the background as well.
Yeah, he's just going to turn around and realize that he's on camera and have a bit of a surprise there. He's moving some stuff around in the background, prepping himself ready for these games, moving stuff off the desk and freeing up some room for that iPad to be placed down and getting ready to go, because I feel like they really do have a shot at a long run today. And if they can upset one of these Zeta teams, if they manage to go on and beat Fluffy in this first game, then I definitely think they've got a very good shot at not only, this monthly final, but at World Finals as well, which is something that I'd really like to see happen. Some upsets in this region are definitely due.
Well, every single team that made it to the stage has been top 8 in the region, and Rising Sun Esports are going to have to make it through Fluffy first in order to continue their journey. Miria, Apex, Levi, all new faces in the scene. Levi is a new name, but don't get it twisted. He's just has a name change recently. He used to have a different name. All these players have had a decent bit of history in the region, but only recently have they joined forces to make this roster. But this raises the question, are they going to have that special sauce, that X factor to take down Rising Sun? And Rising Sun is a team that has gone to double match point versus none other than Zeta Division 1. So it's going to be a pretty tough task for them, but we'll see if Apex on cam has what it takes.
I mean, they definitely got a couple of notable players. As you said, Yotam, a very solid player, Miria as well. Hasn't really had too many appearances this year, but in 2021, 7 monthly finals, and that's 7 out of 8 as well. So that's definitely a notable thing to have with the team of Crazy Lagoon that he did have last year, and that's definitely commendable. Might have had a little bit of a break, might have had some tough adjustments to the draft, but definitely now coming back strong, and I'm really intrigued to see if they can make an upset early on.
Yeah, it is a bit of a different game now with the draft being a consideration, but something that we observe consistently in this region is that their mechanics are just on point, and some of the teams play just perfect, absolutely to a T. Zeta 1, Zeta 0, and Rising Sun Esports come to mind. We'll have to see if Fluffy are able to pull off a similar performance. It's all going to be kicking off in a quite literal sense on Backyard Bowl. Recent introduction to the map pool, a map that can actually drag out quite a bit as well. In terms of the predictions, it looks like the audience thinks that Rising Sun Esports is going to take this one by a fairly large margin, though I gotta say I'm a bit surprised with the number of people that are supporting a Fluffy here. You love to see it, the support on both sides, but we got to dive into the brawl now. 3 bans on each team and a first pick of Bonnie for Ryohi.
I like it. I think it's pretty solid, especially when Colette's banned on their side of things. Clearly, the first brawler they were kind of striving for when they did ban out these brawlers are Crow, Penny, and Colette. Other side banning out Janet, Stu, and Crow. So some pretty diverse bans across the board here. We've got a 5-ban game going on. They do come back with the car, which, yet again, because the Colette's banned, it is going to be a very solid pick.
That said, though, there are some counters to Carl that Rising Sun Esports can go with, but the problem for Rising Sun is that this is 4th and 5th pick for them, and Fluffy can always shake things up with a 6th pick if they decide to counter out the classic stuff that's used to counter Carl. I think we've seen Sandy fall off really, really hard as a counter, and I think Belle is actually going to be a great option for Fluffy to pick up as well, because this would be fairly decent at dealing some long-range damage versus Carl. This is a very open map, and it's going to be tough for Carl to get that initial super in order to push in without taking some serious damage and feeding enemy supers along the way. But Rising Sun Esports, they could take a big risk and actually go for like a bow and a surge or something. That way they get that free super for surge so that he can make it away from that first level that usually holds him back for a good bit of the game, and then finally start to deal with Carl. Yeah,
well, they did have, a few brawlers that they could have taken. You know, I'd have kind of liked to see a Poco here. You know, we've seen it bounce into the meta quite heavily. They have taken a Max, gone with a bit of a speed route. But, you know, with Bonnie, you can get some serious tanking going on there. But obviously, with the Bell in the mix, the marks coming in, and a lot of damage can rain down on that specific brawler. So I do like the route they're going. Speed seems to definitely be a route that a lot of teams in this region do choose to take as opposed to other regions on a map like this. We're seeing a lot of, you know, passivity on other regions, and this one seems to just run straight at it and go for the goals. Jean is the last pick for Aaron, which I really do like. However, I was maybe expecting Max to be that mid-brawl.
Yeah, but this region really does like Max. Sometimes they play it as a DPS as well, and Jean Max is a pretty solid combo as well. Not one that I necessarily expected either, though, because it does limit them severely on range, as you sort of pointed out. Fluffy, though, they have the 6th pick here. I really like the shout of Poco. I think that could work very well here, especially as a sort of counter to Jean. They're not going to be going for it, though. This region is notoriously cautious about choosing things in the new meta because these balance changes are only pretty much a week old, and doesn't seem like either team really want to press their luck just yet. The last pick of B is going to be pretty good for slowing things down with that super. Just might struggle a little bit on the front of pumping out that DPS. I do like the ideas from Fluffy, though. It is going to come down to the execution from Rising Sun Esports because they do have mechanics on lock most of the time, and they can get some good dodges once they crank up that speed from Aaron.
I mean, I doubted it that Max is going mid, though. They're going to throw this Jean over onto the car, which is obviously a favorable matchup. However, now on the other side, the B versus Bonnie is definitely not going to be going in their favor. Miriam now pushing up aggressive, going to be taken down quickly because of the over-aggressiveness at the same time. But Ryohei needs to heal up. They can't really take control of the map just yet. But Wahochi doing a solid job, working for his super and just waiting out for his teammate to come back up.
Wahochi having some struggles on the right lane here. Aaron, much of the same, as they're both outranged by this brawler. Levi is going to pick up a kill. Here comes a super, and he's not running protective pirouette. And as a result, he is going to struggle just a little bit, but it is a good call because Wahochi ended up stunning him out of that super anyways. And Jean typically is going to be played as a counter to Carl because he can get that stun in more ways than one. Here's the pull onto Miria, and that is a disaster, actually, because that honey molasses was thrown down pretty much specifically to counter out that pull. That said, though, walls also broken open. Not really clear whether that's going to be that much of an issue for Fluffy, as they do have the range advantage, but here comes a speed from Aaron. Mark on Ryohei is going to be pretty devastating as well. Nest Egg tripped as well. Not a free kill for Miria just yet. Rising Sun Esports do remain with all 3 players alive. Levi will get some pushback on Aaron as well. No kill. Big pull as well. Ball needs to make it over to the left side for a goal.
Should be walked through, and they do manage to just get a takedown and push that one through. Really nice plays from Rising Sun there, playing as a team very strongly, and only seem to push when all 3 members of their team are still alive and on the map. So taking the lead now, about 45 seconds on the clock. They've got time to make these moves once more, but they could just play it passively. Looks like one of them's gone down, and Aaron's just going to go and force this one back into the corner. Still have Jean pull, still have some defensive measures coming back out of spawn with Ryohei respawning as well, so they can just wait it out a little. But now Fluffy starts to go aggressive. Miriam's hitting some shots, 3K connect as well. They should just push this through. They can tank this one in, but the super shot's going to come in anyway, and Levi's going to force it in.
Very, very well done by Fluffy. The score is tied now, but here comes the initial speed and the pull onto Levi. He is unable to do anything at close range. Nest Egg tripped by Aaron. That's the last one that Apex has. Miria can do something here, but just doesn't have a gadget to really bring it all together. Serious damage being brought in. A chained super here from Wahochi too. It is a 3v2, and there is some goal scoring potential. There's the super right down mid. No one to block it off, and it is going to be a win for Rising Sun Esports. Aaron stretching out his wrist, though. He's just getting started. This is exactly what Rising Sun Esports show up to do. It is their job, and they do it very, very well. But Fluffy did find some openings and get a goal to push things into the end of the game, into overtime, and that is not anything to sneeze at.
I think regardless of the goal that Fluffy managed to get, though, I don't really see Rising Sun being too worried. They were pretty much in control of the entire game, just made a few slip-ups on respawn, over-aggressing and feeling possibly too confident about a few of the plays they were making, and they haven't started this one off too well. It's a 3v2 in the mid, and Fluffy hitting some serious shots.
That's what it's all about. Just got to be tapping here. Miria can also get a slow here if they decide to. Might opt to heal up a little bit more. Here comes the auto aim. That's really the benefit of B, is you can just pop that super and then auto aim your little heart out. Try and get a lot of damage. Ryohei, though, is going to get a good kill, and Aaron manages to push this ball up the right side. He's got to be careful about Levi, though, because he can get wall peeked very, very hard. Big opening, too, around the right side. It looks like there will be enough health onto Levi as well to put this one in the goal. Ryohei wasn't able to pump out that DPS in time, but they are set up very, very well with an early super from Aaron right when they respawn. It's practically the most powerful position for Max in Brawl Ball. With some good dodges on their side, Aaron and Wahochi are going to be able to push up this right side too. They just got to be cautious, especially around the left side versus Levi.
Not getting too much done though, and now it is a 3v1. Wahochi pretty much against the world right now. Trying to get some shots off, misses the last shot. Apex and Levi survives as well. 3 people in a very good position. Honey Lass is placed down. Ryohei should be hit pretty hard by Miria right now, but he does choose to back off. They have the lead. There's no need to rush, and they're pretty much just going to wait this one out by the looks of things. Good pull though as Levi goes down, and Aaron tapped up once more though, and Fluffy continue their control.
Really surgically pulled there by Wahochi too. He only broke open 2 boxes, which is not really the biggest loss, especially when it has won them that fight right in front of their goal, and they'll be able to push right back up to mid. Wahochi does still have to be careful though, because he is marked up, but he has this pull at his disposal. With the speed also, he might be able to connect that a whole lot easier, but he doesn't really have any eyes on Levi. If his position is revealed, he could go for a pull to stun things out. He is going to miss Levi though, because that speed from the super was just too much to contend with. Miria trying to keep things in close range. Wahochi is going to get the takedown, but it doesn't look like there's enough time and not enough brawlers from Rising Sun Esports to be able to reach that ball and pop it into the goal. Surprisingly, this one is going to go to Fluffy, and we'll be tied up in the very first set.
Much better played from Fluffy there, I feel. Now that it's completely flipped. It seemed like they were the ones entirely in control, and it was Rising Sun who didn't really get a look in, which is definitely the change of mentality you need coming into the second game, as it seemed dominant for Rising Sun in the first, but now Fluffy really striking back, and doesn't seem to be as comfortable for Rising Sun anymore.
But we will see some big movement around the right side. Ryohei is getting some good dodges, but that gadget is going to expire. And that pass does not go around Apex either. In fact, it's going to be right in front of the goal. Ryohei, though, is getting some good tracking here, tapping 2 brawlers in a row. Just trying to set up around this box for as long as he can, trying to slow down that push around the right side as well. Ball passed forward. This is going to be optimal for Rising Sun Esports to try and get a goal. Apex almost gets taken down by Bonnie in close range. Wahochi does have a pull as a defense mechanism, too. He's not going to use it unless he absolutely has to. Lamp Blowout going to heal him up a little bit, too. He doesn't really want to use that pull. He might take the opportunity to break open this wall, and it looks like it's going to be actually quite a powerful asset to him, and he'll choose not to break it open either. And we'll see these guys trade up lanes too. Aaron opting to come around the right side. Almost a good kill here by Apex. He will get the takedown. He manages to retreat just in time not to get taken down himself.
Yeah, well, Paul came in, walls were broken, and Levi came in as well. Ryohei gonna get the takedown though, and the trade is there. Still a 1v1, but now Ryohei in this Clyde form can't get any damage done at range against Apex, and he's just gonna be able to hold it out. Aaron, though, has this super, needs to try and provide it to every member of his team. Doesn't manage to clip it onto Ryohei at the edge, so it's gonna be a little bit more difficult to push, especially when he's in this form. Ball pass forward to Aaron, who gets taken down once more. Slow comes in. Ryohei gonna be the prime target. Ryohei now the only one alive, and Fluffy might be able to push this one through, but good little delay there from Ryohei to prevent them from scoring.
Fluffy's looking very, very dominant here, and pretty much the only thing keeping them from putting that ball in the goal is going to be that huge wall that is so characteristic of this map. And a little debut from one of our other favorite brawlers in the game, the Wi-Fi signal too. But it's good we're back in the game too. 30 seconds left for Fluffy to use this position to their advantage, but they still have to be cautious because Wahochi has the super. He can use it at any second. One nest egg already tripped by Aaron. There's one left on the field as this countdown begins for overtime. Second nest egg taken down too. And now Rising Sun Esports don't have as much to fear on defense, but they got to be careful about Levi. You can push in on Wahochi. The only way for Wahochi to stun him is with that super. We see Wahochi marked up too. Last ditch effort as the speed is popped. A good takedown onto Aaron, and it's a 2v2 at mid.
Yeah, really nice speed there from Aaron, and Ryohei just going over aggressive time and time again, not saving his super and really just wasting it so many times whilst being low. Wyochi still has this super but gets taken down now by Miriam. It's a 3v2 situation once more. The passes across should be coming through. Apex gets it over, but Miriam does not get the ball. Great inception from Aaron. Speeds himself. Ryohei jumps forward. This should be a pass through and a goal. The massive turnaround, and Rising Sun are going to take the first set after Fluffy just miss out on the goal.
That felt like an actual theft, but it was 100% Fluffy's fault. It's a 5-letter word. Greed. Greed is what I just witnessed. They tried to go ahead and put that ball in the goal. They absolutely could have stayed there at mid, in my caster, not coach, not player opinion. But in the end, that all led to a goal by Rising Sun, and that's just taking an opportunity right there. Some recaps of this last set too. I was personally impressed by how Fluffy were playing versus such a well-established team in this region.
I mean, at the end of the day, they probably should have won it. They probably should have taken that set. I think the name of the game is just over-aggression from both sides, though. There were certain times where Ryohei jumped in with low HP and just got taken down straight away. And this, what an inception from Aaron as well. Great way to read that play, but just over-aggression once more. And that is a play that Fluffy could have 100% prevented by just being more patient or more careful with that pass-through.
Taking a look at the stats too, we're seeing that maybe slightly more profitable here for Fluffy. Definitely more kills on their side. And from Rising Sun Esports, no surprises here either. Ryohei just doing a good chunk of that damage. And that's something to keep your eye on for this team throughout the day. But once more, Fluffy, they played really, really well. And that loss is going to be a tough pill to swallow, especially now that we're in set number 2. And this is a best of 3 in the quarters. They're 1 game away from heading to that really, really scary match point. They got to win both sets from here on out in order to take this entire match, but I wouldn't really put it past them either. We talked about over-aggression, though, and from both teams as well. Shooting Star, not super conducive to that kind of gameplay, but still, every now and then we do see a max or something run here to great success.
It's a very mechanical map, which is why I'm kind of a little bit worried for Fluffy. Yes, they've got some good players, but they don't really have the mechanics or team play by the looks of things that Rising Sun have. And Shooting Star is a map that plays straight into their hands if they do have those things locked down, which I think Rising Sun do. And as you said, yes, there are some aggressive routes which you might be able to exploit or also mess up yet again, like a few aggressive things we had in that last game. And it can play into both teams' hands. Yes, you can mess them up, but yes, you can also win games by making that one play with a max speed, like at the end of that Brawl set.
Well, some brawlers we better be keeping our eyes out here for are those sharpshooters, and some of them we did end up seeing earlier, actually. We did see some Bell gameplay, which is actually quite likely to be played because it is one of those that you don't necessarily ban out on this map, but Nanny is going to be banned out, and that's pretty much a gimme. And Rising Sun Esports are actually going to be banning out the Fang here, and this is just an observation that you can make in terms of do they have first pick or do they have last pick? Fluffy, they do have last pick, so they could draft something like Fang if they so desired, and eliminating that possibility, Rising Sun Esports doing that is definitely a good call. In terms of pick rates, though, we see that Bell is absolutely topping the charts here, and Rising Sun Esports are going to be feeding into that as well with their initial Bell pick. It's down to Fluffy to pick a couple brawlers in a row.
Yeah, well, great early prediction from you on that Bell, considering it's got the highest pick rate and was the first pick as well. But Miriam's going to fault with the Byron, which I feel just hasn't really had the same impact that it had before a couple of balance changes ago where it got hit pretty hard. So a good pick, yes, a lot of those longer range brawlers did get banned out, but I still don't think it's one of those brawlers that you take as a first, in my opinion.
And so far, I've actually really enjoyed the drafts from Fluffy, actually, because picking up a Byron this early does set them up for success with that 6th pick if they decide to go something a little bit closer range, something that can seriously upset Rising Sun Esports. Bonnie pick is going to be very, very solid. Rising Sun need to be cautious, though, that they don't allow too many openings for Fluffy to go for something upsetting. Fluffy really, really, I think, does possess the pretty much control of the draft in this situation, because they can go for something very solid like Tick, which is not banned or picked at the moment, and they can go for something a little bit closer ranged, but benefits a lot from that aggression. Mortis comes to mind, probably not the best brawler. Fang would be so much better, but the general idea is there. Here comes the Carl, though, and that's going to make it absolutely paramount that there are some stuns or something on Fluffy. At the moment, Miria cannot defend themselves in close range. We haven't seen Buzz in this region either, but can you really blame me for my mind going to Buzz being from NA? Here's the Lola, as well as an attempt to kind of counter out any sort of tank ideas. Fluffy can decide to play into that or just completely circumvent it, go for something more control-based like Tick. They just need a stun to deal with Wahochi.
Yeah, I mean, with Jean banned out, with Nanny banned out, it's really tough to get that close-range Sun off, but I'm liking what Rising Sun are bringing to the table here. They're surely just going to flying hook in for the blue star and just wait, and that's why Levi has gone with this Sprout. They're not going to be able to just sit behind this mid wall and just feed off the Carl supers and have them push into, have Fluffy push into Rising Sun, which would obviously play strongly into their hands because they do have that medium range instead of the long range that Fluffy do have.
Excellent response from Rising Sun Esports in terms of their second and third pick here in order to limit down the options from Fluffy, as Fluffy have now had to pick a pretty suboptimal brawler. The only real benefit for Sprout here is that there's actually no wall break potential on either team, so Sprout can consistently hide in these bushes. It does appear that Levi is going to be running Overgrowth, though, instead of the, I believe, Photosynthesis star power that gives Sprout a shield in those bushes, but that blue star is going to change hands now. We'll see an early kill from Levi. Ryohei firing back and taking that lead back. Levi needs to be cautious about using these walls as much as he can as well. And so far, Miria also kind of struggling on the right side. There's no aggro brawler to really heal here, so Byron's going to be primarily DPS, which is something that he's got nerfed very hard in recently.
I don't think that Byron against Lola's a lane you should be losing just purely off spawn, like Miria is doing against Wahochi here, which just shows how strong that this team is. Levi trying to push forward with this wall down in mid now as well. Ryohei is the one carrying all of the stars at the moment and has had the biggest impact in the game, bringing the lead back and then following up with another kill as well. And Aaron's just being caught out time and time again, just being over-aggressive, sitting behind a wall and having the three brawlers pinch in on him. In comes a flying hook now, and this can actually, no, they've still got the blue star. I was going to say it can change the tides, but nice nice play there from Aaron. He did go down, but some support from his team brought the lead back in their favor.
I did like that stun from Levi, actually. Sprout is not one that comes to mind in terms of like getting off a stun, but Levi was able to get it done, and now Aaron's gonna have to be cautious about pushing in on Sprout. Has to make sure that he can bait out that wall before he really decides to go in. But Rising Sun Esports, they probably don't need to play any more aggro than they are currently. With just 20 seconds left on the clock, they can afford this. Aaron is going to use that super, though, and end up going down, but it's just a necessary sacrifice as long as Ryohei and Wahochi stay alive. 10 seconds left on the clock. This is locked in for them. Wahochi is taking some major damage. Wow, and a big kill here as well. Fluffy need to run it back now. There's no mobility, no movement from Ryohei or Aaron, and Fluffy are going to be taking this one with the last second kill. That is absolutely huge for these guys, and that should not have happened.
Definitely should not have happened. Why is the Carl, first of all, wasting a flying hook against the wall, and then following up with that, with, first of all, a death, and then his teammate's going to go and die as well. It's just Rising Sun are being caught out so many times in these positions where they don't need to be, and it's mistakes like these that are going to cost them the big games.
And it's quite interesting, too, because Rising Sun Esports, in the past, they've benefited a lot from their aggressive play. Wow, such a amazing start from Fluffy as well, taking already a 5-star lead, plus having that blue star on their side. Going back to the thing about Rising Sun Esports just playing aggro in general, this is where they've drawn a lot of their strength in the past, and often it's led them to take down some pretty dominating control-based teams, such as ZETA 1. They have at least gone to double match point versus that team in the semifinals of a past monthly final. but versus another extremely aggressive team, they're pretty much just trading stars back and forth here, and in the end, Fluffy got that final trade, which is just not something that you can allow to happen when the entire fate pretty much of those world qualifications in East Asia lies in your hands. More amazing kills from Fluffy coming across the way though. 1-12 on the star count as well, and only 45 seconds left in the game for Rising Sun Esports to try and bring it back.
I mean, it just looks like a full composure loss at the moment from Rising Sun, and Aaron going in once more, not really having any chance of getting any kills, but he's walking into 3 people shooting at him, falls low and has to retreat once more. 30 seconds on the clock and 11 stars in between them. We're going to need an entire team wipe and maybe even a little bit more to clutch this one back. Miri is surely going to go down, but Apex gets the trade out on Ryohei as he goes in, starting from square one once again as they're more than 9 stars down now as they get another one and add it to their arsenal of stars, 16-5, and it looks like we're going to a set number 3.
I'm shocked, actually. Not disappointed. I'm shocked and surprised, maybe, possibly. I'm so surprised that I haven't really had time to process it just yet. Fluffy are coming out the gates with some of the most aggressive gameplay that we've seen in this region to date. And Rising Sun Esports are pretty much being the ones pioneering and succeeding the most with this concept in the region, are having a real rough time, actually. It seemed like it was a total theft in that first game of this set, and come game number 2, it was total domination, in fact, by Fluffy. If we bring it back to set number 1, though, we saw kind of a similar thing, except the sides were flipped, right? The colors were flipped, red versus blue, and it totally seemed like it was going to be a Fluffy set, with the exception of one final play. Bringing it back, though, in the beginning, it was very solid for Rising Sun, but this play around the right side was just shocking. Fluffy were able to take it back with just 5 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, I just don't think that this should be happening. Complete composure loss, as I said, during the game, but also at the same time, they're just walking up and dying over and over and over again, and it's one by one, and this is just not how you play Brawl Stars, especially in these kind of situations where you need to win, and you're also against a team who you should be winning against. This is just not what we've seen throughout the rest of this year from Rising Sun. For a team who's been able to take ZETA Division to double match point, to be performing like this is something that's very disappointing.
Yeah, and maybe some of the drafts are something that we can point out and accuse, I suppose, as well. Levi picking up the Sprout was so surprising, and it proved to be immensely successful, too. You have no wall break on either roster, and then here comes the thrower. And it's not even the usual suspects, either. It's not going to be your tick that you're typically useful. In fact, it's going to be Sprout. Look at Levi getting 6 kills, not only getting the most kills on his team, but getting the most kills in this entire set so far, only dying 2 times. And as such a vulnerable brawler, especially versus Carl, this is incredibly surprising. But really, it just seems like Fluffy knew that they were going to be able to pull it off. Levi more specifically knew that he would be able to fend off Carl pretty reliably as long as he hit that hedge exactly how he needed to, and he executed on it. So far, Rising Sun Esports have been surprised at a few turns too, but it's going to come down to knockout to determine who goes on to the semifinals and maybe even who goes on to the world finals too, because Rising Sun going down so early has serious implications.
It really does, you know, it opens up a world of possibilities for both of the ZETA teams to be able to secure their world spot at a later period on today. But Goldarm Gulch is going to be the map that decides whether Rising Sun or Fluffy move on to the semi-finals, and it's a pretty decisive one. Knockout is very, very rare to see a draw, and I've said this in the past, and we've suddenly had a draw in Hot Zone and stuff like that when I've said it, but this is going to be a pretty decisive one, I think, and honestly, if Fluffy can carry on how much dominance they had in that previous set, then I don't count them out of this one at all.
Ooh, Rising Sun Esports with the Sprout ban too. And once more, they are having that first pick, which means that Fluffy has the 6th pick, that counter pick too, which this time they can use for a Fang if they want to run that. Rising Sun Esports, I wouldn't put it past them to actually pick this brawler a little bit earlier in that 4th or 5th pick, because they have done this sort of thing in the past on a knockout map. Here come the brawlers from Fluffy though. In fact, they're going to be going for Bell and Squeak. actually. And Squeak is not one that we typically see so early on in the draft, at least not in this day and age. Maybe a few months ago when Squeak was just totally crazy with that residue gadget. But still, it's going to be great for controlling here. Rising Sun Esports have a couple more picks along their way. They need to very carefully consider what Fluffy can go for number 6.
I honestly really like the Bell and Squeak, but at the same time, bow mines are just so influential towards the later periods of this game. Wahochi going once again with the Carl for the side of Rising Sun Esports, because it's pretty good, especially against Squeak. You can swoop in really fast with the flying hook. You can get damage in, and it's going to be worrying for Fluffy. They're going to have to take a very good counter pick as their last, which obviously they can because they have that pick number 6, which is going to be pretty solid for them at this point.
Well, huge acknowledgement here as well is that some interactions have changed up for Carl. The balance changes that dropped just a week ago lowered his health significantly. He only has 6,000 health now. And Squeak, while not really the most, DPS-oriented brawler, can pump out a decent amount of damage too. And with one brawler at its side, can fend off a Carl and at least trade a kill. So it's not as free of a matchup as it used to be for Carl. And Rising Sun Esports, once again, if they bring these hyper-aggressive ideas into Gold Arm Gulch, they might be setting themselves up for failure because they simply can't really afford to trade out kills here. Pick number 6 comes in, and there we see the Fang. And Rising Sun Esports don't really seem to have done much in terms of being able to deal with this brawler. Maybe with the exception of Aaron, who will always win that close-range matchup versus Fang, but I think Wahochi might actually be out of luck. Not only does he get outranged by Levi's chip damage attack, but he can get stunned out of his super as well once things are more close range oriented. And we've already seen Levi pop off on these close range matchups, even on a brawler such as Sprout. So this is looking quite worrying for Rising Sun Esports, despite them having a more familiar and time-tested comp.
It's a dangerous position for Rising Sun to be in with this comp against what Fluffy have, and to be, in such a big position when it comes to these World Finals qualifications of having to win. Wahochi trying to do as good a job as possible with this Bonnie that they can, but still, just a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Few chip shots from range, but nothing connecting just yet.
All right, Apex around the right side, just trying to play some control. Serious movement on the left side too. Ryo, he's getting great dodges. He might end up going down, actually, if he doesn't move away from Aaron. A big kill on Ryoki, as well as a kill on Tamiria. And now it's matched up. Huge jump in from Wahochi is going to yield a kill for him too. And now it's just up to Levi to pretty much try and farm up a super now. And he is going to have to face versus one invisible enemy on the left side. Aaron is getting tapped just a little bit. It looks like Wahochi is going to opt not to go in his cannon. Never mind, he does instead decide to go into that cannon, which it's a little debatable. Was that actually a good move, Trav? Because now he's actually not able to get that close range damage versus Levi.
I mean, I think he's got enough health to just be able to tank it, but he comes forward, he goes for it. Oof. Not sure about that attempt on trying to take the win there. I feel like that was pretty much guaranteed to be in the hands of Rising Sun, and just a huge waste of super. Might have been able to cycle a little bit by hitting the actual super, but just doesn't seem like the right decision for me.
My thoughts exactly, Trav. I mean, Levi had that super that he worked an entire round for. Both of his allies fell while he was trying to get it, and then he popped it at the end to get pretty much nothing out of it either. But it's going to be a lesson hard learned for Fluffy. They will get to take down these bow mines too, but they'll lose a lot of cover in the process. They have to be extraordinarily cautious of Aaron at mid. There's still one more mine left on the ground. Miria can diff the matchup at long range as well, thanks to simply having longer range than all the other brawlers, but the DPS simply isn't there from Apex either. It's going to be primarily about controlling mid until that poison starts to close in, unless Rising Sun Esports starts off the interaction with an early kill.
Mirai getting hit by Wahochi, and does have that super as well, so they are going to have to be very cautious. In he goes. Can they get the takedowns? Apex is going to connect a couple of shots, get a super along the way as well, but can't connect the final one. In comes the super, and Levi's does as well. Aaron in a 2v1 situation might be able to clutch this one here. Gets the tank down on the gadget. He gets one. Levi's going to aggress. He doesn't manage to get the second. So close, but Levi manages to bring that round home and keep Fluffy in the game.
Oh, I really believed in Aaron for that one, but good on Fluffy for being able to win that 2v1 matchup there at the end. It's going to bring this game to 1 versus 1. And big news, Levi has that super. He's going to be able to use it to get super aggressive on Wahochi because Wahochi simply does not have a super at the moment. We'll see it, that bounce shot from Miria as well to guarantee a little more damage. He has that super at his disposal. Some mines will open up the grounds for Wahochi to maybe take up residence at mid. One more mine remains on the left side, which Fluffy are surely mindful of. But once one enemy pops their head and is somewhat isolated, this is Levi's signal to rush in and the rest of his team to follow.
Yeah, Miria's going to be looking for a mark before Levi does go for that entry. He does have 2 supers on the side, and Ryohei only still got 1. There goes the residue, and Aaron's going to get slow. Levi sees his opportunity. He's looking at him. Double tap coming in from Miria as well to tie things off. He moves in, but Ryohei's going to clutch up, but Aaron does not fall either. But he goes in once more, and now Miria gets the takedown. Jump comes in from Wahochi. Can Apex get the kill? He can't. Miria needs to follow up with 2 now. Doesn't manage to do it, and Rising Sun are going to match point.
Super close there for Fluffy, actually. Very close there for Rising Sun, to a close call at that, because it really felt like every single round, with the exception of number 1, really was a 50-50. It just came down to who had an ammo and who didn't in that last interaction. Could have auto-aimed it and changed the game right there. Rising Sun Esports are at match point, though, and they're just 1 game away from keeping some baseline consistency in this region, though Fluffy, no slouches either. They've been doing a phenomenal job so far, and if they were able to correct on some of the mistakes that they made in that last game, particularly actually Levi going in super aggressive and not connecting that super onto an enemy, then surely they can replicate some of that same success as game number 1.
It was a perfect opportunity for him, but a few mistakes once more from Fluffy just did not allow them to take home the win. Wahochi now just trying to get a few shots off onto Levi, who's working for his super to really no avail at the moment because he's only connected maybe a couple of boots, and that's not getting too much done. Gadget pop from Wahochi along the bottom, and now it starts to go in. Apex not going to fall just yet, but it is 1 shot. Levi pushing down this right-hand side. Shots follow up. The stun comes in, and Levi gets the shot off and the super, but Wahochi managed to stay alive. And a great shot from Ryohei to take down both of the opposing teammates left around for Fluffy.
Super costly final interaction here for Fluffy too, because Levi no longer has that super. He was just probably a 1.5 seconds away from getting that next shot and finishing off the kill, but Wahochi simply beat him to the punch. We already see these mines being taken down by Apex around the right side. Didn't get too much room for Rising Sun Esports on the left side of the arena. Fluffy cannot afford to concede a single round here. If Rising Sun Esports take this one, then they are headed on to the semifinals. Miria patiently awaiting this opportunity. We'll get 1 tap onto Wahochi, but not too much avail. Won't really be able to push him too far back. Aaron also getting super aggressive around the left side will lure Levi out from behind this cover, and Aaron still manages to avoid all forms of damage, though Fluffy does appear actually to have control of mid. It just comes down to when Rising Sun Esports decide to push in, because as soon as Wahochi goes for a jump in, it's a guaranteed kill.
Levi misses the super again. Apex is going to fall down, and his teammates are going to join him. That is going to be Rising Sun moving on to those semifinals to live another day when it comes to this monthly final and also the World's qualification, as they would have been down in the dumps if they had lost this. But what a performance from Fluffy as well. They have played very well throughout these quarterfinals, and some people would say they should have taken it. They probably should have won the Brawl Ball, which means it would have been a 2-0 sweep, and they also had a serious foot in the door when it came to this knockout set as well.
And some people would beat me, right? Yeah, I'm right here. I'm raising my hand. I feel like this could absolutely have been taken by Fluffy, especially in that very first set. But when you make mistakes like this, you can't blame Rising Sun for taking advantage of them. Though Rising Sun, they weren't perfect either. They did make some mistakes as well, but that's something that they can correct on in the coming sets, because if you ask me, Rising Sun Esports, they got bigger fish to fry when pretty much the fate of the region lies in your hands. Number 1 versus a team that we have not seen yet this year is not going to be your top priority. I would say it's very likely that they're practicing drafts and practicing scrims on maps that are to come in the semifinals and the grand finals. But a recap of Knockout reveals that Fluffy did have some pretty good moments, but in the end, Rising Sun Esports just stuck the landing.
it's just Fluffy just looked very disappointing in this one. Fang, great pick in those last few seconds of the draft, but it just didn't pay off. You see multiple times Levi's missing these supers. He's hitting some gadgets, but it just never prevails because he fails every single super. He's not getting the damage from the super or the first hit connecting. He needs to catch up to them. He needs to get the roundhouse kick off, and that's leaving valuable time that he needs to be getting damage onto them, that he needs to be catching up. And you can see from these statistics as well, it backs up exactly what we've just seen. 1, 2, and 2 compared to 4, 6, and 4. Just massive amount more kills from Rising Sun.
Serious pressure as well on Fluffy because seriously, they needed Levi to pop off in the proper scenarios. Very well played by Miria, though, I gotta say, especially as you consider 47% of the team damage done by this brawler. In terms of MVPs, though, Wahochi really did steal the show, I can't lie. Very well done, very well played throughout that last set. It was a much cleaner set for Rising Sun compared to the previous ones, considering that there were no wins by the opposing team of Fluffy that time, but the round victories didn't look super convincing either. In the end, though, a win is a win, and a progression onto the semifinals is a progression onto the semifinals, but the journey for Rising Sun Esports doesn't end there. They're still going to have to face up versus a very challenging opponent. It's either ZETA Division 1 or it's Verite Lien in this next matchup. And honestly, if Verite Lien somehow take this one, then yeah, that is going to be a very challenging foe for Rising Sun, because taking down ZETA 1 is no easy task.
It's really not, and you know, if Rising Sun perform the same as they have been throughout those throughout the last game against ZETA or any team in the next round, then they're not going to be taking them a win. I can tell you that right now. But here is the ZETA Division roster, and if you don't know them, where have you been? Kenji, Moyogoku, and Shitampo are the roster, and they are the MSI winners. 1/3 of them is the world champion last year, and they're just all around incredible at every aspect of the game.
And here's a camp for Kenji as well, repping ZETA 1 today. As far as players that really stand out from this team, it's hard to pick one, but an easy go-to is Shitampo, rolling up with the snap back at every single LAN and making sure he has those curtain bangs as well, to make sure that the only thing that he can see in his peripherals is bangs, and the rest is just Brawl Stars. Kenji, though, seriously a veteran of the scene here in East Asia. We have actually, if anything, right, picking apart games with ZETA 1, ZETA 0 even, teams that typically play just absolutely perfectly mechanically. Kenji has been the only one to make a mistake, missing like a couple of gene pulls. So we'll keep an eye on him and see if anything is developed month to month. But their opponent is going to be Verite Lien, who we did see last month, Trev.
It's a very solid roster. I can't say I've heard of the players too much before, except from that last monthly final, of course. And, you know, being fairly unfamiliar players against a team like ZETA Division, I don't think you're really going to like your chances. Yes, they'll probably give it their all, but any team against a team like ZETA Division in this region is always going to be on the back foot straight away. And I imagine the audience will probably agree with me when we see this statistic in just a moment. But yeah, you're going to need the performance of your lifetime and ZETA to performing the worst of their lifetime to be able to pull off a win in these early rounds.
Well, I do love to see the face cams, and I do love to see players with each other in person. We see the team kind of straightening up their posture as they realize they are on cam at the moment. Fun stuff, but really it's a game where we need to see them have their best posture. Double swoosh is where we're going to start things off as well, and I believe it's called this because there's one swoosh on each side, so that would be double. Just clarifying for anyone who want to get to the bottom of that mystery, but I think even more mysterious and inconsistent is going to be what sort of brawlers do we see here, especially with those balance changes coming in just a week ago. It's going to be a mystery. Who takes the win, ZETA Division 1 or Verite Lien? What's going to be the X factor that can seriously shake up this match?
Well, bans should be in just a moment, but you know, Jean's a pretty forefront mid in this map, and yes, it has been banned along with Janet and Crow on the side of ZETA Division 1, and Verite Lien going to get rid of Squeak, Jean as well, and also the Penny. First pick of Max, taking that out of the hands of ZETA Division 1, which, as we know, all three players on that roster can just play this phenomenally.
Well, one that we don't see in the pick rates that I think might make an entrance here is actually Stu. a brawler that we see Zeta 1 play very consistently, especially Stetampo to name one. We will see the Poco first pick though, and I'm already liking this. Poco more recently has been played as sort of a counter to Gene actually, but with Gene banned out, we won't get to see that interaction, but still, Kenji can seriously mess things up with Poco, especially because Poco is pretty much just being played like Sandy recently. With the damage buff, he's going to be that much more powerful, and he can cycle out those supers if he's consistently hitting enemies on the offense. Pick number 3 for Zeta Division 1 as well will end up being Carl, a brawler that we haven't gotten to wave goodbye to in the meta just yet.
Yeah, it got hit with a nerf, but still extremely prominent as we've seen. I believe we've seen it in near enough every single, every set so far we've seen it being played. And no exception here from Zeta Division 1 as they do choose to take it yet again. And also I think at the same time it's good to take that out of the hands of the team that has Max already selected. Fang, going to be the second pick, which isn't really too much in the meta. It hasn't really been escaping knockout when it comes to the meta recently in Brawl. But I think Verite Lien are taking the exact approach any team should take when it comes to Zeta Division 1. Just try something that's completely out there, random comp, something that's not really too meta orientated, and just go for a complete counter and hope for the best.
Yeah, Fang, though, is not really a brawler that comes to mind in terms of dealing with Kenji or Stetampo, actually, because, well, Fang is one of those brawlers that pretty much relies on using that super and getting a kill confirmation with his attacks in, versus a brawler like Poco, who can heal in close range. That's going to be quite difficult to deal with. Thankfully, Blaze is here to counter out that Carl, and maybe get some decent damage versus Kenji as well, because he will be trying consistently to heal to max health. Blaze can also afford to go hyper aggressive at points using the gotcha gadget. Here comes Zeta Division 1 though with the final pick of Surge actually, which is going to be good versus Fang. It's just going to struggle in the early game. But if Zeta 1 are playing this the way I think they're going to play this, they might just brute force Moya Goku in there with the healing and the support from Kenji.
I kind of do like the Surge, to be fair. I think it's a very solid pick. You know, when the brawlers do come in aggressively, Fang, you can just jump on them and get them taken down quite nicely. But overall, Zeta Division 1's comp is definitely something we haven't seen in a while, and definitely because of the balance changes, that's why the Poco is coming in. I must say, with this skin, it looks exactly like Ruff's does with his Sheriff skin with the hat on.
This is true. It does really look a lot like that brawler. Hopefully it doesn't cause any confusion for Verite Lien. So far, though, it does appear that Zeta Division 1 have gotten some surprises cranked out here on the left lane and on the right as Stetampo pushes up. Moya Goku all sped up inside of this bush, and with his level 2 active, doesn't seem to be too phased either. And I believe Kenji, he might be running DeChapo over here on the left side to make sure that Moya Goku can consistently stay in and stay active in that brawl. We see the gadget pop on Moya Goku as well. We won't be able to get that kill onto Melty. We'll see a speed around the left side too. Melty can set up residence in here. A great heal onto Stetampo will keep him alive versus Blaze. And that's basically going to be the counter to Colette, is Colette relies on having these exact combos. 1-2 shots, then the super comes in. But if a heal gets thrown into the mix, then that's right out.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta Division 1 have been the team completely in control and done a quick swap here, swapping Moya Goku over to the right-hand side to deal with Shu, and he does just that. Melty's going to be his next target, pops the gadget, gets some ammo back from that as well, and they are already on 8 gems, so if they take down Blaze here, but no, Kenji's getting aggressive, he's going to fall down, and Melty's going to pick up the gems. Moya Goku, the only one who can really retrieve them, and Shu's going to come in and take him down. Massive turnaround as Verite in the end bring the 13 gems straight back to their spawn, and they're going to win this one.
I'm not liking the looks of this. Moya Goku and Kenji will be able to get the kill, but Melty is so far out of reach. Unfortunate here for Zeta Division 1. I'm pretty surprised. Oh, and it appears that these guys are happy, but they're also adjusting their stance as well to make sure that they can replicate that sort of strategy in the next one. But how much of a strategy is it really to be able to surprise your enemy entirely on the backlines? It appeared that once they won that left lane, they were able to close in from mid as well and pinch off Kenji. They can also correct on some of the things that happened in game number 1 as well, especially Moya Goku getting some early supers in there. But to kind of chirp Zeta Division 1 a little bit, I suppose, Moya Goku was having some struggles hitting those shots. He was it appeared those shots were lagging a little bit behind where the enemy was placed, and Moyogoku might be able to sort of adjust his stance a little bit and correct on that this round. It looks like it's already happening too. Kenji can also come in for support with DeCepo to keep him alive. First super coming in for Moyogoku. He'll be on level 2 now. Nishitetampo on the right side is going to struggle as he gets pinched between Blaze and Shu, but he will stay alive once again thanks to the healing of Kenji.
Lined it up perfectly, but instantly negated by Kenji with a really nice heal, as you said there. Blaze once again has his super thanks to hitting 2 of them, though. In comes Shu, he gets the shots, but he's going to follow up. Blaze gets another shot in, but the heals were still there, I think, from the gadget. Another gem added to the mix, and Melty, the only one alive, gets 1 kill. Moyogoku just trying to stay passive, keep this level 3, and Kenji's going to assist him in doing just that.
Shu on the right side. It's very evident where he is in those bushes. Kenji and Moyogoku need to keep their distance. They can't be too shocked. If he pops out at any moment, Kenji will be able to pick up the 9th gem for the team. Some heals onto Nishitetampo as well to keep him alive and healthy. Moyogoku camps out on this right side. He's ready for Shu to push in. Miss super for Shu, miss super for Moyogoku as well, but it's not the end of the world. Nishitetampo with the flying hook back. Blaze on the left side will almost be able to upset Kenji once again, but just like we have seen time and time again, a well-timed Poco heal pretty much counters the heck out of Colette. Kenji, unfazed, expressionless. This is his job. This is what he shows up to do. But they did look a little bit shaky at times. The set is not over just yet. It is still 1-1.
You know, I think that's kind of how ZETA should have finished the first game. 10 gems in hand, and really no signs of life from Verite and Lien at all. But the first one completely turned around and it gave them a lease of life. And I feel like they've gained some confidence from that first game where they're thinking they can win. You can see that readjustment in his posture, sitting up like, oh, we've actually got a chance. But then ZETA Division 1 just instantly come down and shut them down once more. But this one, it seems a lot closer at the start and not complete domination from ZETA Division 1 once again.
Yeah, I like that dialogue. Just getting that first win in there, it can get you some momentum, and it can also introduce the mindset of, wait, yeah, as you said, we do have a chance. We can make this happen. And Verite and Lien are going to be able to capitalize on that too and show us exactly that in the flesh now. We see some aggressive speed too. Blaze probably is going to be a lot more cautious about using that super in. We'll see Shu taken down. Blaze knows that he might be able to get a kill combo in here since Kenji has no super. He pops the gadget, but isn't able to capitalize too much on it. Here's a combo. He is able to get the kill on Nishitetampo, but for some reason, Supra's up to the top left, and Kenji takes the kill. Shu, though, is in a surprising position. He might be able to take down Kenji in a surprising position once again, but no, he is able to escape around that obstacle, and Nishitetampo switches places with him. Moyogoku on the right side has this level 3. He has a range advantage on Colette. Things are looking pretty positive for ZETA Division 1, but they can't allow Shu to surprise them around the left lane.
Kenji's playing a risky game, but I trust he knows what he's doing because he is probably one of the best players in the world, but almost been surprised multiple times by his opponents, and Shu once again has the super, ready to try and spring into position once more. They're not that far behind though. If they can pick up this one, they're going to have 7. And then to add on to that as well, they just need maybe 1 takedown to gain control, but Melty forced to use a speed defensively to avoid some shots. Shu going to have to go in to try to stop this countdown. Colette does the same, but a heal comes in from Kenji, and once more, they had the countdown, but a pinch him from Shu and Melty here might do a lot of work for them. But Melty's nowhere to be seen. He took too much damage. Kenji's going to add to the gem count, and nobody has to stay alive except from him. They're going to guarantee this game and guarantee the first set along with it.
Surgical towards the end there. What we usually see from ZETA Division 1, we saw pretty much on the battlefield just in those last few seconds of the game. We don't usually see them play Poco either, and as you pointed out, Trav, a very risky game being played by Kenji we see on the screen right now with Poco, and getting super, super aggressive. He had the heal in hand, but if he'd gotten stunned out by Shu on the enemy team when he supered in as Fang, then that could have been once more a complete reversal like we saw in game number 1. Luckily for ZETA Division 1, that didn't happen, and I feel like the word luckily is definitely warranted for use here, because that could have gone a bunch of different ways when Kenji was hyper aggressive on that left side as that countdown was ready to get cranked up towards the end of game 3.
You know, there was a moment in every single game where the game could have been turned around by Kenji being in an unfavorable position and Verite Lien coming to capitalize on it, but it only paid off 1 out of 3 times. And luckily for Zeta Division, as he said, luckily is the word to be used, that it only did pay off once, because otherwise that first set could have turned out massively differently. And, you know, they need to be getting to these positions to guarantee themselves world finals. They need to get to the finals. They need to get, you know, wins under their belt to be secure on it, even though they are pretty heavily in first place. Some statistics as well, and the kills are just massively in Zeta Division's side. And I think the gameplay did show that as well. The scoreline maybe not, as it only was a 2-1 in this set, but it was dominant from Zeta Division 1, no matter what the scoreline says.
My thoughts exactly. These stats do not look like the stats of a 2-1 set. It was a total reversal for Verite, Lien, and I think Zeta Division 1 were acutely aware of that and pretty much just corrected on whatever the mistakes they made in that first game that led to that upset, and were able to play a much more consistent game going forward. I wonder about the Poco pick, though, because there's no question about it. This brawler is extremely meta right now. Open zone, he might be able to make some waves as well. He'll have to be cautious about facing some of those other long-range brawlers. B absolutely comes to mind. If Max is banned out, then B, I think, is even more so a possibility. But some other brawlers that have gotten nerfed quite recently can also make their debut here. Frank, DJ, yeah, maybe not doing too much at mid, but B, I think, is one to consider. As far as the bans, we will see Poco banned out by Zeta 1. They don't want Verite Lien upsetting them with this pretty strong brawler at the moment.
Yeah, and it's also one of those brawlers that's just not too skillful. It is a brawler that Verite Lien could exploit to be able to take a win, and it is something that Zeta Division do not want to happen. Carl once again been picked, and it hasn't not been picked today. It's kind of been nerfed enough to avoid the ban process, but then not enough to avoid being actually picked. So with Colette banned and brawls like that, you know, it's a pretty safe pick.
And we see the Crow ban from Verite Lien, a big tell that they're going to end up going for Max. And this is going to shut down numerous things because, well, you can't damage what you can't hit. And you can't hit what's running out of the way of your shots. So Verite Lien hopefully can make this work with Max. She is pretty limited on range, and this is a very wide open map. But it does look like they have some solid options here, especially Bonnie will be very good for getting some kill confirmation for squishier brawlers in close range. Taking a look at the bans for Zeta Division 1 as well, Colette, Poco, and Penny. None of these brawlers really scream pick 6 here. So either they're quite confident that they'll be able to draft Verite Lien into a corner and eliminate some counter picks for that 6th pick, or they just haven't really considered that too much. Maybe they'll go for something a little bit more surprising here. Pam is going to be a strong brawler for getting some control at mid, though Scrapsucker might not be the most useful versus some of the brawlers that Verite Lien have picked so far. Max probably can be upset a little bit by this. The tankiness is certainly here for Zeta Division 1, and Colette is banned out, so Verite Lien are going to have to think of something creative.
I like the Pam. Once you establish control, you can throw that turret high, and it also obviously deals damage, which means they can't push it behind the wall. So I think that's a pretty solid pick. Zeta Division 1 now having their last pick as well, and they have gone with the B that you recommended off the start. The Max is going to be pretty difficult to hit because of the movement speed, and also the Super, which increases the movement speed even further. But he is going to be able to exploit Blaze quite heavily on this Bonnie here, hitting shot after shot, just because of how slow her movement speed is, and that's kind of the name of the game would be. If the opposing brawler is slow, then you're going to be able to do well.
And it is a bit of a worrying pick for me also because we saw Moya Goku was having some struggles hitting those shots as Surge in set number 1. And now you have an even longer range brawler with pretty much slower shots as well that you need to be hitting at long range. Verite Lien are going to play pretty much the mirror matchup, go for an equally long range brawler, if not just a half tile shorter of range. But that's not too much of a consideration when you do have the speed on your side. Of course, you need to get that speed first in order to use it. And she was outranged by every single brawler on the enemy team. We also see nothing in close range to deal with Carl, really. Blaze does have an escape mechanism. Shu can dash away, but there's nothing to stun him outside of that super. So Verite Lien are going to be playing a pretty dangerous game here, a pretty cautious one as well. Shitetampo already with a flying hook up to mid, already getting some taps onto Melty as well. Moya Goku also farming some taps on the left side here versus a brawler that he outranges and outspeeds, especially as he can use those bushes to get his speed gear active.
It just seems to me like Verite and Lien just haven't got the brawlers to pair with the max. They haven't got those incredibly burst with speed and run at your opponent brawlers. They've got the sharpshooters. And if Shu wants to go in, he can anyway with his own super. So not the best combination in my opinion, but it seems to be working pretty well so far as Kenji falls low and Moyogaku did fall down over the left-hand side. They've established some good control and it doesn't seem to be stopping there as Melty's doing a great job in mid.
Yeah, this is getting kind of spicy, actually. Verite and Lien did a great job of pushing up on the right lane, especially look at the taps versus Kenji. They're incredibly consistent from Blaze. He shoots a shot and then immediately supers forward as well. And that's confidence right there that your shot is going to fully connect because you're double committing a normal shot and a super. This time it misses ZETA, actually, because he is a quite fast brawler, faster than Kenji at least. But it's not the end of the world either because Zeta Division 1 are being very cautious about stepping onto that point. We saw Melty with a bit of a latent phase shifter there to try and dodge out the damage from Moyogaku. ZETA also getting in close range versus Blaze. He will remain alive, actually. Shu also pushes up on the left side for the takedown onto Moyogaku. Melty trying to make stuff happen. Last phase shifter coming out, and he's solo 1v2. Blaze is going to roll up to the Brawl to try and make things happen, kind of splitting his attention between ZETA and Kenji, and so far it's looking quite successful as well. Blaze is hitting his shots very, very consistently. The one thing that's messing him up is ZETA getting in close range versus him, and with a missed damage amplifier, that might be quite costly because ZETA still does have another gadget, and here it comes.
Well, there it comes, and he falls low, but he does get a kill, and Moyogaku's cleaning up as well. The shots come through, and Zeta Division 1 stay alive in this game. Great shots, and now Zeta Division 1 completely in control. The mine does hit, though, and ZETA should fall down, but Blaze misses a couple of shots even when he's slowed, and there's only one tile of push that he can possibly be in. Zeta Division have taken the lead now. Shu has the super and needs to go aggressive at some point. Kenji's going to throw the turret mid, grabs a couple pops as well. He's holding it. He's waiting for the jump in so he can sap the ammo as he lands. They got 4% needed, and they might not be able to get it. Blaze is going to push through. ZETA's low on the top side as well. 28 seconds on the clock. He's got the kill, but now Verite and Lien are getting the percentage. They are ticking up. ZETA's going to slot on, but they're going to stay on, and they clutch the win with 100-98. What a comeback. Well, it was a good start and then a good end from Verite and Lien. The mid was very questionable, but what a win from them regardless.
And where have I seen this before? Because a similar thing happened in set number 1, but this is different. This is it's a different everything. And also this is a different Verite Lien than we've really seen in that first set. Blaze especially seems to pop off absolutely. With ZETA, he doesn't seem to be faced too much by the fact that he's faced versus almost an unknown enemy. ZETA is going to be using his movement in these back row of bushes as well to great success. And Melty and Shu are doing a phenomenal job also of making things happen at mid. ZETA will go down in close range. Moyogaku farms up a kill here as well. Melty gets a takedown onto the Honey Molasses. That's 1 of 3, but along the way, Zeta Division 1 have barely stepped onto this point. Melty's getting crazy dodges as well, only pushing further forward that lead.
Melty is just unkillable. He still hasn't gone down. He's just continuing to live. Jump comes in from Shu, but 60% secured. It's going to have to be a massive thing from Zeta Division. I don't care if I cast a curse him. He fully earned that death. Just take some time off. Come from spawners. I'm sure your thumb's going to be tired after all that wiggling and dodging. ZETA's going to walk over the mine. The mark's going to be connected onto him as well, so more damage coming in, but he still gets the takedown, and they're starting to tick the damage up. Very similar to the last game in that sense, as they're starting this massive comeback. As they were 60% down.
Oh, it's up to Blaze now to make something happen at long range. Here's a speed in as well. Shu can farm up some damage. He's running Wisdom Tooth as well for a bit of collateral damage. Not going to be hitting anything just yet. He does manage to take some damage onto that turret as well. Not going to be a kill onto Kenji either. And ZETA gets to walk on this point now, but he's fully visible and in range of Blaze, who can use that damage amplifier to great success. ZETA's already tagged up 1, 2, 3 shots on the assist, and Blaze will end up getting this kill. Shu, though, is getting bullied at long range by Moyogaku, and this is the clutch up that Zeta Division 1 needed so desperately. Blaze can get some decent damage, but Melty used his phase shifter so fast, it is going to come back to bite him, and it doesn't look like Verite Lien can really disrupt this control at mid. That percentage is ticking up to 100, and Zeta Division 1 are just 1 game away from going to the semifinals.
I mean, it was 61-8. That just shows how composed Zeta Division are in the face of defeat, because they brought it back from that and they only let them secure about another 18% or something like that on the zone in the rest of the game. And very similar to what happened in the first, but this time Zeta Division were able to close out the win after such a good comeback.
Well, once again, Melty's going to be setting up at mid, trying to get as good of dodges as he can. Really, Verite, Lien, especially Melty in particular, have done a great job of just walking on and off of that point to gradually get some percentage. Zeta Division 1 not as keen to use that strategy, as so far they've not really stepped on that point. Now taking up some percentage, here comes the speed from Melty. If he spaces out his phase shifters a little bit more than he did last time, then Verite and Lien can get some more prolonged control on this point. But the lane switch up for Zeta Division 1 is proving to be very, very successful so far. ZETA having much more success on that left side. Blaze getting attacked from numerous angles as well. A good tag onto KenG is going to make him so much less tanky, and the speed onto Shu is going to let him push up on the left side. Some serious damage coming in from ZETA. Here's the super in, and almost a kill onto Melty. Melty will actually get hit by that pickaxe on the return. Zeta Division 1 continue to lead this match.
Well, he gets the kill as well, and Zeta Division 1 don't seem to be letting up control anytime soon. Melty's going to fall down once more. Gadget pop from Shu. He has the super, but he can't jump in. There's just too much health in that zone for him to do anything. Now he goes in and might be able to do some of those scrap suckers there. KenG's going to place the turret to tank, and rightly so, as they're just ticking up percentage after percentage. And Moyogoku is not letting up this round side. Another scrap sucker, but a dash and a speed out from Melty allows him to stay alive, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Spin from ZETA just to soak up some damage. Wait, and they're going to get this one. 6% left. Zeta Division 1 secure it. But Verite, Lien, what a commendable performance. You don't see people rivaling Zeta Division like this every single day.
Seriously, they took 2 games off of Zeta 1, and there were even more promising games among those. And yeah, sip the drink, KenG. He's got to stay energized for the remaining matches too. Well done by Zeta Division 1, and across the way, well done by Verite Lien, taking a couple of games off of them. And some of those games were quite convincing. Some of them were reversed in the end by Zeta Division 1. But the scoreline really, it tells the whole story, I believe. A 2-0, it became very dominant in the end here for Zeta Division 1, and they deserve to go on to those semifinals, where they will end up facing Rising Sun. Another thing to consider is that Zeta 1 don't confirm their World Finals qualification, since Rising Sun did make it into the semifinals. So really, if Rising Sun are able to bring what it takes, then they could prevent Zeta 1 from going ahead and qualifying.
I'd honestly love to see it. I really want to see Rising Sun fighting for a spot for World Finals in these last monthlies, and it'd also be intriguing to see Zeta 1 having to do the same, coming back once again and fighting for their world spot, instead of kind of just having it, you know, pretty easily just by making the finals of a monthly. You want it a bit more difficult than that. 13 kills, 12 and 7 from the side of Zeta Division 1. And these statistics do look pretty dominant. And I don't think this reflects, once again, I don't think this reflects the opposite of what it was last time. I think it, you know, doesn't reflect the scoreline this time because Verite Lien looked more in the game than the statistics show.
Yeah, Verite and Lien were seriously looking on top of their game in that first one, and then in the second game as well, it really looked like they had it, but Zeta Division 1 tapped into something completely unexpected and started kind of playing at their, I guess, normal expected level as well. I would say it's quite likely that they're saving their energy for these upcoming matches. ZETA, the MVP as always, especially pulling through towards the end of that last set. The lane switch up, I believe, was pretty much the game-winning strat for Zeta Division 1, which is what we often see. Zeta Division 1, they switch things up throughout the set to try and see what is successful, but with that, it's chalked. That's Zeta Division 1 heading onto the semifinals.
And I do think they deserved it as well, you know. There's Zeta Division 1. You expect them to go in and completely walk over their opponents. It was definitely more of a fight than I think anybody in the audience expected, than we expected, and than what, you know, even Zeta expected as well, because they definitely put up a really solid fight that you just don't see every day against Zeta Division, and I'm intrigued to see if Rising Sun can really pull up an upset in the next round.
Me too, because we've seen them actually come quite close in the past. Actually, Rising Sun has managed to go to double match point versus Zeta Division 1, and that is that's an interesting thing to consider going forward. Maybe it'll happen once again, but I can guarantee you one thing at least, which is that Zeta Division 1 and Rising Sun Esports, their primary preparation for this monthly final has been dedicated to the semis and the grand finals. With that, though, that is going to conclude our first couple of quarterfinals. Fun action. We have our first semifinal locked in and a couple of more quarterfinals along the way. We'll catch you guys after a short break with the next two.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
All right, welcome back. A very quick break there to get a word in from our sponsors. But now we're back. Zeta Division 0 and Black Potato Soup going at it for third quarterfinal of the day. Black Potato Soup, an original name, some original brawlers as well. We'll touch on them in a moment, but our bracket has shaped up in a pretty interesting way, Trev.
It really has. Rising Sun starting the day off strong. Well, actually not so much against Fluffy. They did win 2-1, but looked a little bit underwhelming in my opinion. In Zeta Division 1, I don't think they looked underwhelming. I think Verite Lien looks quite good in that one, but Zeta Division did manage to take the win 2-0 anyway. Next up matches, we do have Zeta Division 0 versus Black Potato Soup, as you just said, and AtaruChanClub versus Rig South following up shortly after that.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how Zeta Division 0 perform in this upcoming matchup, because while they are playing versus a team that we haven't really seen in the past, I still am curious to see how they start ramping things up, because Zeta Division 0 is a team that I personally have been rooting for just a little bit to try and take down their sister team. So we'll see if that happens in the grand finals. If you want to make some predictions as to what exactly is going to be happening throughout the day, especially with the Zeta teams, Zeta Division 0 in particular for this matchup, make sure you head over to event.brawlstars.com and lock in your predictions. My prediction for this matchup is that Zeta Division 0 takes it, but Trav, I'm still looking forward to seeing what Black Potato Soup has to offer.
Yeah, and it's another one of those games as well that's going to be so influential when it comes to the grand scheme of qualifying for Worlds. Zeta Division 0 still haven't got their spot. They're sat in second place. They're more of a team at risk than what Zeta Division 1 are, and they've got Rising Sun hot on the heels, ready to play in the semifinals as well, looking for an upset there. So it is going to be a fairly close follow-up as in who's going to get the most points, and they're a team who really does need to work for them because they're not safe by any means.
And here comes the IRL Zeta Division pin to the pillow. I wonder if that's comfy. I considered getting one, actually, but Crew is going to be repping the Org 2 on cam today. One of the core players of this roster. Tensai also we sometimes see on cam too. Kind of the guy who brings it all together too, a very decorated player. This is a very decorated team in general. It's going to be very challenging for Black Potato Soup to bring up a similar performance as well. Kind of some new faces around here. Theta, Julius, and Zen all breaking into the scene with one of the most creative names that we've seen in the season so far, maybe with the exception of literally We Need Sponsor.
Yeah, I really like the name, to be honest. I'm not too familiar with the names of the players, I will say, but Black Potato Soup, what a team name that is. And although we don't have much to say about the achievements of the team or the players in general, at least we've got a really nice team name to shout out.
Yeah, well, I mean, considering the team names here and considering the things that are at stake, especially with getting that much closer to qualifying for Worlds, I think Zeta Division 0 is pretty hungry for this upcoming matchup. So we'll see if Black Potato Soup is able to offer some similar resistance to what we saw in the last matchup. It seems that by the predictions, 93-7. I don't know if I would rank it that huge of a discrepancy. Maybe actually 90 to 10%. That's my personal prediction. We'll see if Black Potato Soup really come out the gates with something unexpected, though, because Knockout, as far as all the modes considered in the current rotation go, can be one of the least consistent, actually, and is the most favorable to underdogs.
I'm not sure if I've seen a prediction that heavily swayed in BSC. That might be the highest I've seen. I'm not sure if you've seen any different, but that's pretty heavily in favor of Zeta Division 0 there, 93%. It's Carl, Ruffs, and Squeak banned out from the side of Zeta Division 0, and Black Potato Soup are going to get rid of Max, Janet, and Bonnie. First pick, which I think is pretty common when it's not banned, of that G.
Yeah, Choppy's going to be rocking the Genie here. They could also make it work with Max, but it has been banned out with by Black Potato Soup. We'll have to be able to get Gene into a good position as well to get that pull too, but it can't be too challenging, especially with the bushes frequently concealing your position and giving you some speed that can help you leverage that Gene pull. Here comes Theta, though, with that Bell pick for some longer range. Zen also breaking into the scene with a Penny, who recently did get a nerf, and it could be a little challenging to play when she doesn't have that turret, but still can get some good damage in close range if Zeta Division 0 decide to play something more close range. I wouldn't really say that's too likely because they don't have the last pick, and this is a knockout, but maybe Daryl could upset some people here. We will see Piper, and it looks like Zeta Division 0 is going to take a more long-ranged approach as well, but Black Potato Soup can still go for an upset here if they go for a final counter pick of something that thrives in close range.
Yeah, they really are going to have to, you know, I think a Max would be a solid last pick, but obviously it is going to be banned out of the way, and they're going to have to substitute something in other than that for the side of Black Potato Soup, because Zeta Division have really got to account for these aggressive plays right now. Yes, they've got the Gene with the Lamp Blowout. They may be able to take auto-aim with Piper as well, but you're always still going to be at a disadvantage when you've got these longer range brawlers. They may have to account for it. They go with bow, which I do kind of like. Obviously, you can throw these bow mines in the choke points and stuff like that, which is going to be extremely helpful, but I still think if something dangerous at close range does come in, you know, possibly even a Fang or something like that, then they could be a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, and it does appear that Carl has been banned out too, which would typically counter the heck out of Kuru and Tensai. A Choppy is a concern for that brawler, but I mean, that's all right out the window because Carl isn't here. Tick, actually, as the final brawler from Black Potato Soup. They're going to play it safe here and maybe just try and win that mid-fight with some outrange. It does look like Zen might struggle a little bit, though. Once again, they're somehow going to have to get Zen his turret because recently Penny has gotten nerfed once again. So once she gets that turret, they can actually get some good success with Theta and Julius because you have two very control-based brawlers here in the form of Penny and Tick, and then Bell can line up some of these long-range shots. Something tells me, though, that Zeta Division 0 won't be afraid to play this one really aggressive considering their brawler choice.
I mean, that's just kind of the name of the game with Zeta Division, really. Either one of the teams just loves to play really, really aggressive, and I think that's a real good thing to have, especially against these lesser-known teams. You have to come in very confident and really show your dominance early on.
Look at the strat here so far, actually. Kuru appears to be using vision gear so that Tensai can see his targets in those bushes. And that's one of the things that, unfortunately, we don't really get to see on the broadcast is actually vision gear being active. But Zeta Division 0 definitely are using this into great success as well. Super fast ending to that very first round. Black Potato Soup don't have any supers to speak of. They need to switch up the strategy in this next round so that this game doesn't end extremely quickly. So far, Julie's taking some serious damage. Good taps on a Tensai and great dodges as well. He is going to have to retreat. Tensai almost gets tagged up by that last gadget shot from Zen too, but Zeta Division 0 are able to come back and heal up as well. A super for Theta running right up on Tensai. A super out. Kuru is left high and dry. There's the kill from Zen, and now it's a 3v2.
Yeah, nice tick head there, and obviously he had wasted a lot of ammo as well, so it's a great position and timing to place it down. And with the Charpe marked up, this is looking increasingly worse for Zeta Division 0. He does go down, and he also wasted those mines as well. Julius should be able to bait those out quite nicely. Tensai gets his super. Doesn't really want to feed too many others, but has to at the end of the day because the zone's nowhere to be seen, and he's pretty much in the middle of the map.
Tensai going to break open these walls, showing, yeah, Brock is not the only one who can fulfill that duty. Kuru, though, is going to lose a good amount of his bushes, but it looks like with how much Black Potato Soup is backing up, is not going to be able to use them much anyway. A Choppy also getting some good long-range damage, clipping those walls versus Penny. We'll see Tensai narrowly avoid that damage from Zen, too. They're the Vengeful Spirits from Kuru also getting a little more damage. Theta is probably going to be the most challenging brawler to push here, actually. And if Kuru tries to pull him, they ZETA does have a defense mechanism. He can drop down that tick super. He's just going to have to be quick on the reactions. So far, ZETA Vision Zero playing this one very, very safe. They can't afford to concede a kill at the beginning of the game like they did in the last round. And so far, it's looking quite even across the board. Tensai can use a gadget or something to get Zen kill confirmation at long range. We'll see Theta very low on health. Good pull from Kuru. Now it's a 3v2.
Kuru is just juking up the map and manages to make it all the way as well. Still not gone down, and the pinch is there. ZETA Division Zero going to take the first game. Really nice plays from them. Very, very solid towards the end. Looked a little bit sketchy throughout, I will say. They came out the gate strong, absolutely destroyed their opposition in the first round, but then looked pretty bad and came back strong in the last one again, just to prove their worth once more.
And in some ways, this is very ZETA Division Zero oriented, very ZETA Division Zero biased. But ZETA Zero, I feel like they kind of test out how exactly hard do I need to try in this matchup. And come round number 2, they did play a little bit sloppier. And then round 3, it was back to a good old ZETA Division Zero, actually. So Black Potato Soup can still catch them off guard in those moments. They have to absolutely capitalize on the moments where ZETA Division Zero lets their guard down. But having lost a single round and already having lost Tensai, ZETA Zero really need to get their heads in the game. Black Potato Soup do find themselves in a 2v2, though. They just might struggle in these close-range skirmishes, especially with Theta being the last brawler alive now. Choppy will be taken down in close range. Kuru has to go extremely aggressive on this push. As long as Theta is able to use these walls to great success, he can still get a kill onto Kuru, but it's very challenging to do his tick.
It might just be worth Kuru just juking this one, waiting it out for the gas to just push him into a favorable position where he can take advantage of it. But at the same time, he needs to ensure that he's not going to be pushed back himself. Now starting to go aggressive gadget pops well, and obviously because he pops that, he doesn't have the knockback, and he does go down to Kuru, who gets his super along the way as well.
Definitely good mechanics across the way, though, by Tick. Only problem is that Kuru got fed his super in the process. Yeah, there's the obey pin coming up too. Even when they have their own pin, they choose to rep a different org just for the lulz. And that's the great kind of attitude that we see from ZETA Division Zero. Have some fun with it, but this might also be a moment where Black Potato Soup can catch them lacking, and that is exactly what has just happened. Kuru gets taken down quite early, and Zen now might have an opportunity to make this happen in long range, especially since ZETA Division Zero are going to get pushed back pretty hard because they no longer have that pressure of the imminent gene pull.
Too busy throwing up pins to be able to focus on the gameplay, I think, and now Tensai going forward for some shots, doesn't manage to get the finish off though, and still a 3v2 situation. It's entirely winnable for ZETA Division Zero as well, but they need to get a pretty early takedown from now, and Tensai looking to try and make something like that happen. Jump comes in, wall's going to be broken down, and now Zen, they get the pinch off, but Sharpie can't quite get the finish. The salty barrel goes down as well, and Tensai's picked up Zen instead. They do have the tick head, which is going to be coming in now. Tensai trying to get the shots off. Bone Mine's going to be placed, forcing him into a tough position. Gets the takedown, but Theta's there. Can he get the double? Oh, those mines are about to get 2, but he does go down. Tensai just gets it on the landing, and they secure the first set.
Swing and a miss ×2, actually, because I was so close with that mine at the end, and especially Penny having that salty barrel ready for some huge piercing damage, just was not able to get that shot reloaded and fired off in time. But the scoreline stands. ZETA Division Zero with a dominating 2-0 in this very first set. Some rounds going either way, but that's sort of the way that knockout goes in general. Really, the unexpected thing here is seeing not really a win across the way, actually, for Black Potato Soup, because recall, historically, knockout is seriously a mode that can go either way, and we'll reflect kind of on the gameplay and some of these replays to analyze that further. ZETA Division Zero, they got a very good start in game number 1. Black Potato Soup brought it back in that second round, and ZETA Division Zero were back to their normal selves in that very next round. Theta had an interesting 1v1 versus Kuru as well. Could have gotten some serious damage there towards the end too, but ended up giving a super across the way. Black Potato Soup, here is the final showdown, actually, and a couple of very close scenarios almost led them to victory in the single round.
Yeah, I'm sure I was going to get both of them if he didn't die and it landed on them and didn't get a kill in time, but Julius sitting with 0 kills, and I mean, that's just not a statistic you want in a game mode like Knockout where everything relies on kills. 5, 5, and 2 from Zeta Division. Statistics that you do want to see, whereas Zeta and Zen, Theta and Zen, sorry, get 2 and 4. Not the end of the world for Black Potato Soup. They still do have a couple of sets where they can try to come back, but in my eyes, maybe Zeta Division weren't even fully focused, and it still seemed extremely dominant.
Well, Canal Grande is one of those maps where you might want to lose the coin flip to get that final pick, and this is the ideal scenario, in my opinion, for Black Potato Soup, because tanks are really the X factor on this map, and drafting them later is 100% better. But we'll see what the bans are, actually, and whether that is going to lead us into a scenario where tanks are actually viable. I think Gale is going to be one of the more important bans here. We'll see Black Potato Soup actually opt for that. In fact, whoa, okay, they're going to ban all the most prominent tank counters in the meta currently and go ahead and go with the Poco. Zeta Division 0 aren't going to really be pressed too hard to find another decent counter to tanks. Here's Ems, for example, but it looks like Black Potato Soup were kind of cooking up the idea of running Poco and a tank, but Zeta Division 0 are going to shut that down as soon as they can by getting some ideas of tank counters. They still do, mind you, have that last pick, which they can use to get a tank of their own.
Like I say, they don't want to overcompensate, I think, too early, though, because they can just completely switch route. As you mentioned earlier, Poco can pretty much be used in a very similar way to Sandy in terms of damage, and still has the heals for brawlers that don't even have to be tanks. They're going to go with the Colette, and they are going to compensate pretty heavily for the tanks that they might be going in. And it wouldn't surprise me if Black Potato Soup just completely changed route now and just use Poco as that damage dealer that it can be nowadays.
They say 3 is a magic number, and in this case it is, because Black Potato Soup with 3 bans weren't able to get rid of all the tank counters and weren't able to enforce this sort of this sort of wacky kind of tank action meta, because Zeta Division 0 have fired away with a couple of tank counters of their own. Ems might struggle a little bit here if she does end up getting outranged. I hope this isn't Zeta Division 0 overcompensating. Black Potato Soup might be able to punish them with the penny. We didn't see it being immensely successful in that very first set, but it's a brand new mode and a brand new play style too. Another thing to consider is how are they going to be able to get that blue star off the beginning of the match. If Julius is running Tuning Fork, he might be able to tank it up mid too, but Zeta Division 0 still have one more option to go for, and the only real quote tank counter that I see on Black Potato Soup is going to be Penny. So their options are actually pretty open in terms of what they can go for. Squeak is going to be the final selection, and that's a brawler that would be very vulnerable versus close range brawlers, brawlers with high mobility as well. And in this case, it's simply going to be good for locking down control of lanes, of which there are only 2 on this map.
Yeah, they did exactly what I thought they were going to do. They just changed routes completely, and Zeta Division overcompensated for the tanks, and now not even taking a tank themselves maybe seems a little bit unusual, but I think they're going to be relatively fine. They're going to have to focus pretty heavily on that Poco with those 2 tank counters they did take, and have Kuru do the majority of the work with the other 2, as it can be quite difficult, I feel.
Well, some good area control at mid is going to give Zeta Division 0 that blue star with little taken in form of damage. Theta also having to stay at range. It does appear that Black Potato Soup has the range advantage. Zen can also scout out these bushes using the vision gear. He has vision on a choppy right now. Here comes the residue from Kuru as well, which is going to pretty much split this mid lane, if you will, this horizontal lane across mid in 2 for a short time. But Zeta Division 0 don't pick up too much ground off of it, and they only have 1 super, which is going to be 10 size. Really, the task here for Black Potato Soup is to get a single kill, and if Zen can use that speed gear to maximum advantage and get some decent vision as well, Theta could help him confirm the kill. Julius would actually be the best brawler to combo with if they find themselves in that situation, but we're a minute deep and still 0 kills.
They're relying extremely heavily on this pull being an extremely good one at this point, because it's going to be very difficult to actually get a kill if they don't manage to do this, just because of how hard they're spamming this mid. They're throwing residues down. There's the pull. It comes in and they get the takedown. 2-1. Now as they take the lead, Theta's taking heavy shots though. Squeak Super comes in. It only connects with Zen, who's going to be in pretty safe stance. Now Super comes in from 10 side though. Gadget pops as well, and M swoops through. Not going to use the super as they do take the lead and want to preserve it for a later stage.
Search and destroy from Zeta Vision Zero. They located the target of Poco and they took him down. And now Black Potato Soup find themselves on defense. Actually, a huge turnaround from what we saw earlier. Theta gets comboed out in close range. Tensai also picks up a kill. Here is the spitting, and here is the Zeta pin coming up too. Black Potato Soup have been pushed all the way back. They do get fed 1 kill at the end, but it is hardly a necessary sacrifice either, just something that they can afford for the fun of it. Zeta Vision Zero now find themselves at match point, though I will say that was very, very close to a victory for Black Potato Soup. If they had managed to hold on to that position, protect Poco just a little bit more, then that could have been a win in the bag for them, and they would have protected themselves from that match point. Now, though, they actually go a lot more aggressive and immediately get punished. Zeta Vision Zero doesn't want to break form on the left side just yet, though. They might wait for an opportunity, might wait for Zen to get a little bit over-aggressive on the Gene pull to try and get some kills. Otherwise, though, they're perfectly fine getting absolutely 0 kills because they have the lead.
Residue place, not really doing too much in that position, I will say, but Theta still down this bomb side, unable to do anything at all throughout the entire game, but needs to make a play when the Gene pull comes in, or when they have to regress, they're going to need those heals from him. But until that point, it's just going to be stalemate, side to side, west to east, and it's Zeta Division who are going to come out on top if nothing happens because of how decisive that blue star can be, especially when Black Potato Soup just do not aggress or try to pinch from the bottom or the top. It's just side to side constantly.
Well, Black Potato Soup can take this back because they've waited long enough, and here comes Zen. He has his super, so if the team heals up as a collective, then they can make this happen. Kurud's a bit of a mystery. Does he have another gadget left to use to try and slow things down? He's sticking very close to this wall, so it's hard to tell, but it does seem like he's used numerous so far. This could be number 3. Max range pull coming in, not going to make contact with anyone. Screeching Solo could help out Theta, but he does get caught at the end of the range of a choppy, and with 20 seconds left, Zeta Vision Zero have plenty of ground that they can back up upon to stay away from Black Potato Soup. The aggression is going to have to come in, though. This is a last-ditch effort. 10 seconds left on the clock. Tensai trying to stay as defensive as he can. Big push in. We got to see some action. A choppy slowing down everyone. It might be a team kill. We got to see some damage. A cycled super for a choppy, too. And Zeta Division Zero have done it. A clean 4-0 victory to cement their place in the semifinals.
Definitely the cleanest victory of today. Zeta Division 1 looking extremely good and move on to the semi-finals and guarantee themselves those much needed points as they're thriving, trying to get forwards to those world finals spots, which they are currently in, but Rising Sun, as I've mentioned, very close behind them at the moment and need to progress further through this bracket to really guarantee themselves their spot. But at the end of the day, I think this was very good from them. There really was no fight back at all from Black Potato Soup, and where I was a little bit worried about them overcompensating for those tanks coming in, followed by the Poco, they made up for it by taking advantage of the Poco just as much as they needed to.
No doubt, this was very well played by Zeta Division Zero when it came to taking things back, and the pressure was seriously laid on thick and fast, especially onto Poco. And this was a matchup that they were pretty much slated not to win as soon as that blue star went across the way, because their comp relied in large ways on playing into an aggressive comp because they leaned so much into the anti-tank strategy. This is not the usual match, not the usual set that we would see on Canal Grande in terms of what the picks are and what the bans are as well, and Zeta Zero did not disappoint. I will say, though, I might have expected a little more from Black Potato Soup, but that's probably just because we were coming off the back of a good performance from Verite, Lien. No surprises here either. The MVP is going to be Tensai, getting some decent DPS in there. All things considered, there was not a whole lot of action throughout that last set, and mustering nearly 200 DPS is still going to be a decent achievement, at least in terms of getting some area control. 0 kills, 2 deaths, though. I can't say that is the typical MVP stats that we would see, but this was not a typical set of Canal Grande either.
Yeah, you know, it's a disappointing statistics to see the MVP have, but he did play much better in that first set, dying 2 times in this kind of matchup's really not too upsetting for him. Yes, he got pulled, had to put himself in unfavorable positions to be able to guarantee them the win. And at the end of the day, you know, his first set performance made up for it.
I completely agree, and I can't wait to see what he's going to be putting out there on the battlefield in the later matches, because ZETA Division 0 is locked in for those semifinals, which closes things even in further for that potential qualification of either of the ZETA teams. But we still got to find them a challenger. AtaruChanClub and RIG South are coming up, and there's some familiar faces on both sides of these teams. We've seen them in previous monthly finals, one of them being formerly Blood Diamond, coached by the one and only Hage God. And if you're not familiar, his real name is Hagego. He's just pretty much a very well-decorated player in the Brawl Stars Hall of Fame. AtaruChanClub, though, their members, if you're new to the region, Mameshi, Milkrio, and Minmi, all very decorated players. Mameshi also being a world finalist, Milkrio and Minmi still topping the leaderboards throughout the last season and having some struggles this season too. We will see Milkrio on the cams this time. He seems to be excited and happy for this upcoming matchup. Best of luck to AtaruChanClub in this upcoming match.
You know, I've loved Blood Diamond. I've always stuck by them. Ark has given me some stick the past few months because they weren't succeeding, and then I still had faith in them through my predictions, and that has not ended. I'm still going for AtaruChanClub in this one. Regardless of the name change, the players still remain the same, and I remain having faith in them, I'd say, and it looks like you have through those predictions as well, and I think it's rightly so. They're a very solid team. They've just had some really tough months prior to these ones, and I think they're definitely gonna bounce back a little bit more in these next 2 monthly finals.
Yeah, in the past I did put my faith in, you know, in Blood Diamond, the BD. This time you're going to have to spam AC in chat if you want to support AtaruChanClub. Across the way, though, RIG South, we did see them last month. Molmeko, Meow, and Latmaris, they had some struggles in the last monthly finals, in the ones that they have appeared in general. But this time facing versus AtaruChanClub instead of the typical Rising Sun or either of the ZETA teams, I think that they can give us a pretty good show versus AtaruChanClub. Though, of course, the big what ifs are what has been happening over the last month for both of these teams, how they've been preparing, and how can they leverage this new meta to fall in their favor, because we've seen some successes and we've seen some failures, in particular with Poco, who seems to be pretty much the center focus of this recent meta. So we pretty much just have to guess, or at least wait and see what sort of strategies are going to emerge here between these two teams to give them that edge and hopefully advance their names up in the Brawl Stars Hall of Fame in this region. But that match is going to be kicking off pretty soon here. As far as predictions, once more, I put my faith in former BD, now AC AtaruChanClub. Trav, I'm curious to hear your thoughts too.
No, I went with the same. My faith with them remains, even through the name change. It's just Rig South, you know, I think they'll be a solid opponent for them, and they may even be able to get an upset. But in terms of predictions, I think you've got to go with, you know, the team who's just more decorated, who has those more achievements, and the players you're more familiar with. And yes, they've been playing pretty much all year together. They had the addition of, I believe it was Milkrio a little bit later on in the season, but that slot in and that change really did catapult them forward quite a lot and give them those improvements. And I think they'll have worked enough on their team play to be at an even higher level now.
Yeah, once again, just to reiterate, this is a very decorated roster. Milkrio is a key addition. Mameshi, to say this again too, is a world finalist from last year. He's got his name in the Rise Up to the Top song. He is immortalized in Brawl Stars history. But see, that alone is not enough to get you a victory here. You still got to play on the same level playing field as everyone else. And versus RIG, a 61% to 39% prediction ratio, actually. This one is a lot closer than we've seen in those previous matches, and I couldn't agree more. I think this one is going to be the closest match that we will see throughout the entirety of those quarterfinals. It'll be kicking off on Dueling Beetles as well. And this map has been affected hugely by these balance changes. Poco is one to look out for, so is Penny. I wouldn't be shocked if they are banned either. We will see the Penny ban across the way for RIG South, and they get that first pick. It looks like they are being quite cautious about what that last pick could be from AtaruChanClub, and here comes the Poco.
You got to be quite scared of it. I think as the lesser known team and the less accomplished team, RIG South having that Poco is going to really give them better chances, I would say, in terms of who's going to be taking that brawler. If you are the underdog, I think that's the way to go. B going to be picked as a counter pick, playing the range game from the side of Milkrio. And we're just having word as well. Someone did just ban Sam. So this is why we've got the blank. This is why we've got the blank ban. Sam is the ban, even though it is banned out throughout the entire day anyway. Mameshi is going to go with the Griff, and you can see already compensating very hard for that Poco pick.
Yeah, at some point, if you're going to ban Sam, I mean, you could also just go ahead and throw away the ban on Shelly, but who knows? Maybe they plan on running it or something. Mameshi is going to be playing sort of a shotgun brawler as well. He does have those coins that he can shoot out and get loads of damage at close range. He can also clear out large areas with his super, especially at the edge of his range. He's going to have huge damage. I'm so mystified as to what is so funny for Milkrio. Maybe they're still laughing about the fact that they did ban Sam, and that it's not showing up, but RIG South do appear to be taking this pretty seriously on the complete opposite sort of attitude. Their fifth pick, they got a combo up with the Poco and the Bell, and they have to acknowledge the existence of these hard tank counters. Nonetheless, they will be running Carl, who's more likely, I think, to be trying to play this at long range. It is a bit curious, though. If anything, he does have some good survivability on that point if he decides to use his super and get that additional speed. He can also use his gadget to clutch up at mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a complete breakup from the side of AtaruChan just because of the Poco. They obviously have kind of recompensated with the Bell and Carl trying to get in with Flying Hook and get the damage or range from Bell. I like this from AtaruChan once more. They've gone with the Colette to counter both Poco and Carl, and I think that's a very solid pick to pair along with the brawls they've already got.
And Colette is one that we've seen struggle just a bit versus Poco, but I don't think that that's going to be happening too much, considering that there are two other tank counters to be considering here. Another thing to be keeping in the back of your head is that Mameshi is probably going to be breaking open these walls with his piggy banks as soon as he can, which is going to make it so much more challenging for RIG South to push in. They'll get outranged at numerous situations, and Minmi also is going to be able to keep things at long range as well, throwing up that World Finals pin as well, just to flex on the enemy team too. Though RIG South have taken that initial control, actually. Lap Morris immediately popping that gadget to keep himself alive. Here come the wall breaks, and actually the wall breaks are going to be on the side of AtaruChanClub, which means that they don't really value those walls too much. They know that they need some open space to make these long-range brawlers work, and Milkrio gets a great tap, huge prediction onto the position of Lap Morris, and Lap Morris is going to have to pay the price. In the absence of this support, RIG South are taking some major hits, and they are going to lose that advantage that they had on the capture percentage on this hot zone.
Already taken back now, though, and in comes Mol Neko. I mean, everybody's got such similar names here. I'm getting my tongues tied. Everybody's beginning with M. Great stuff, though, from AtaruChanClub. Gets all of the takedowns, three-piece, and another break comes in from Memmi here. Milkrio has the slow. They've got the super from Memmi and Mameshi as well, and all-out control from their side. It's looking extremely good, and no signs of life, really, from RIG South now.
Meow might be able to get a flank around the right side, though. Big damage onto Meow. Mameshi does get taken down in response, though. A great return shot from him. Lap Morris also remains alive after a huge piece of damage from Milkrio. Some good taps on both Minmi and Milkrio, but Meow still is keeping them at bay. Mameshi seeks a good opportunity on that left side. Good damage onto Milkrio, but he remains alive once again, and this might be the final opportunity for a push for RIG South. Honey Molasses down. It's going to mean that Meow has to run this up mid instead. instead. Very little wall peak potential for him. Do you see the takedown from Molneko? Last-ditch effort, trying to super in here. He's running protective pirouette, trying to make it happen in close range into 3 tank counters, and it's just not going to work. But you got to hand it to RIG South for getting nearly 50% captured versus this hard countered team. And yes, also, Trev, I gotta second what you said. There is an M for every single brawler. The only exception is Lap Morris, who still begins with an M. That's still Morris. You got Mameshi, Menmi, Milkrio, Molneko, Morris, and Meow.
I have no clue how you've just spoken through all of those names without stopping up. I mean, that's an achievement in itself. And can we just have some differentiation of names in the East Asia region, please? Because it's really hard to cast over everybody starting with M, as we've already said. But once more, a great start from RIG South. But it's the same as the last game. They had an amazing start, and then it all fell to pieces once the walls got broken up. But this one definitely seems a little bit better. Miss super from the Meshi, and Lap Morris gets the kill as well.
Yeah, well, we do have a differentiation, at least in the gameplay this time, because Minmi is struggling a little bit. He will, though, get that super chained up. That Morris also pops that final tuning fork, and hopefully it's not the final, at least from his perspective, not the final time that he will need one. RIG South have managed to almost get 80% captured before AtaruChanClub get to take their first baby steps onto this point, but they're already setting up in powerful positions respectively. Milkrio has a super at his disposal. He's going to be taking some serious damage, getting tapped hugely by Meow as well. Here comes the heal in from Lap Morris, a great kill by Mameshi, and the screeching solo kill from Lap Morris. This one's in the bag for RIG South. The spins and the BM spray on the ground. I think a Protesto would be the perfect way to season this one to end things off. We don't see it, but still, leave it all out there on the field with some good gameplay. Constancy is what is on Molneko's shirt, and I believe that's pretty much the name of the game. Get some consistent gameplay, get some consistent persistence on that point. That is the key to success.
I mean, I think we can just show how dominant it was just by the fact that their home walls weren't even broken up fully. Even at the end of the game, Menmi had not destroyed that front left wall. And they just weren't able to push up in a position to be able to do so and take advantage of that. Mameshi going to use his super now, and Gadget as well, still gets taken down by Molneko using his super there. He has cycled it as well. Menmi throwing out another super. They do get the takedown, but no real progression up the map because of it.
Mameshi might be able to come around this left side. Does get taken down in the midst of his gotcha gadget. Menmi will make a last-ditch effort and try and break open this wall. It's not chalked just yet, but this is looking like a total repeat of the last game. A takedown to Molneko will spice things up just a little bit. One nest egg has been tripped. Down goes Menmi as well. Mameshi is slowed. He can get some healing with gotcha, and it looks like he will stay alive just for a moment longer. Milkrio also farming up some good taps on a Molneko. There's the kill too, but still, RIG South continue to count up the percentage on this point. Down goes Lap Morris, 68% captured so far. There are not many mistakes left that AtaruChanClub can make. Here comes the last piggy bank too. Some decent damage with that super from Menmi, but Molneko remains alive. And AtaruChanClub have a lot of catch up to do and not really a whole lot of firepower to make it happen with.
I think it's possible. Mark is available on Mameshi though. Menmi just throwing out super and not getting any connections. Molneko still saying passive. Lap Morris pushing up mid once more. Shots come through. Super hits and Colette gonna get the kill. Lap Morris only one remaining as Meow falls to Milkrio as well. And this is the comeback of dreams for AtaruChan. Molneko over aggressing just once more. Trying to come in, but he gets the kill as the super comes in from the Meshi with the mark. 2% in it now. And AC just managed to carry on. Not gonna fall down just yet and take a 10% lead.
Well, Menmi did use that super just a moment ago. He won't be able to get it back for a moment here, and hopefully that is not too costly for him. Just a few more percentages for AtaruChanClub to get here. Milkrio and Mameshi look relatively healthy. Big dodges as well from Mameshi. Meow gets that shot in on the return fire. He has to keep Menmi back. Only 3% is needed to get this last bit of capture, and AtaruChanClub can make it happen. They come out from completely behind, and RIG South, despite their best efforts, will be getting taken down in the very first set, though it is still a 2v1, a 2-1 score line. And honestly, this was a very, very even set. And I gotta hand it to the chatters and the people watching on the event platform for the predictions, because so far the predictions are proven to be pretty accurate.
it looks a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a walkover for AtaruChanClub, to be honest, and it's just not. There's nowhere near that. They might have even had the counter comp. Well, they definitely had the counter comp with the long-range brawlers, the tank counters, and also them just having Poco against like B, Griff, and Colette. It's just not a matchup you should be winning, and they still managed to win 1 and almost 2 is definitely something that they need to be scared of moving forward, because they might have won this set, but they're not going to win another set if they play the same as they did with that, if they don't get the matchup once again.
And let's also acknowledge the kind of brawlers that they play. They played 3 tank counters, and there were still some mistakes made. Mistakes made on both sides. Let's keep it real here. But AtaruChanClub did have some moments where they threw out some slows, they threw out some supers in terms of Minmi and Milkrio, and just weren't able to profit off of that. We see Minmi get a near miss on that super from, or rather, Mameshi getting a missed super there towards the end as well. And while it's not the end of the world, especially as the game was just ending and they're probably exhausting their abilities as a celebration, these are still kind of misplays that we don't want to see going forward, at least speaking for the AtaruChanClub fan base out there. RIG South, though, for the fans of RIG, it's not over just yet either. This is a very convincing performance from them, and set 3 is looking very realistic. Taking a look at the stat comparison too, though, Milkrio really steals the show. 11 kills is just unmatched.
Much better from AtaruChan there, and this is why they won. They just got more kills. Yes, RIG South may have been able to stay on the zone longer because they have more base HP, they have more consistency, and the ability to get on the zone's a lot simpler. But AtaruChan at the end of the day got so many more kills. It's just a vast amount more that you can't compensate with the amount of HP that they did have. Minecart Madness is going to be the map up next, and although it is kind of universally hated amongst pro players, as a caster, I kind of enjoy it to watch.
I think everyone who watches, whether it's like as a job or whether it's just as a fan, loves watching this map, unless, of course, your favorite team is getting diffed by the minecart at the beginning. I guess make some noise for who you want to get those mushrooms off at the beginning of the game, and we'll see how it turns out. You gotta be cautious. If that minecart starts heading to your side off the beginning of the game, that is bad news. You're gonna lose that introductory sort of interaction as well, and you'll have to fight the hard way to get mid back. But if you have the metal and you have the mechanics to make it work, then it's not the end of the world just yet. You still gotta be cautious about not letting that minecart run over you. Otherwise, you're gonna end up in a compilation where people point and laugh at you, but some people will sympathize you, but I will be pointing and laughing. Anyway, Milkrio picking up the stew to boot is a very, very solid mid, very solid lane brawler too, which is gonna be a great first pick. It's gonna be very versatile to play as and to play along with. RIG South immediately going for the Gene Max combo, and this is looking very, very powerful for them. AtaruChanClub have a few ways that they can respond, but in any case, it's going to be hard to top this combo.
It is literally the combo in the game. Gene Max is something that is very hard to stand up to no matter what you take after this. But Milkrio, I like the first pick. I like the stew. I think it's going to be extremely solid long lane. They're going to go with Griff once again and try break up some of the map. I'm not 100% sure about that pick. I don't feel like it's going to be especially good against Gene and Max. But they've clearly got some kind of faith in it.
It would be kind of hilarious if RIG South decided to cap this off with a Sandy, bringing us back to that early 2021 meta. Of course, that sort of composition was invented by this region. It would be a nice sort of blast to the past, though it is quite unlikely unless AtaruChanClub decide to play something that is countered out. And here comes Byron, who's going to get some long-range healing more than likely, especially onto Milkrio, who might be more difficult to track, but still could use that healing when he's at a distance. RIG South still have a couple of routes that they can go down. I think that Latmaris is actually going to have a pretty successful game here as well, because it's less than likely that Milkrio will be running Speed Zone here, which means that practically everyone on AtaruChanClub is open to being pulled here. And who better to cap this off, actually, than Colonel Ruffs? This is, once again, kind of a blast to the past in terms of the definitive comp to go in this region, or even around the world, actually. This is so solid. There are numerous synergies between all of these brawlers. Really, the only thing that can shut them down is if Mameshi gets some, I guess, consistent supers onto those, like, onto the brawlers, and also gets the sandbags in the same go. This is, I think, pretty much a comp victory for RIG South. But as with all things, it is going to come down to execution. And surprisingly, actually, Minmi is going to be running Speed Zone, actually, which is quite surprising considering that Breakthrough now gives you a free super with that last patch, actually. But it is going to be good for allowing some better control at mid, if anything, and it can block the super from G.
Well, much better start than I thought it would be for AtaruChanClub, because I'm 100% in agreement with you. Rig South have 100% got a better comp here. Surprising for me to see that Max is playing the mid and Gene playing the lane. It's just a little bit unusual once again. We saw it on Backyard Bowl earlier. It must be something that this region likes, but good shots from Milkro, gadget hits, and pretty much negated though by Meow's heals with those magic buffs. And Memi just pushing down this right-hand side lane. We got the breakup as well from the Griff gadget there, and he does clean up the left-hand side as well. Once again, gets some shots off, hits the gadget, but instant takedowns from Meow and Mol Neko.
And a missed pull too, but here comes the lane switch, if anything. Minmi does get the switch onto the left lane though. Latmaris desperately needs to get on the lane versus Stu. That way he can block off the shots with those sandbags. Here comes the speed zone drop down to give some assistance to teammates to speed them up. Minmi getting super aggressive. There's a lane switch that we've been waiting to see. Latmaris is out of sandbags though, and Minmi pretty much exterminates them, and the minecart gives a little bit of assistance to Molneko getting extremely aggressive too. Meow will be able to pick up these gems, but not all of them, and Minmi and Memeshi are just zooming around to bring all of these back. Countdown is active for AtaruChanClub, but Milkrio is left high and dry on that left side. Minmi can also get taken down. Wall break active too. Down goes Minmi. It's absolute pandemonium. Here's the kill and the pull from Meow. Molneko has no outlet here. He has to dodge out the shots from Milkrio, and he will be able to take this final one too. RIG South have the gems that they need to keep this countdown going, and the minecart is going to circle around, blocking off any possible assault. RIG South have the gap on AtaruChanClub, and it looks like they do have this game victory as well. Wow, I'm not even sure what to make of this. The comp 110%, I believe, was in favor of RIG South, but the outplay was on the side of AtaruChanClub.
But they still walk home with it. At the end of the day, they did play better at AtaruChanClub, but Rig South managed to win it. And it's just those turnarounds that we've been seeing so often in this monthly final that are the real changing turning points of these games, because you can be completely dominant throughout the game and still lose. It's just an absolute marvel to see in these games. And you know, that time it was a mistake of Milkro. It was 100% out of position, and it's just a mistake being made.
Well, Minmi is going to be matched up on the lane versus Latmaris. Big value by Memeshi on that super. He does end up getting taken down. Minmi also follows up with a kill on the left side. Great use of the sandbags by Latmaris. I believe that's number 2. He gets taken down in turn as well. And here comes the minecart ahead of the way of RIG South. They're going to have to play very, very cautiously because it doesn't look like Latmaris is going to make it through. It's going to be Molneko and Meow solo on this left side. They're going to actually try and escape behind the minecart, blocking off the push in from Minmi. There's a speed zone to block off a little bit more damage. He seems so desperate to stay on offense, but for what? They just need a couple of gems here. If they just maintain control of mid, then they do have that. Here's a speed plus the pull available to Meow, but he does decide to double back and play a little bit more defensively. There is the last set of sandbags used by Latmaris, and Minmi once again is able to weather the storm. He survives this interaction, especially with the help of Milkrio. It is infinitely possible. Meow has the pull. He can go for the pull versus Memeshi. He's got to be careful to make sure he makes contact this time. There's the pull, a 3v2. Minmi is popping off, getting loads and loads of damage, but he needs this super. Now, minecart headed the way of AtaruChanClub. It doesn't clear the way for this next gem, though.
If you can stay aggressive, why not do just that? And it seems to be working. They have 9 in the bank, 6 in the hands of Rig South. There comes the 10th. The countdown starts for AtaruChan, but they made mistakes last time. The minecart is now going to be going towards Rig South, so that's something that you don't have to worry about. But the comeback potential is still there. They've got the speed, they've got the pull. He just needs to go. 6 seconds left. I'm not sure why he didn't pop that earlier. Meow has the pull, but now there's just not enough time to bring this back. Max trying to get some shots down, but the heals are there from Milkrio, and AtaruChanClub are going to be heading towards match point.
That hurts, and really that entire delayed push came down to, I believe, a Griff super, which dealt massive damage to Gene, who would no doubt be focused down as a game changer and also as the brawler probably leading that charge. Some good positioning also from AtaruChanClub made sure that those gem carriers were out of reach. And Rig South once again are going to be going for pretty much the same lane lineup. This time, Let Maris, though, will be paired versus Mimi. He has those sandbags at his disposal. It's just going to be challenging to get good value off of them when a minecart can swoop through and take them down. Now with the minecart headed the way of AtaruChanClub, though, Rig South can afford to push in. They are pretty low on health, so they got to be cautious. Here's the pull in as well. A kill onto Mimi. And Mameshi and Milkrio have no way to retreat. There's the kill onto Milkrio, but Let Maris can't really get in and get out in time.
Mameshi trying to pinch in now, trying to get the super, and he does just that. Gets the shot in and brings Melneko just one shot. Meow has this pull. Melneko falls one shot once again and can't quite get heals off just yet. Meow should fall. No connections over. Mameshi's not going to finish it either. But Milkrio adding a few more gems to his bank, and now they do have 5. They take the lead, and Melneko just unable to push, constantly being hit. They do eventually get some control. Pull comes in. Mameshi falls down. Good splash from Milkrio there to answer, though.
Hats off to Minmi for surviving so many unlikely scenarios with the movement and also being able to cycle those supers, winning matchups even versus Let Maris, who has those sandbags. That just comes down to mechanical skill, really. And also Let Maris having a bit of a tough time also aiming those shots. Minmi just popping off, now cycling over to the right side away from Let Maris. That's exactly the lane that you want to be on, but he's on such low health now. He's depending on Milkrio to keep him alive. Minecart now headed the way of AtaruChanClub. Rig South need a kill onto Minmi in order to lock this in. Big pull, and the pinch is there. Molneko has 11 gems. Meow can stay nearby and heal up with magic puffs, but the more likely possibility is actually that Rig South just allow him to run back. Here's the spin, a little lag walk too, and the minecart is going to block off this final push from AtaruChanClub by the looks of things. Mameshi has no angle to get in here. Big pull to finish things off, and Rig South will come back from the brink of match point to push us to set 3.
This promised to be the best game, and it is not disappointing. The spins from Molneko as well. Clearly feeling a little bit toxic today, or confident about winning this third set, because if he does lose it, I'm sure he's going to get some revenge spins from AtaruChanClub, because that is just nasty. Just nasty.
I love the shirt also there, constancy. You can't have your cake and eat it. And that's an important lesson to learn here as well. Just some of the moments where there was some over-aggression and the price was absolutely paid. Gym grab is going to be one of those modes where that's one of the main things that we focus down on. Safe zone is going to be waiting for us in the sidelines for that very last set. But reflecting on some of the sort of paradigms, I suppose, from this last set, just hyper-aggression from both sides and pretty much ignoring the minecart. No one got hit by the minecart, but typically this map has a bit of a rhythm. You see the minecart, and then that's how you decide whether you push in or whether you retreat. And sometimes we saw AtaruChanClub and Rig South, right? Both teams are guilty of this. Decide to commit on a push and then get stopped by a minecart that was just a couple of seconds away from that objective. And thankfully, that is in the past for AtaruChanClub, but Rig South, it's a massive victory for them. A single win for either team is going to send them to match point.
Very close, I will say, on those statistics. 656 and 558. Pretty even amounts of damage. Molneko doing the majority of it on the side of Rig South, but AtaruChan much more close in terms of percentages, and Meow getting more kills, but actually less percentage of that damage than Molneko was doing. But I believe he was on the gene, so he's able to get a lot more trickle-down damage and finish off a few more kills a bit easier.
Yeah, and I think maybe we're being thrown a little bit or convinced by the Gene hat that he is wearing, but it shouldn't be shocking that if Gene is the brawler that you say is your favorite, then you get to insta-lock him once you get into the game. I love the draft from AtaruChanClub. I love the draft from RIG South even more. And now with Heist coming up, actually, this is going to be a tough decision on what exactly are the best brawlers, because a lot of the best brawlers do end up getting banned out in the ban phase, and then players are left trying to kind of scrape together the pieces. We sometimes see Brock being run here when he's a kind of suboptimal pick, but he's still viable on this map. 3 bans per team, though Griff could be among them. It's a very NA and EU meta. We will see AtaruChanClub once again maybe banning Sam, kind of a mystery, but they have banned out Max and they've banned out Crow, kind of doubling down, I believe, considering that typically, okay, Okay, it was Carl. Okay, false alarm. But Max still is a brawler that gets counted out pretty hard by Crow, and to ban both of them seems a little superfluous, but maybe Trev, you can bring some light to exactly why would you ban out Crow if you're not just trying to counter out the speed?
Honestly, I don't have much of an idea, but I just think, you know, just get it out of the way. If you don't want to mess with it, even if they kind of counter each other, even if you're going for that kind of route, I think sometimes just banning it and ensuring that one team can't have it, then it's a pretty solid thing. But personally, I really do like this Janet first pick. I think it's very solid. You're able to do good damage and you can get some good control as well. Penny going to be the follow-up pick, obviously, purely because that mortar can be placed behind this right-hand side wall and rain down fire on the safe, and it does bring a lot of damage along with it as well.
Another one of my favorite things to see coming out from Penny is Salty Barrel being used to counter out tanks in close range, and we have seen tank counters banned out by RIG South, which kind of clues us into the fact that they might be planning on Daryl here because they have picked out a couple more brawlers that are just phenomenal at playing into this brawler. AtaruChanClub need to realize that something is up, and who knows, maybe they are already aware, and they're planning for pick 4 and 5 to go for something like Gale, who's not really the worst brawler, but is a possibility. I think Griff could also be a pretty solid option. Mameshi does opt to go for the Piper, though, which will be able to match up with either Molneko or Latmaris, or even both at mid. He will have some struggles with that initial wall, that block, that 2x2 block of 4 walls that is right by the opening of spawn into mid. You can blow it up with those bombs, too. Pick number 5 should be coming in pretty soon. AtaruChanClub, once again, they need to acknowledge that they might be playing into a tank if RIG South decides to go for that for pick 6. Here's the Brock. This is the perfect time to play Daryl.
It really is. And I mean, obviously the wall break's going to be coming in and they're going to be playing at a range, so it's going to be difficult to get going with the tank, but once you start chaining supers, when you get them and able to just, you know, roll forward with a Daryl, get shots on safe, that's all you're worth really in a matchup like this. But it would be a very solid pick. Can't really see them taking any other tanks, and trying to combat the ranged approach might not be the easiest of ideas, so I kind of like what you're suggesting here with this tankier pick. They've gone with a Fang instead, and it's a little bit questionable when they could have just taken a Daryl now.
I believe so. I think maybe their decision is that they're going to capitalize on the safe damage primarily with Latmaris and Molneko, and Meow does have the range, so he can kind of spar with every single brawler on the enemy team. So while they weren't really willing to commit to the struggle that is the early game with Daryl or just with a short-ranged tank in general, they still will be able to secure some easy kills. So really, I'm not really disappointed in that pick because they get practically free kills as soon as Fang has that super. And as we know, Fang can cycle out that super quite quickly as well if he is careful about how he plays the interaction. Though the splash damage is going to take down Molneko, Minmi can push up on the mid matchup. Meow is getting focused from 2 directions. Minmi is a little cross-eyed here because he's going for numerous targets at the same time. It's Molneko, it's Latmaris, it's the safe, it's Meow. He's trying to be the jack of all trades, and along the way, kind of loses his way. Milkrio, though, now gets to focus down the safe, and a hyper-aggressive rocket laces in, and a lot of damage finds its way onto RIG South's safe. Also, wall break around the left side is going to eliminate one of the primary strongholds for tanks on this map, though Latmaris is not going to waste an opportunity. Tons of damage dealt to that safe. He still, though, needs to get a super to get some kill confirmation, but wow, the wall break is just flying out of all directions for Minmi. A good kill by Molneko. RIG South might be able to secure some control of mid, maybe open up opportunities for Fang to get that super.
Defensive Penny turret rather than aggressive, and the bell mark has been missed as well. Mameshi still holding on to the super, waiting for an opportunity to go aggressive, whereas Milkrio just waiting, trying to find an opportunity to shoot some shots. The safe obviously has the built-in incendiary now, which is always going to be very solid. Mameshi trying to get some shots down, unable to do too much, but Menmi's going to get the kill anyway. Mameshi trying not to bounce it back onto himself, but also Menmi doesn't want it either. They're trying to just avoid it, and it does end up going onto the safe, and the percentages are closer than what I've seen so far.
Good rocket laces there for Milkrio to avoid Latmaris dealing any damage with his super, but he still does get taken down. It probably would have been a reloaded super for Latmaris had he been running that first star power. Milkrio gonna use the emergency super too, but does get dodged out by Latmaris. All attention is on that Fang on the left side, and he does get taken down, having to pay the price, but AtaruChanClub equally have had to pay a price. That is the law of alchemy. And Menmi still is trying to circle around this left side to take a different angle, but Latmaris is dodging him out. Here comes a big super in from Latmaris, getting that final shot onto the safe. And here's the pin coming out to a win for RIG South. And now they are at match point.
Well, they're on the edge of a win now, and AtaruChanClub is really not doing too well whatsoever. They had an amazing start, but they just could not hold on to it once the penny turret came up, once the Fang started getting supers, and once Melneko really started bouncing shots off the turret, the Mameshi spawning, and Milkrio, and the safe, and it all kind of just fell apart, which not the best thing whatsoever for AtaruChanClub, and they need to work forward and be able to maintain this lead. Otherwise, it's going to be, once again, just a massive turnaround in the late stages.
Different game already for RIG South, though, because they haven't taken significant damage from Milkrio, though. Milkrio is going to be tapping Latmaris here, and once again, there it is. Now this is the same game that we saw last time. Milkrio gets the tap in and is able to farm up some damage on that safe, though Latmaris might have the pinch. He's got to make sure that he focuses down Milkrio on the left side. It's almost like we're watching game number 1 happen all over again, almost down to the percentage points, too. Only 3% differential from how this played out in the last game. The real icing on the cake would be if Menmi breaks open these walls on the left side to get Latmaris out of this position. But it looks like with Latmaris supering in, he will be taken down in close range by Janet on the right side. We still need to see this turret taken down. Meow is establishing a lot of control on the right side. Some damage has been taken from that turret as well. RIG South might be able to get an upset here if Latmaris is able to make something happen. But once again, a super in from Latmaris and a gadget around by Milkrio to get some huge damage on the safe.
I really like what Milkrio is doing here. He really is the lifeline that AtaruChanClub needed at the moment. Latmaris, just leave him, to be honest. I wouldn't even bother him. Just push up, try and get some more damage, because you as, a Brock and stuff like that's going to be able to deal way more damage than he is anyway. They do defend him regardless and have supers in hand as well. 45 seconds on the clock, and they look like they're much more in control of the game in comparison to last time. But Milkrio needs to be cautious about not feeding a super to Latmaris, and if he does, he can jump away. Why not?
And Milkrio has one more gadget left, and he can get so much damage on that safe, so he absolutely has to be dealt with. There's no ifs, ands, buts, or ors about it. Latmaris still can get the jump on him, but Milkrio will counter with a jump of his own, so Molneko is going to be tasked with making this happen. Here it comes, and here comes the kill for Molneko as well. Some damage finds its way onto the safe. Mamechi is going to make a super aggressive play. No time to waste. RIG South have to commit onto this safe. Milkrio might be able to get a kill here. Molneko gets taken down. Some damage still finding its way onto AtaruChanClub safe, but the DPS is simply there more so for AtaruChanClub than across the way, and it's a double match point incoming.
Much better from AtaruChanClub there. Definitely more composed in those late stages and not letting massive amounts of damage just be taken off their safe for no reason whatsoever. Milkrio, as I said, is really the lifeline of this team at the moment. Been jumping forward, getting damage, getting supers on the safe, and I don't even think Menmi or Mameshi even did much damage to the safe until the closing seconds of the game there. It was pretty much all Milkrio.
Well, Milkrio is going to have to make this happen once again. The longer he can stall out Latmaris, the better. Latmaris isn't going to go for it, or never mind, he is again. And once again, it's like we're watching the same game repeat itself. This time, though, AtaruChanClub is doing a much better job than the previous games as well. Milkrio, his mission is just to survive as long as he can. Actually commits with a second gadget, too, which is a bit unexpected. He only has one more left. And honestly, going down there could have been okay, because he could have kept defending, but he doesn't seem to be phased at all. Latmaris is being hard-walled on this left side. He does have the super ready to go. Milkrio is ready to counter with his final gadget. If Latmaris decides to go for this and Milkrio goes for a Rocket Laces, it would not be a bad interaction for Latmaris. He does manage to survive through this. Mameshi now needs to be addressed on the right side. His DPS isn't the most oppressive in the game, but AtaruChanClub still have the lead in a dominant fashion, 70% advantage, and RIG South have yet to touch the enemy safe.
You see, I'd usually call it right now, but my caster curses have been on point today, so I won't anyway. A minute left and 25% left on Rig South safe, and no damage yet to come in on AtaruChanClub's. Mameshi going in once more, going to bring down Molneko and go over to the right side, but the soup comes in from Latmaris. Not bad. He basically just baits out and uses it anyway. That is a terrible placement once more from Meow, and it's going to get taken down instantly. 3% damage dealt, but not a lot comes with it. Latmaris goes in, gets one, but Milkrio and Menmi are still surviving over the left-hand side, just waiting it out, trying not to go down, as they can just defend these last 35 seconds, as they've got such a substantial lead. They don't really need any more.
Menmi was totally tapping, and with him taken down, RIG South might be able to find a push in, but they just probably don't have enough time to make it happen, especially with Mameshi finding a position on the back right. Menmi also making a super aggressive push in. He has to be dealt with. 15 seconds left. Molneko needs to get the kill onto Mameshi. Here's the pinch as well, and there simply isn't enough time for RIG South to fire back. Here come the pins, and the wins headed the way of AtaruChanClub in a super close match, coming down to that very last double match point. I believe we played every single possible game in this matchup, going 2-1 in every single set, and I couldn't be happier. This has been such a close matchup, and in the end, having the correct prediction is a good feeling too. Milkrio seems to be happy too. It does seem like maybe the ban of Sam came back to bite them just a little bit, but in the end, they can take a deep breath and exhale because they do have the W and they're headed to the semis.
Looks like Karma hit Molneko there, who's spinning in the second set, and then bit of revenge spinning in the last one there from AtaruChanClub there, and it just really just a hugely deserved win, I would say. Like, Rick South, they looked good in the second, but I think the scoreline looks closer than maybe it was. I feel like maybe they should have won that first game of Heist as well, and not having to win 2 in a row. They just lost all signs of defense in the first one, but then really did repair it and played a lot better. And Latmaris was just getting baited time and time again, did not learn at all, and Milkrio just played so well in this last set.
And this is one of those where we can play the what-if game all day long, but we only have one brawler consideration here, which is going to be Daryl, right? Daryl gets his super back way faster than Fang, but had he supered in, we would have definitely seen that counter rocket laces from Brock that we saw every single game in this last set. The only differential is that there's a lot more damage potential offered by Daryl, but the margins were so large when it came to AtaruChanClub being in the lead that they probably still would have been able to thrive in that scenario, though maybe a little less close. But we break things down. Molneko, oh my gosh, for a team that didn't end up taking the win in the end, this is ridiculous. So many kills throughout this last set, and the objective is the safe, man. It's not getting kills, but surely that had to open the doors in huge ways. Definitely an MVP in my heart for the losing team, but for AtaruChanClub, still, it's going to be hard to pick an MVP given how close they were and how instrumental all of their roles were.
Well, we're going to be picking one anyway, no matter how hard it is, and it's going to be Milkrio. I mean, there's nobody else, is there? He might have got, negative KD. It doesn't matter in Brawl Stars. We just saw this guy get 14 kills or something like that, and still lost. Getting the damage on safe is what matters, and that is what Milkrio did, and that's why he has earned MVP.
And Milkrio did such a great job when it came to getting damage on that safe as well. Milkrio, I mean, once again, as we said at the top of the match, a very well-established player in this region, a very decorated player too, and it's great to see him finding some success as well. GG's to the other team as well, but we got some semifinals to get on with as well. Our second semifinal has been locked in ZETA Division 1, ZETA Division 2, ZETA Division representation overall will be found in both of them, and depending on how these semifinals go and how the grand final goes as well is going to determine whether either of these two or both head on to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
It's going to be intriguing, I will say. I think ZETA Division's representation in both of these semis is going to be pretty dominant as well. It would not surprise me at all if both of these teams make the finals, but for the sake of storylines, I think Rise and Sun. I think I honestly want them to win, just for the sake of storylines. Have a nice little face-off against possibly a team who does beat ZETA Division 0 in that bottom, just to make the world's race a little bit faster.
Well, thankfully, it's coming up next, but first we're going to take a short break, so be back with us in a few minutes for our first semifinal.
Wow.
Let's go beat up some bots.
Show some respect.
Oh, that was a low blow.
Come on, let's go, gang. Turning up the heat.
Time to show the kids how it's done.
Crime does pay. Out of my way, Greenhorn.
Double trouble!
You messed with the wrong maw. This ain't over.
I'm the boss of bosses. Good on ya, Jukes. Gloves are off.
Mom never misses.
Playtime's over, kids. Come to mama! You got scrapped!
What did I just witness?
A stone-faced killer right there.
That is insane.
Hello and welcome to our August edition of Knockouts. And for our first play today, is this just showing off? Keep your eyes on Chitampo and you tell me.
All right, well, so far, a very big HP diff, giving out a lot of control, a great connection from that super from Chitampo. He found four, he actually finds his...
What?
Oh,
No way!
Okay. Yeah, you just don't do it. Like, you can get one, you know? Two, maybe, but all three, that is ridiculous stuff from him.
Up next, Vatra Gaming brings the skill and shows the love. Tags coming in from Squeak 2, all of a sudden things looking very scary for Vanguard. Luffy is falling weak and forced to go away. There are only two brawlers up right now. Amber returning 15 seconds ago. Chino and RBM both with supers in hand. They're approaching this ball looking for anything. RBM with a good super.
Oh my god!
Chino! Oh my gosh, he ends up making the bucket, and Vatra Gaming celebrating. They're going to a grand finals. In the ongoing saga that is Zeta Division, who will be the one to come out on top?
Kenji might end up giving it to him. Does get the takedown in the end. Tensai is one more shot away from getting that first upgrade. A choppy is no way. That is a huge play by Kenji. Not only a pull to confirm the kill, but a lamp blowout to bump in into his own super and waste that super as he gets taken down immediately after. And the offense is absolutely unrelenting. Moya Goku is going to pass this ball forward. Chitampo comes in for the bank shot. No way!
Do we think Legend X is good at geometry? Let's find out how he works those angles. And really demonstrating why that can be a very difficult matchup for Carl. Quiet Lemon trekking down this right-hand side. Lemon, Legend actually has a super available. Does he find the angle? Yes, he does! Legend X, the misstep there. This one is all about the math. When the division is 0-1, who is the winner? 10 seconds to go, and they need to stay alive. Moya Goku with the connection. Kuru on the left-hand side, super available. Pull from Kenji.
Oh my god!
He found the goal! Oh my gosh, and they're going to be going to overtime.
That is insane!
Thanks for joining us. Be sure to catch us next month for more amazing plays.
Welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the East Asia Monthly Finals for the Brawl Stars Championship. I am joined by Ark, and after some tense quarterfinals, we have finally made it to the semis. How are you feeling about those first ones there, Ark?
I mean, this region is always one that just always amazes me, and I always enjoy it. But like you rightly said before the break, Trav, I do want to see Rising Sun have their moment this month. It's been a long time coming. I've said time and time again, this is the team that for me is a real underdog in this region. They've gone head-to-head with ZETA and beaten them in terms of sets more times than ZETA. So I'm rooting for them, Trav, just like you.
I love a Rising Esports run through, but obviously we have got this one up first, and then following up after that, ZETA Division 0 versus AtaruChanClub. Going to be two very close semis, I will say. A little bit of a questionable finish for AtaruChanClub there, but Rising Sun had a very questionable start too. They seem to be extremely off today, I'd say, with their mechanics and general team play. They don't seem to be performing on the same level as they usually have been.
Yeah, it could be that kind of stage in the competition where the nerves really start to kick in, and that can be a tough thing to shake. And that's what makes the greatest teams in the world, because they're able to just keep that composure from start to finish. And you can't necessarily do that. And you're not talking just about games and sets, you're talking about the entire year long. But I still feel like they can bring the heat. But the thing is, you just know for certainty that so is ZETA.
Yeah. I mean, ZETA are always going to bring the heat, but we have done our predictions over there. I've gone for both of the ZETA teams in this semifinals. Make sure to do yours as well over at event.brawlstars.com to get yourselves closer to that pin. I don't think I've secured it just yet, as my predictions are usually quite bad, as we've learned in past streams, but I'm doing all right today. I'm
yeah.
4 so far and hoping to carry on. I'm not sure how you're doing, Ark, but I'm doing pretty well.
I'm doing pretty decent, pretty good so far. I have gone with ZETA Division 1, but it's not what my heart wants. You know, I'm doing my predictions with my head, and I think that's the way that I've kind of learned to do it over the years, as I would always do it the opposite way around. Bad idea, guys. Don't do it. Yeah, for me, I just think you'd be foolish to really not go with ZETA when it comes to your predictions, just simply because they're ZETA. But again, if you are rooting for that underdog story heavily so, and want to put your money where your mouth is, well, go with Rising Sun. It's not a bad place to put it at all. This roster, honestly, is so good. And they've taken, again, like I said, more sets away from ZETA than their own organization. Not many teams can say that. Awashi, Aaron, and Raihi as well. This is a solid roster, but as you say, Trav, again, coming into today, some nerves clearly showing.
It definitely did seem that way. And also, you know, if they do lose this, they're not mathematically out of the running, but the likelihood of them making World Finals, if they do take a loss against ZETA Division 1 here, is extremely low. And also, you know, ZETA Division 0 are on the way to more than likely winning their final semi-final as the more likely team to do so. So it is a little bit worrying for them. But here is ZETA Division 1. We've seen them today. They've proved themselves, came in, didn't perform as well as usual, I will say, but they are ZETA Division 1. Kenji, Moyogoku, and Shitampo, always going to be some reliable faces if you want to get your predictions in, and if you want a pretty heavy likelihood of being able to get a prediction right, then these are your guys to go for.
Yeah, I mean, coming off the back of 3 monthly final wins, and I mean, what can you say? I mean, we've seen this team, we've spoken about this team. Pretty much the entire scene has only really been discussing one team this year about the front runners for World Finals. It is this team. I mean, they are flying at the moment, and it's a scary thing. When you watch them play, it's just like no other region, really, to be honest. The way these guys' thumbs work is something to be marveled at, and the speed of them as well is just second to none.
I mean, the whole world just watches this region in awe, and usually it is between these two ZETA Division teams of who they try to learn off and who they're trying to get ready to beat in the later stages of the competition, whether that be World Finals if they do make it, because they are just ridiculously good. They've got every aspect of the game nailed down. Team play, mechanics, you know, just their mentality is also just ridiculously good. And, you know, it's just so tough to be able to beat them. Even if they go down, their mentality is still high, and they manage to bring it back time and time again.
Yeah, that ability to, you know, stare in the face of you know, a challenging situation. It doesn't challenge these guys. You know, it's just they just take everything as it comes, and that's really scary, especially when you look at just how composed they are along the way. I mean, these guys barely even celebrate, as people have said, and yeah, that's why 91% of you agree that they're going to take this win. But Trav, I am somewhere within that 9%. I do want to see Rising Sun blow us away because they've had some great results. I feel like if this were any other region, they would be right up there, mate.
No, I really do think so as well, and I don't think it's 91% to 9 in terms of predictions of likelihood of Rising Sun winning, because I'd say maybe closer to maybe like 70-30 in favor of Zeta Division, but it's just not that dominant. It's not that much of a gap between these teams, and they've taken them to later sets multiple times. Bans are in those: Surge, B, Griff, Tick, Bonnie, and Janet, and obviously with the new balance changes, there's going to be a Poco.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need to put that heavily up on the bans, or just at least have a solid answer to it. First one going to be from Zeta Division 1 is the Gene, and it's going to have to be something a little bit stronger to consider here if they're going to be able to not get spawn trapped. As we know, Layer Cake is that map where you just do not want to be pushed back against the walls, and I think in terms of the ban, so I do like banning out the Griff here. I think it's a really wise one to have, and B as well would have been a really decent one as a counter to Poco, which is rightly so as to why they banned it themselves. And Ruff's coming in for Shatampo. The Division 1's comp is looking a little bit low on DPS, but looking pretty decent in terms of control and survivability so far.
I think that, you know, these underdog teams always have the right idea in the East Asia region. When they come up against Zeta Division, just try your luck with the Poco. Hope they don't get too much of a good counter comp. Try your luck with tanks. Stuff that's not as skillful and stuff that you're going to need to use to be able to take Zeta Division by surprise. Obviously, with the Ruffs, you're going to be feeding a lot of supers with these kind of brawlers, but they have paired it with a max, and I kind of like that. If they go with the tank here, it's not going to be the end of the world. You can just aggress Ruffs and Gene. You can just push them with the heals and a tank. But Zeta Division obviously have that last pick and are ready to compensate for the weakness of the rest of their comp.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised, to be honest, that we didn't see the max pick from Zeta, because it's kind of rare to not see it banned in all honesty. Even on Layer Cake, it's a fantastic brawler to really aggress that kind of spawn area. So I think they kind of have to, consider that. I mean, they're going to get hard counted, surely. You think, well, they're going to go with Buzz. I imagine that a hard counter is going to be coming in thick and fast, as you kind of need it. It's a really nice comp. I actually love this from Rising Sun. I think that Zeta are the team that are going to be able to handle it. There's no question about that. But you have to go back to last month as well, just to consider the fact of just how close it was. It was a 3-2 in this very stage of the competition. So I do worry a little bit for Zeta here. They're going to have this third and final pick really be something of a good one.
It really is going to need to be, and it's got to counter one of these tanks, and I'm unsure of what can really do it. They've banned out so many different things, and yes, they're going to take the Gale. I think it's pretty solid, especially when, you know, Buzz is coming towards you. You can easily pop a gadget, you can pop a super, and I think it's quite smart to take this brawler in the later stages of the game, of the draft, should I say. They needed something that counters tanks, and with the bans, as I was saying, of Rising Sun, of the Surge being Griff, it's hard to find, and Gale is the one that's left.
Yeah, Gale was one I had in mind, but I just feel like every now and again when you're in Bounty staring at Layer Cake, it's just like the chat's going to go crazy at me if I say Gale here, because they're all going to say it's rubbish. It's actually exactly what you got to do. It's you know, you've got to be able to shut down Buzz. Gale is the best brawler to do just that, and it's definitely a concern that Zeta going to be aware of. Obviously, you know, staying outside that proximity range is going to be so important now, but let's see how Rising Sun start. They have got the blue star, so that immediately gives them that early advantage. But Zeta play this kind of thing so slow and steady. They're not necessarily afraid to go in aggressive and just want to get that lead and break that left-hand side already. Nicely done, and that's going to leave Aaron with less options in that respect.
And they're still aggressing. This is the right kind of mindset. Stun's not there on Wahochi, so he can't quite get the takedown just yet. Heals are coming through. There's the pull, though, and Aaron should go down. Not quite just yet, though. And the super finishes off from Shatampo. Maybe a little bit rushed. Could have preserved that for a later stage in the game, and Kenji will have obviously pinched like a second later, but didn't want to risk too much, as they obviously were at a 1-star deficit thanks to the blue star.
Okay, good speed coming in, but you see how Zeta is so aware of their range. The sandbag's going down, lamp blow as well to deter the Buzz, but the pull is there. The second one is as well now. Oh, beautiful, absolutely beautiful twister. Zeta, despite the aggression and the speed that's coming their way, able to make it look so easy. It obviously is a good day for them, or a good start at least. Let's say that for now, because you never know. Oh, that double stun as well. No, I'm taking it back. Zeta are on one, Trav.
They just know how to play the game so well. It's just ridiculous. Like, they're just walking over their opposition, and no matter what comp they've got, they might be weak to tanks at some points. They're all staying together. They're playing as a team, 14-1, and Rising Sun haven't even had a look in. Aaron's going to go in now. He gets a kill. Shitampo's not even going to use his super. He could have guaranteed the kill. He knows he's going to preserve it for the later stages. They're not even playing as a team at this point. A Gene Pull's missed and a Gale Super's used, but it doesn't matter. They're so far ahead, and they're so dominant. Rising Sun have been destroyed in this first game.
You know, ZETA Division 1 really are that definition of when it rains, it pours. I mean, it's just the patience leading up to those plays, and then they just finish them off like it's just nothing. I mean, it's such a kind of slow, steady, and passive start, but exactly what you kind of expect to see from ZETA Division 1, to be completely honest, because that's how they do those things. They like to make you make the mistake and then really rub the salt in the wound.
Yeah, Shitampo making a little bit of a mistake there, getting the wrong side of that twister. Moegoku now picking up this early power-up and going to be using it on himself, picking it up, making sure he's ready to be able to combat Aaron coming in or Wahochi coming in with some heals. Shitampo's got the super now, and it's undercover as well. He's in the bush, and they hadn't seen it until now. Just being a little bit cautious, but Ryohei going to get pinched in and taken down. They've always got these countermeasures. They're ready to push back. Shitampo knows he's got the help of his team if Aaron does aggress that a little bit more, and he's also got the help of his super.
Well, Aaron's creeping around, but it's Shitampo that finds him first. All the heals coming in, but then that's just going to enable the double connection there. 5 stars to 3, and there is still max speed, and it is used quite early on despite the low HP. The heals coming in from Wahochi. Now the sandbags will get absolutely shredded there as great value, of course, from the Poco pick, but this is a place where ZETA like to be as Twister going down. Oh, the stun immediately out of that as well. Shitampo cycling it around just so beautifully. I mean, you can see the attention to detail from Rising Sun, but honestly, they are staring down the face of the barrel of the gun.
Ryohei can be finished off here as well, but Shitampo, he's going to save his super. Kenji's got his pull as well. This should be a pull on Aaron. He does miss it, but they're so far ahead, it doesn't really matter. Knockback comes in, and they don't get a stun or a takedown, but it's fine. Now he finishes one off. The gadget comes in from Aaron. The pushback from Shitampo, and it's just perfect from ZETA Division. There's nothing stopping them right now, and they are walking over Rising Sun.
Supporting SK Gaming today as well, it seems. Great to see some inter-regional support here going on. Let's see, though, can Rising Sun make anything of this final push? There's enough stars, I'm sure, but no, not at all. It's just where you see the drafting be so smart, and nothing, absolutely nothing that Rising Sun could throw them in that set mattered. They just had an answer for absolutely everything.
I mean, there's just nothing bad you can say about ZETA, or to be honest, Rising Sun. Like, they didn't make any terrible plays. They just couldn't make any good plays. That's the issue, because ZETA Division always had something accounted for with a Gale super, with a Rough super. There was like 3 times where a Rough super was hitting mid-pull from a Gene or mid-gadget in from a Buzz, and it's just absolutely perfect gameplay, and they are really just unrivaled.
And this is really, honestly, like one of those times where you got to look at like the draft for what it is. And, you know, we see so many times everyone kind of has an idea as to what brawlers you should use on what map. But that's a prime example of why you should adapt your draft around what your opposition are thinking, what their strategy is going in. Because, you know, that's not necessarily for me in any way the strongest layer cake comp at all, you know. But against what they were facing, absolutely so. I mean, you can just see how much trouble it caused Rising Sun.
It's just so difficult to do anything at this point. You know what? Like, I thought their comp was going to be decent. You see the Poco coming out of the blocks against the Gene, and you think, oh, this is going to be quite good. But then it's just that last pick. They have the last pick. They take Gale, and that's the real thing that does all the work. Yes, Moegoku did some serious work as well with this Roughs, providing power-ups, getting hits with the super, and stopping people in their tracks. But their team play overall is just really solid, and there were certain points where it wasn't as well. That's the thing, where they've wasted gadgets, they've wasted supers, but they still just walk over their opposition. 63% team damage from Ryohei, but no kills, and on the other side of things, 7, 7, and 5. ZETA Division are on top of the world.
They really are. I mean, just the 2 kills for Rising Sun, and there's not many game modes, to be honest, where I kind of feel like the stats really say a story, to be honest, in Brawl, but Bounty is one of them, and that's a very convincing siding there with ZETA. Going into Bell's Rock for knockout then. Rising Sun are really going to have to pull up their socks here again because of what it means and how much is on the line for them here today, and it's a really tough thing, especially when you've just been so counted in that first set to brush off and shake off the cobwebs, but they're going to have to do just that as the new draft coming in thick and fast.
They really are going to have to reset their mental and just come back stronger, because they have gone and banned Piper, Tick, and Bonnie. Bans from Zeta Division are Carl, Poco, and Squeak. No matter how well they've dealt with the Poco last time, they don't want to deal with it again, and especially on this map where, you know, if these walls do remain up, then it can be dangerous with the Poco in play, and Sprout is honestly a bit of a dangerous first pick to take.
Yeah. I was thinking exactly the same as you when it popped up. Yeah, it's normally a third and final pick, really, because there's just so much that can counter it, and you know, getting up close and personal is going to be something that Kenji's going to have to be very much aware of. Obviously, Zeta feeling very confident in that respect that they're going to be able to provide the support that is needed here, but. I mean, I'm looking at brawlers like Janet, for example, can just land on them. I mean, speed as well from Max. Sure, it's going to be Max Gene here for like the Max Gene combo. But Rising Sun, clearly, for me at least so far, looking in a good spot when it comes to the draft, because simply it's just a rare thing to see Sprout first pick.
It just opens yourself up to so many counters, I feel. But, you know, Zeta always have, they've always got a thought process. There's going to be a thought process to this. Rising Sun will probably pick two brawlers that are going to be good at Sprout, and then Zeta Division will just come back with something that'll just destroy both of them like they had done in the previous set as well. Bell going to be the next pick from Rising Sun, and you can see this as well. They're being careful about it. Like, they know Zeta Division have got some kind of thought process, and they're not just picking immediate counters to the Sprout.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is Gene's best map, to be completely honest. You know, because ultimately you're not going to find yourselves bunched together too much with the way the lanes are kind of separated out, but ultimately in the late stage of the game, absolutely so, and that's what Rising Sun have to be focusing on. They're going to get to that later stage of the game where I don't feel like Zeta are going to want to let them at all, because they know that very thing. Byron coming in, so clearly Shitampo wants to keep Kenji alive and in the mix for as long as possible. And I kind of prefer that brawler just simply because you're able to have the range. Yes, it has dropped off relatively considerably out of the meta recently, but that's why I like it when it comes up, because it makes me feel as though a team have scrimmed it for all it's worth and are coming in prepared.
Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of the Byron, to be honest. Yes, you're going to be able to keep Sprout alive, but you also do need to focus quite heavily on your own lane a lot of the time on a map like this, and that I do like. I love the Janet. If you can get your super, which you're probably going to be able to if it goes to the later seconds of the game, which it usually does with Sprout, because if you regress even the tiniest bit, you get punished if you are a Bell or a Jean or something like that. So I think that's a pretty solid pick, and also, you know, you got drop the base, or you've also got that exit route of the other gadget if you really do want to take that as well. But I don't see many options that Rising Sun can take. They can possibly go like a Fang or something like that I think would be quite good as an aggressive brawler, but then you're going to feed the Janet.
I like the Janet from the Zeta, though, because ultimately it's a really good counter to Sprout, but then again, yeah, so is Mortis. Yeah, but to be honest, though, one thing you've got to say about Zeta Division 1 is that they don't tend to get very daunted in the face of danger. And like, if you look back at Layer Cake and how that went with a buzz, it's just something which they're able to counter. Now, they don't really have a good hard answer, except for the Byron really for me, and also Janet being able to fly away. But I think Kenji is going to be one of those players that needs to be protected in this instance. What are your thoughts on that Mortis pick, Travis? Quite a daring one to bring in here.
Honestly, I like it because they've got to be daring, right? But I also would have preferred a Fang, which is just less daring and more safe. I think it's maybe a little bit questionable, and it doesn't even seem to be doing much work here at all. He's had to retreat instantly after being hit by a Sprout a couple of times.
Drop the base as well. Will delay the healing processes there, down, making it a 3 versus 2 in favor of Zeta. Oh no, sorry, a 3 versus 2 in favor of Rising Sun. Now it's 1 versus 2. Zeta in a good spot here. Just need to heal up a little bit, and what can realistically Rising Sun do here as a comeback? Kenji's got the wall, but he doesn't really want to use it. Wants to allow his teammates to either get the pinch or gets to take down for himself. But yeah, that was not the start the Rising Sun were looking for.
This is the punishment Ryohei deserves for picking Nightwitch Mortis, I feel. Just Zeta Division 1 just destroying him, walking over him. Splash comes in and he's taken down instantly. Super's available from Shitampo, and once again, it's all Zeta Division.
Well, what have you got against Nightwitch Mortis? I think it's a beautiful skin myself. It's definitely something that I would be seen cosplaying at some point in the past. Nice start there for for ZETA. And yeah, this is the thing. I feel like we're already able to see how Rising Sun are approaching this in terms of their strategy, in terms of their drafting, but it's not working. Like, they're gonna have to adapt along the way, or just play this better. I'm kind of edging towards the first, to be honest, because ZETA have seen this coming. They don't necessarily ever, crumble to aggression. You got to be smarter than that, I feel.
I mean, there's not a lot to say about it, really. ZETA want to just destroying their opponents. Like, Ryohei's walking up. Usually you see an Immortus is dashing towards the Sprout, dashing towards these opponents. He can even go towards Moyogoku if he wants, because he's not going to have much supercharge in early in the game. But he's just going on the one brawler that he can't beat. Time and time again, Shitampo's defending them. He's not, like, picking the right opposition, and Wyochi is going to fall low as well. He's going to go down to the Sprout or Janet, surely, and yet again, ZETA Division are going to be looking good. There's a trade over there, but it doesn't really matter. He's not winning with 52 HP, and ZETA Division carried their dominance on.
Yeah, it doesn't look like your normal Rising Sun versus ZETA Division 1 match. It just doesn't. It just feels like Rising Sun didn't have some breakfast this morning. Something is not quite connecting with them, and they're not going to have much time to fix that either. That's the kind of scary thing. If ZETA can seal this up now, it's going to put them in a formidable place. And look at this, just everyone bunched together, and Ryohei's got to separate himself. He needs to basically force Shannon into the sky, which he does, yeah, but what goes up must come down, and that's the thing here. It's going to look like it's going to go straight down there, and the wall for safety. Shitampo is just surviving on. Going to go down now, of course, but this could be the best. Well, it is the best chance for Rising Sun here. They've got to really make this work.
If Kenji can somehow make this win a possibility, which it's just not now, then it would have been great. But ZETA Division showing their first signs of weakness. They've lost this one. Maybe some signs of overconfidence coming in there from Shitampo. Definitely going a lot more aggressive than he had in the previous couple. But now Ryohei has the super. He's going for the chains, going towards Kenji, and Shitampo's forced into the air, but he gets the kill anyway. Staying passive, though. He's landing right near Moyogoku, so he can get these heals. Doesn't want to get pulled in by Aaron, which is going to be pretty devastating at this point. No drop the bases left to tank either, and this is possibly a Rising Sun win.
See, this Gene connection is going to be on point. This is the time to do exactly that, because not have super beautifully done, actually. Got to give them credit where it's due, and a lovely swift takedown. Some fuel in the tank still, and it kind of feels weird to say it's running in set 2, but Rising Sun have got to get themselves on the board, and that was hopefully the first start of doing just that. So I would like this to go a little bit further, considering how long of a year it's been for Rising Sun and how much promise they've shown throughout that year. I kind of feel like it would be, undeserving to be swept at this kind of stage out of the woods just yet. Of course, they've got to keep this up, but that was exactly what they needed when they needed it.
Well, I mean, there's only 2 rounds of knockout now in between them and being completely even after ZETA Division have been so dominant. They can easily bring this back to a 1-1 stage, and Wyochi starting things off very poorly, getting pushed back heavily by Moyogoku, and now the pinch comes in on Ryohei, and this is not a good position for him whatsoever. Not got any supercharge, dropped the bases place so he can't heal up, and this should be a finish off right now. Whether it's the Sprout, whether it's the Janet, they haven't managed to get it, and he's dashing quite effectively right now.
Yeah, and now healing up in position, but Moyogoku is in just the spot he wants to be in there. A lovely little splash over the wall, and now Ryohei is... hang about. There's still some moments here that could work out, but I don't know whether that strike is the one. I mean, obviously he's just trying to burn himself down but in the gas, but genuinely, I feel like if any border is going to be out to 2v1, it's kind of a mortis, so especially with super, you can basically preempt that, go in and gain your value straight back. I mean, I don't know whether that was completely unsavable, but either way, Rising Sun taking no chances.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either. I thought maybe he would have gone for it. His likelihood is going to lose, but they need these clutch plays at the moment to be able to win, and it's maybe not the right decision. But now he's going in. He's going for it. He gets the double bats. One more. Shitampo's not even going to fly. He needs to save the super, and Rising Sun are 1 round off evening things out.
I want to see more of that. More of that, please. I'd love to see Mortis really have those moments, and well, Rising Sun need a moment, it's fair to say, but Shitampo with that super as well is always a scary thing. You need to just force that Janet into the sky and just use the threats of going in for the Sprout to do just that as well. And he is low HP, but the drop of the base has moved up now. There's the cycling, but Shitampo takes to the sky. Can he find Kenji? He can't go in there realistically because the landing was going to be inbound. Gonna have to depend on the land blowout and the gene pool. Really quick one of that, and it is there. There's still a chance here, Trav.
He needs to focus on the gene. He gets one. It's Moyogoku versus Ro. Who gets it? He gets the super. The splash comes in from Moyogoku, and that is a decisive moment. 2 sets for Zeta Division, or 1 set for Rising Sun, and Zeta Division 1 managed to clutch it up. Moyogoku finishing things off with a Byron splash. Lovely plays from him.
It's not many times the day where you'll see like such a pinnacle moment there, like to be decided out between just 2 brawlers. Byron versus Mortis. Byron wins. Beautiful stuff, honestly, but that could have gone another way. That does lead me to feel like there must still be a glimmer of hope, but like when you're staring at 2 sets down, that's a tough thing as a team to really kind of pick yourself up on the best of days. Well, today is like arguably the most important day for Rising Sun this year, as it is for Zeta Division 1. So it's on both sides here. It's a really, really rough one to look at, Trav, I've got to be honest.
It really is. And, you know, Rising Sun, I feel like, you know, they deserve that set. They started to show up. The Mortis started to pick his target, go towards the Sprout, the Byron, choose the right people to go towards, and it started to work. That's what they needed to do from the start and not get completely walked over in that first game, and they might have had a better chance. But, I mean, Kenji played it really well. Regardless of the Mortis coming towards him, he remained under control, played passively, and still managed to get multiple shots off on Mortis when he was on top of him, when he was going towards his teammates. And that's kind of a very pinnacle moment of the game, really, being able to get these last stand shots off with Sprout.
I mean, I did worry for Zeta. I did a little bit, again, with that first early pick of Sprout that we preempted the idea that it would be a counter coming in. Mortis is a great one to have, but it's just the awareness that Zeta had for me that was a tough situation. And looking back at it in hindsight with the wall there as well, I mean, it's only going to really go one way against Zeta more often than not. But I mean, imagine like a reverse sweep story here. I mean, how amazing would that be, honestly? But I just don't know whether it's that likely to happen. From what we've seen from Rising Sun so far, it's going to be, and it's going to take everything within themselves to bring this one back, I feel.
Yeah, it's gonna take quite a lot for Horizon Sun to bring this back. 3 sets in a row is not something that you'd expect Zeta Division to drop. Like, it's not only a huge feat for Rising Sun to be able to win 3 sets. Zeta Division don't drop those kind of sets in a row. Like, I think it's rare. I've never seen them be swept. I don't think, you know, I've never seen them be reverse swept. I'll put it that way either. And they're just always in control of the game. And you know, regardless of Rising Sun really showing some signs of life, I think it'll be done in the 3rd.
I think it will. I mean, unless this draft really is just absolutely on point here from Rising Sun and Zeta miss a trick, and they don't tend to do that. That's the scary thing. Janet's, Bonnie, and Crow being banned by Zeta Division 1. The Bee, the Colette, and the Crow being banned out by Rising Sun.
Carl, that early first pick as well. Poco going to be picked out to counter it on the side of Zeta Division. Really nice pick from them as well. And I think starting things off strong with a Poco's the smartest way to go about it. You're always going to have the ability to kind of diversify your comp to what it needs to be. You can go the tankier route if they don't pick something that's going to be good against tanks. You can go a bit more of a passive route and control route with the burst damage that Poco is able to throw out with this new buff. And I think that's just such a good thing to have. They're now probably going to, they're going to play with the max. They're going to go the more burst approach route, more damage with this Poco that they've got going on. And I think that's going to be pretty solid. Max being able to just explode onto the zone, dodge a few shots, and I think it's going to be very solid against the Carl as well. Yes, it's good with the fly nut coming in, but they also need to be quite cautious about when they do go aggressive as well.
Yeah, I love the Max Poco here. I do. It's just about the response, because I do feel like Luke could be a really solid contender to that idea and just delay the onset. I don't see the inevitable for Rising Sun. Griff playing this brawler non-stop at the moment on Power League myself, and it's just so versatile. I think that's the scariest thing about Griff, the ability to shape the map just immediately so. And Pam as well. I do like this comp from Rising Sun, but it's not necessarily about the comp against Zeta, it's how you play it. So, but solid start for me. I do like the draft. I don't think this is Carl's best map, but I mean, Carl is always good at the moment in the current meta. He's still in a solid place, you know, just slightly dropped off a little bit, but that's fair to say, you know, considering how prominent he was. What's Zeta thinking as a 3rd and final pick?
It's tough. It's honestly quite tough to come with the M's, which is not a comp that I've seen on any map at the moment, you know, max Poco M's, but it looks good. It honestly looks good to me. You got the explosiveness, the ability to run towards the zone, run towards the opponents with the M super as well. If you can get control of this grass, have the Poco heals behind you, have the M super in there as well, it's going to be unstoppable.
It's interesting. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw an M's here, but it can absolutely shred through a Pam. I mean, absolutely so. I mean, Pam and healing station is just going to survive less than a few seconds, if that. Let's see whether Rising Sun can make this work, and communication was on board there as Wahachi was on the left hand side just scouting out and quickly did change his mind. I hope it's kind of like the vision gear being run actually by Wahachi here, because it can work so well here for Griff. Does break up the left hand side. Personally, I prefer the right, but ultimately that is going to provide a lot of visibility and also a lot of maneuverability in that left hand side lane. But it's now a 2 versus 3. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, Kenji not able to get the heal off in time, but does use it on Moyogoku now in a 3v1 situation. Gets Wahochi. Can he get any more? Just backing off, waiting for his teammates to come back up, working for another super, and then pushing forward. That's the name of the game with this. In come the Decapo heals from Kenji and the Gadget as well. And they just walk on. It's as easy as that with this comp.
Position going down, and that's going to be a nice pinch on Shitampa, but there is the super that we were all worried about, and in a perfect spot for it. Safe and sound, nothing to worry about. Yoshi, though, is going to try his best, but if he does come out on top, that would be a wondrous thing to see. Doesn't, and now Shitampa, fed up again, able just to hide so beautifully behind this wall. I think the aberrations are missing a trick with M's, actually. It does seem to work pretty well.
You know, Poco's ridiculous when it's Poco going aggressive and not Max. Like, Poco stood in the bush, he's dealing the damage, he's getting heals on Shitampo, and it's just working. It's like having a Sandy in the bush. The amount of damage that it can output at the moment is just absolutely ridiculous. They're fine. They've got 89% to 40. They can back off. They can wait out. They've got a speed. They've got some heals, and they're going to be able to push on here, surely. And if not, then Rising Sun have got a very solid chance, but Shitampo's coming forward now. The burn down damage starts to come through. Shitampo getting the shots on. In comes Poco. Kenji's going to get the heal onto Moyogoku. Can Ryohei hold on? He gets the shots off, but Moyogoku's going to finish him off, surely. 3%. They haven't got it yet, but ends. Shitampo trying to walk on. Has his HP sapped. Heals come in, though, and they haven't yet got it once more, but Kenji is going to finish it off, and ZETA Division 1 are going to match point.
Nice stuff, and it's kind of crazy to me to think that we're already in this place where ZETA are just one win away from locking themselves in. I mean, it's not the way that I expected this to go, to be completely honest. Just looking at how Rising Sun have fared on, I felt like they had a bit of a better chance than this, but it comes down to this. They've got to remain in the game. They've got to just wipe the dust off, but ZETA are so fearless in the eyes of what is so close to them now.
ZETA starting off strong. Healing Tori going down, though, and it's going to be dealing some damage as well. Poco heals behind him on Moyogoku, but in comes the super as well. Nice from him. Gets Moyogoku down on the max, and Shitampo pushed back as well. Poco pops the heals. Got the Decapo in the back of Shitampo as well. This healing station doing God's work right now for Rising Sun. Starting to push forward, and they have taken the lead, but Shitampo's going to receive a heal in the back. Wahochi going to be falling low. Card's going to come back to Griff, though. Deal some damage onto Shitampo. Ryohei going to get the kill, and Rising Sun are looking much better in this one. Ryohei getting the pickaxe off as well. Shitampo still keeping control of this bush. Wahochi not on the highest amount of HP, but he can keep this range. Ryohei doing a wonderful job. Brings the Poco down once more, but Shitampo and Moyogoku are there. They're on the zone, and they're gaining percentage once more. Shitampo knows he needs to come and gain control of this bush, but he also needs to try and get Aaron out of this position. He gets the healing station, though. Needs to try and stay in control. Hasn't dropped it just yet. I'm surprised he hasn't gone for that and tried to play for it. They do hold on, and ZETA Division are now in the lead.
Let's see, the time is taken away here. It's much closer, but now full control. Are in a great spot. That would have provided so much, though. But the takedown was swift. Now the grip has got to come in. And oh, look at that. Moyogoku is staying alive and 5% away. And ZETA Division 1 are so close now, Trav.
They're going to probably do it. They're getting the shots off. Heal comes in, and there it is. Kenji and Moyogoku going to push forward. 2% left, and they finish it off. ZETA Division 1 have secured their spot at the World Finals, and Rising Sun are going to be so close to being out of the race. They've still got a foot in the door, but ZETA Division 1 are going to go all the way to the finals today and the World Finals at the end of the year.
Yeah, what a day for them, and you can just see the happiness as you know. What a year it's been. What a year it has been for ZETA Division 1. I mean, if there's any drive, any team across any region, it's them.
I mean, I'd be scared. I'd be really scared of ZETA Division coming into Worlds. That performance there is why they're feared by every single team in the world. These are the team to beat worldwide, not in just the East Asia region. And it's something to be scared of because they can turn up with any comp. They're playing M's here. They make it work. They play other comps in different places and it works. Everything they do, it just works. They've got game plans. They've got the draft. They've got the mentality, team play, mechanics, everything. Really, really solid stuff from them and thoroughly deserved a spot at World Finals. I'm just intrigued to see how they do there.
This is the question, yeah. It's like, how are they going to fare there, and how are the regions going to approach playing them? This is the MSI. You know, this year we were kind of all wondering, like, you know, have ZETA still kept it? Are they still on top? And like, there was no real doubt about it, aside from the fact that it was a bit of a closer match with the EMEA region. But you know, you have to ask yourselves, like, you know, how are teams preparing for the world? But we're getting down to the nitty and gritty. Like, you know, how are teams going in and what are they doing in their approach to be able to prepare themselves? I was rooting for Rising Sun. I feel really bad that this one ended for them in a sweep, but nonetheless, I think, you know, I mean, they're not technically mathematically out of the running, but it's going to be one of those situations where I just don't see them necessarily being able to have all the odds stacked in their favor to be able to make it to the World Finals this year. But I really hope that next year is their year, because I think that for one team in this region that wasn't ZETA, that everyone was rooting for, it was them.
I mean, it had to be. They're the only other team who was really in competition all year long. They've had really solid games against ZETA. They've almost beaten them multiple times, but they're just too strong. Shitampo going to be the MVP, 7-6 in terms of KD and 320 DPS. That is one of the highest DPSs I've actually seen in a serious while, and it's all from him. Yeah, I believe he was the one playing the M's in that final set, so I'm not surprised he got the majority of the damage because he had control for so much, and the support of his team with the speeds, with the heals, is just too much to overcome for the side of Rising Sun.
Yeah, the drafts from ZETA today were really solid. I mean, they weren't afraid to kind of down the face of really aggressive ideas with that pass back and layer cake and the Pokos. And, you know, Poco is one of those brawlers, especially, which in the current meta has just shot up right into the form. Really challenging brawler. You know, I've been playing a lot of Brawl since the update, and you really can take down a Rosa on lane. You can do a 2 versus 1 quite happily. It's just got so much potential as a brawler now to handle. But they just were prepared, and that's ZETA in a nutshell. They've just prepared for everything, and they just are very difficult to stir.
Well, now that ZETA Division have progressed, we'll take a quick look at the brackets to see how we're getting on over the other side of things. ZETA Division 1 obviously making it to the finals here and the World Finals at the end of the year. But next up, we will have ZETA Division 0 versus AtaruChanClub. Another really solid matchup. I'd say it'd probably be as close as this one, but this one didn't play out to be as close as I expected. ZETA Division completely walking over them. AtaruChanClub, being former BD, definitely stand a chance here. They've got the named players, they've got the expertise, the mentality to do so. But whether or not they're going to be able to execute it, I think they're probably going to end up pretty similar to how Rising Sun have.
Yeah, it's funny because the semi-finals this month are exactly the same as they were last month, and you know, if the scorelines were anything to go by in that respect as well, it was a sweep. I mean, I felt like if I had to pick a team in the semis that had chance of getting that wasn't ZETA, it would have been Rising Sun. So it puts me in a difficult spot here to kind of consider where this could sit. You know, they didn't show much promise last month in the 3-0 sweep, and they've got a game plan this time round. I mean, teams can do it. We've seen it time and time again where a team come back and they come back really strong. But at this time in the year, it's just something that I think is quite unlikely to happen.
Yeah, I really do think that they're going to have a difficult time beating this ZETA 0 roster. Tensai, Chappie, and Kuru, household names in the Brawl Stars scene, and especially in East Asia. But not only that, we do have 2 world champions on this roster, so not just in the East Asia scene, but worldwide as well. And they've really they've earned their stripes this year once again. They are second place. They haven't been able to beat ZETA Division 1 as many times as they have, as many times as ZETA Division 1 have beaten them, but they're almost there. If they win today, I believe it's 3-3, and then the competition really starts to close down, and we'll see who's going to be really doing better in those world final stages.
Yeah, it was back in May and back in July when ZETA Division 0 took the grand finals, absolutely so. And, you know, it does make you realize how long it's been since they've really been back in that formidable position. But AtaruChanClub be a team that could cause an upset. I'm not necessarily convinced myself, but nonetheless, what I will play is they've got a ton of experience. Meshi, Milkrew, and Menmi, they have actually been in the scene for a very, very long time now. Many years back now, I remember watching them play. So they're not a team that are going to be one that are going to be easy to intimidate. They're going to take it lying down. I'm really going to give it their all here. It's just the ZETA for me are a team that are built diff, and that's the thing. They have to bring all the stops. There's nothing more to say than that. But I'm rooting for them. I always love to root for the underdogs, Trev. You know that.
I can't really, you know, I know you say you always like to root for the underdogs, but at this point, Ark, I know you've just completely been ruthless to me in the past months about rooting for BD and thinking they're going to do well. So this is the BD team. And all of a sudden, you know, you're rooting for the underdogs. I don't know how I'm feeling about that one, but at the end of the day, I would love to see them succeed. ZETA Division 0, though, I said this earlier as well. It's going to have to be a bad day for them, and it's going to have to be an incredible day for AtaruChanClub to be able to actually take this one, even to be close. Because, like, ZETA Division 1, they were on top of the game, and they've just walked through their opposition. I got a feeling if ZETA Division 0 are on top of their game, they'll do the same.
I mean, you know me, looking thing, just anything to be able to poke at you at us, but okay. Well, we saw this, didn't we, before with the other ZETA squad, 95% to the 5%. There's not many rooting for AtaruChanClub, it seems, at the moment. Not looking great.
Every single time I come onto this region, I say, has a percentage ever been this much in favor of one team? And then the next game, the percentages are higher for this team. 95 to 5 is just astronomical for how close this region is. Yes, AtaruChanClub might not be able to stand up to ZETA Division 0. Yes, I said that ZETA Division 0 are probably going to walk over them, but only 5% of people having faith in the underdogs is a disappointing statistic. We do have the Colette, Gale, and Carl bands. Bell, Carl, and Gale on the other side. Bonnie as the first pick for Milkrew, and Bonnie has rarely been a first pick nowadays, but with Colette banned out the way, I think it's a bit of a valid one. Lola coming up as that pick, and I do prefer that as a first pick.
Like both sides here, Kaboom Canyon, of course, like such an open map for Safe Zone. Ultimately, Crow is not banned here. It's definitely in moderation go to here, but let's see what ZETA Division 0 are thinking. Is the third pick coming in soon. Bonnie's a pretty safe pick for the most part, just simply because of the ability to be able to really extend distance and go on the aggressive there. But ZETA thinking range.
I kind of like it. You know, Bonnie's movement speed isn't that good, and I don't think that she's going to be able to stand up to a Piper at that long-range battle. You know, she's going to be having homemade recipes coming towards her. I'd imagine ambush as well, because of the vast amount of bush in the middle. The damage is really going to start raining down, and I think they're going to have to add some possibly longer-range brawlers that are going to be able to stand up to Piper at those longer ranges. You know, Nanny's been a really solid brawler here, which I think could be a great counter pick to everything that ZETA Division 0 have got at the moment, and that's what it is. Memeshi brings in the Nanny, and I think that's going to do solid.
It's a rare thing to see, but again, even without the Piper on the side there of ZETA Division 0, I think it's a really, really solid pick to have here on this map, especially if you're hitting his shots, and the people can just bring back so much potential to really, you know, a good offense in that sense. It really is, and I feel like they've got to have a response for that. And Max isn't banned like Max here. I think ZETA Division 0 can afford to in some ways. AtaruChanClub will pick out first and try to deprive them. Gonna go with Daryl. Okay, well, I don't necessarily feel like ZETA need answers. They've got the Lola already, but it wouldn't be a harmful thing. But the Gale being banned on both sides was for that same reason.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen, I think it was Tribe Gaming NA who like the Nani, Daryl, and Gale comp. So having Gale banned on both sides, it's surprising to see them take this route. And, you know, especially when we have a more long-range route from Zeta Division, and they might want to carry on with that. You know, I wouldn't mind something like a B here. I think it'd be really solid against both the Bonnie and the Daryl, but they're choosing to go with Buzz instead, which is surprising to me, to be honest, to see a Buzz at this stage in the competition on Kaboom Canyon. It's maybe a little bit weird for me.
It's not the map that has the most coverage, really, is it? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, especially if you get that mid bit taken out, where is it going to be for Tensai to be? Where is it going to be? I mean, there's a little bit of cover left and right, but I mean, you're not looking at very much, and a few pinches here and there. Nani itself, as a brawler, can really shoot around those walls. I don't know whether that was the pick for me, but I'm all for it. I imagine that, well, oh, Corey missed that first gadget as well. Starts for those divisions, so let's see if they warm up their thumbs.
Well, it's looking like they are. Tensai is really just not missing by the looks of things. Getting an early break as well. And this is increasingly looking better for them. But they obviously do have... They still have this this Buzz, and he's not going to be thriving in these open conditions. The same with Daryl, obviously, but... At the moment, it kind of seems like Buzz would benefit a lot more off it. Mameshi's going to come and jump in. He's going to avoid some shots as well. In comes a homemade recipe. And he's not going to be able to slot into that corner. More damage coming in from Zeta Division 0 as well, and they're actually in the lead. Buzz getting some serious work done and goes in for the stun once more. Brings down Memmi. Can't quite get to the corner, but they've done some good work.
Okay. Let's see. I mean, that's a lot of damage, Trav. But stun as well. There's going to be a peep coming in that might not be tanked here, but I don't think Zeta care realistically. They've got the damage gear flowing from Tensai and Kuru in position on the right-hand side, jump away as well for safety, but Milgria will pick it up. There's a lot of work to be done though for AtaruChan. Let's see whether they can start to bring back. They are starting to bring back a little bit of damage here. 20% is all that's needed though on the other side of the safe.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that they're kind of just going for it. Two of them left the brawler on the safe, and they've managed to finish it off. Great start by Zeta Division. I doubted them. I didn't really like the Buzz pick, but it seemed to work as probably the best brawler on the map at that point, getting so much damage, avoiding a lot, and the Daryl just really didn't do much against it on defense either. You know, he used his super and he went far away. He was rolling through him, trying to knock him back, and it's kind of just a little bit pointless. He's also got this gadget through mid, which gives good control of the mid off the start. And I feel like I maybe underestimated it just a little bit too much.
Oh, let's see. This is a better start for AtaruChan. Let's see now. Memmi on the left-hand side. Good body blocking there from Kuru, but now the shots will start to connect, but just a little bit. It's at 2%. But going backwards now as people come in. Tensai needs to push forwards here realistically, but it might not be enough. Look, really going to roll in. A Sharpie. Oh, it gets taken down nicely by their Memmi there. Let's see whether Kuru will stay alive. No! This could be a great chance here for damage.
Yeah, the damage did come through there, and at 50% dealt now, and only 17 on the side of Zeta Division 0. Memmi surely going to fall down here. Does just that, but gets a good shot off with that damage gear beforehand as well. Mameshi managing to avoid some shots regardless of being so slow. Pops a gadget now, and Tensai going to have to jump back. Roll comes in from Milcrio. The ego's thrown back and not able to connect too many shots. In comes the Nani people as well, and it's just constant pressure from AtaruChanClub. They might be able to bring this back, but Memmi's still aggressive. He's hitting 3,000 a shot and he's slotting into the corner. This is surely going to be done here. Unless Tensai can defend it and they can deal massive damage, which it seems like they are doing.
This is going to be so close. So look at this. An absolute base race. And this rate, oh, I was going to say, it might have been a draw on 0% at that rate. My goodness me, they tie it up. But, I mean, that was by a slither, Trav.
That was way closer than it probably should have been. How long the Nani was waiting for. Clearly just waiting for the Daryl to come up, and the Daryl had made a conscious decision to just leave the Buzz. It was way too close for comfort. That was one Buzz shot off being a win. Tensai getting the early break again, and Buzz already dealing 11% to the safe after Tensai already swept up an early lane win off the start.
They've got a solid chance of defense here as well with the damage gear in play. As long as the Chappie there can just keep his range, then Milgria will be a problem. Yeah, and that's a great ego over the wall just to keep the pressure. Oh, my word. Milgria's got it taken down. He can actually heal up off the back of this. If Zeta don't deal with him now, and now Kuru's going to come up with the respawn. But that's why Lona's actually a really great pick here to have, as you can do that sort of 1 versus 1 more efficiently on your own with that ego to play.
Yeah, I mean, even if he didn't get the kill, the thing is he kept him low and stopped him from getting damage on the safe, which I think is such a massive thing in this game here. And Kuru now trying to get the super across into Milkrayo, who didn't manage to get the shot onto him. Tensai should be able to get the kill with a couple of auto-aims, but he misses 2 shots in a row. Sometimes auto-aiming is just the superior method, and Tensai's learning that the hard way. AtaruChanClub now pushing up, and Mameshi's going to fall as well. Kuru's still on the safe, damage gear activated, and it's raining in.
Kuru hanging on in that corner area now, surely going to be taken down. He will. That will be the safe taken down as Tensai gets the final shot. Convincing stuff, a little bit of a moment where we saw the potential of a comeback there, but I think it's fair to say that despite the 1-game win, ZETA looked pretty much in control from start to finish and didn't seem that deterred. It didn't necessarily look like it was too much of a challenge for them, but they still were able to take care of these risky moments as well.
I mean, even in the game they lost, it didn't look bad. Let's put it that way. Like, they were still looking, for the most part, fairly in control. They just took too much of a hit at the start to be able to come back, and Kuru was playing it so well. Like, I take it back. Whatever I said about Buzz being a pretty unusual pick or not the best pick, it worked. Like, it was the main damage dealer, and that's something you do not expect from Buzz, and it just worked a treat. And ZETA Division Zero been catapulted one set up, and AtaruChanClub have been left in the dust because they didn't seem too good except from the game they won, and the game they won wasn't too convincing either.
That's exactly it. Yeah, this is the thing. It was a bit of a base race moment, and those are 50-50 coin flips a lot of the time. Very, very little in it. Just, you know, you could argue there's definitely, yeah, some skill involved in terms of the call out and, you know, being able to commit and really, you know, keeping to that strategy. But it didn't look like that convincing for me on the side of them, and ZETA Division Zero on the other side looked very much in control. The comp as well, I felt, was just more what I would like to see there on Kaboom Canyon, but yeah, 45% damage for a Chappie there, 11 kills as well. I mean, that's a flying stat.
It really is, and you can see only 5 deaths as well, so definitely very controlled in his aggression at certain points. 339 DPS, very good as well, and 45% team damage from a Chape. So really, really solid from him, and Lola clearly being the main killer and maintainer of control, let's say. A lot of the time, he was stuck on defense as well. He was just cleaning up the Darryl, cleaning up the nanny that TP's in, and it was working. So why change it up? There's no need, and that's why they won.
Yeah, I really think it was a smart one. It's one that a lot of teams don't often tend to think of when it comes to a good response to a Darryl. And ultimately, your best friend is range and keeping your distance from Darryl. But in those little pocket areas, if you haven't got your piper necessarily to be able to break it in advance, then you're going to see, throw the ego over the wall and just kind of work the angles to your favor. And it can work out so well just to keep and rather keep the Darryl low HP, stop it from healing up. It's a really solid strat.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, throwing the ego over the wall, it was definitely a really solid play, and, you know, it didn't get the kill, but it stopped it from healing up. Stopped maybe like 50% damage coming in. If Darryl gets a breakaway, that's the kind of damage that's going to roll in, because that's what happened in the second game, and that's why they lost. So being able to keep them at bay and slow them down and ensure that they're not getting this chip damage bit by bit, whilst the Buzz is still dealing damage on the other side, it's always going to be the winning strategy. Well, Backyard Bowl up next, and definitely more of the kind of long-range affair that we saw previously in Kaboom Canyon. Very similar ideas, obviously, but you know, one sort of game map and mode where it can be a bit stalemate sometimes, and I don't feel like this is a region where it necessarily is for a lot of the time, simply because of how everyone plays, and it's such an aggressive region to watch. So it does make your Backyard Bowl ever the more entertaining to see, and definitely a choice between whether you want to kind of consider your wall breakers going in, or whether you just kind of want to utilize a lot of those walls. You know, Gale here as well is one of those brawlers which just has so much value and surely really hard for the bans. Max as well, Poco. There's so much here which can realistically really cause a stir. Yep, well, Colette, Squeak, Bell banned on that side of things, and we've got the Bonnie, Carl, and see, we had this before and it was a Sam, but then it popped up after a while, and it wasn't in the second time it happened, so unsure about that last ban now. I'm sure we'll get word on it, or it'll pop up in just a second. But ZETA Division Zero are the ones with the first pick, and it's going to be B. Unusual first pick, I will say, but it's got the range, got the ability to stop tanks, and obviously got the ability to stop Poco, which is the main thing in this meta that you're going to need.
Janet's the last ban as well, by the way, and let's see what the response is. I do like B as a first pick. I mean, it just covers a lot of bases. You need that in your early drafts when you've got the position to do so. It's just a brawler which can have so much value when it comes to the honey molasses gadgets behind the walls as well. But still no wall breaking in sight. Well, Milk Rear is going to bring in the first side of one, bring in the Gene, and would like to see a max combo with it. Haven't really necessarily seen it too much today combined, but again, with Poco available, it does sort of leave a question mark as to how Poco will fit in with the comp as well. I mean, I saw yesterday, you know, Navi were able to lock in against Reply Totem a Gene, Max, and Poco comp. I thought, how has this even happened? But let's see whether it's on their horizons. Ruff's kind of coming in, so really doubling down a little bit on the wall breaking side and forcing the drop back over to ZETA.
And they're going to have the sandbags as well, unless, you know, there's some things that are going to stop them from having it, you know, a penny or something like that will come in from ZETA Division 0. But the sandbags are going to be very good against that B, which I think is a pretty solid pick from a mesh. Obviously, you're going to be able to power up your teammates, which on such a passive map like this, as I said, you know, it's unsure if it's going to be as passive in East Asia as it is in Europe. But you're going to need those power-ups in the late game. And being passive, it means you can preserve them and not die. Kuru coming in with the Lola and ZETA Division 0 picking up this Lola once again. It seemed to work last time. They've gone with the penny to counter out the Ruffs. I really like this ZETA Division comp, I must say.
Yeah, me too. I mean, they're not even worried about wall breaking. They're just like, yeah, you guys have got enough for us. We'll let you break, and then we'll just go along with whatever you do. It's a very nice comp for control. There's so much range to it as well. Let's see. They need aggression realistically here on the side of. They're going for control. I don't know whether that's the play myself. I mean, a lot of these brawlers are going to have a tough time under scrutiny. That's the thing. You know, Sprout sure can control as best as they can, but I don't know, Trav. I despite there being no wall breaker on the side of ZETA, I feel like they've just got a solid draft. Sprout sure can be a good counter to the Penny, get the turret taken care of as best as you can, and try to keep her at range. But I mean, you're really depending upon a lot here. You've got to get those magic hands to connect on the Gene side, and everything has got to work out. But I prefer the ZETA comp myself.
I mean, at the same time, Milk is not going to want to break, and the same with Memeshi when he pulls, because they've got the Sprout, and Zero Zone have no wall breakers, so they need to be cautious about the supers they're using with both the Gene and the Ruffs, otherwise they can pretty much make the map pretty perfect for ZETA Division 0. Nice aggression, though, early on from AtaruChanClub there, and Menmi able to push up into a good position, waiting for that invulnerability to run out, and then throwing down this wall, trapping Tensai and stopping him in his tracks.
Ego just connect a little bit, but Milk Rio therefore is being ever cautious on the right-hand side to not take any shots for it. Chappie, though, has the amplified shot as well, and sandbags now, but solid defense. Oh, nice pickup as well. Gonna keep pushing forwards, and that's a pretty solid defense. That's why I love being on this map.
Yeah, the slows are always just so strong, whether it be Honey Molasses or the Super. It's just really hard to stop. Great jukes as well from a Chappie, getting hit eventually by Milk Rio there and brought down by Memmi on that side of things. And they've got a very good defensive comp. They've got the Sprout, they've got the Gene Pull to deflate the push, and it's going to be so hard to push in. This looks to me like an overtime game, which is in favor of ZETA Division 0, surely.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's kind of weird as well because they're using Honeycomb, but in a way it just goes to show how confident they are with their hitting their shots, you know, on the side of a Chappie. We don't tend to use it much in the EMEA region or others, to be fair, and just simply because you just get so much more value. But the pass-through is there. Maybe he's going to be able to pick it up there as well. This should be a walk-in. Oh my word, it actually was a lot closer than it should have been. The salty barrel went down from Tensai has a chance to defend it, and I think, to be fair, if he'd shot it earlier, it would have been a goal anyway.
Great vision, I must say, from the side of AtaruChanClub up there, because, you know, that pass clearly wasn't seen by ZETA, or they'd have accounted for it earlier. They need to move over. Obviously, there's a Sprout wall, but a little bit further up, you could go across and you compensate for the shots not being there. But Honey Molasses being placed down, not in a good position, brought down straight away by the Sprout, and no chance really. He's got another wall, and they should just place it in front of the goal. 10 seconds on the clock, they'll just wall this off, and that'll be the game.
Yeah, nicely done. Just want to Yeah, that should be enough. I just wanted to see whether the wall's going to come down at any point in time and just take us all by surprise. But yeah, it's hard to call those moments to be like definitively, but I admire you for it, Trav. Nice. I mean, I've got to be honest. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. I genuinely wasn't expecting it. But if AtaruChanClub can just keep those same moments in mind and just really capitalize when they at least expect it on the side of ZETA, that is the way to win this one. Low HP now, the push coming through, and Shappy really is hanging on for dear life, and 159 HP does continue to do so, healing up now. 3 versus 2 in favor of ZETA Division 0. They just turned the script like that.
Yeah, Tensai going aggressive as well, getting a couple of shots towards his super as well. Kuru has the super, and Chappie does too, but he's getting demolished by Memmi on this Sprout here, and using it to the best of his abilities, and it really is working very well, better than I thought it would with the Sprout. And it seems like ZETA Division 0 just need to hold on until the overtime and then try dominate then. But I mean, they would have done in the last game if that absolute beautiful pass hadn't come through, but this time might not be as convincing.
Let's see here, good taps from Kuru. All passed through, walled off now by Memmi, and the continued taps. It's Kuru. Tensai though, Salty Barrel might not be enough here. He hasn't got the shots for it. The pass through is there to Memmi. The slow is there, but great positioning. Gets the corner and gets the goal.
Great shot through and almost got that 3k off. Just not enough time to get the recharge of ammo back. And Tensai knows what he has to do. He needs to just walk up and try and get some shots off. Should have placed a Salty Barrel there to tank, but didn't manage to get it off in time. Kuru getting the kill onto Mameshi, but unable to push any further, and the ball straight back in the corner, same as last time. No risks being taken by AtaruChanClub, and you can't blame him for it.
Yeah, you really can't. I mean, you know, with 49 seconds on the clock, super to hand, makes absolute sense that Memmi's just going to sit back here and make sure that he doesn't go down first. Ultimately, that wall is going to be such a key decision maker and delaying the onset of ZETA Division 0, who are really pushed against the corner here. I mean, this is not what they expected to be, where they expected to be at this period of the sets. 25 seconds now, and this is looking great.
It really is. 20 seconds on the clock. Pull going to be hit, and he pulled in, taken down by the Sprout. Wall can come in, wall that off completely. And this is game again. I'll call it once more. I've got faith in myself, AtaruChanClub. Wall the ball off. 10 seconds on the clock now, and there's just no signs of a ZETA Division 0 comeback. And they're looking very good, I must say. They're looking better than ZETA Division 0 in this one.
I mean, I love the strategy. I do. I really do. It's one that I haven't really seen pulled off for a long time, because you really are depending upon that goal being scored. I mean, without that, you haven't much, got the high ground in those situations. So, but I admire it. I mean, I love to see it, and I mean, this makes things ever the more important and tense, because this is not what I expected. Rising Sun Esports didn't even get a set earlier in the semifinals, so this is something here, and could be momentum when needed.
I mean, it really was needed at this point, because if ZETA Division go 2 up here, and look at that pass, the vision, the wall, everything about this goal is so perfect, and Tensai almost defends it as well. Very risky to try and walk that one in, but didn't want to risk not walking it either and try and taking the shot, and then the wall. Got some cheese strategies from AtaruChanClub, but if I'm trying to beat ZETA Division 0, I'm doing the exact same thing if I've got the lead.
Yeah, exactly that. You're up against a real titan of the region. I mean, you just got to bring out every trick and worry about your grace later on, and what the chat might be saying. I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, if it's in the game, then use it. That's not how I feel about it. But yeah, fantastic stuff, and some stats coming thick and fast.
Memmi with 11 kills and 50% of the team damage. That is a massive statistic, especially for a Sprout. Sprout usually, they're getting people low, they're not really hitting those last few shots, and the teammates clean them up. But Memmi really is that player who's getting the work done, getting the damage in and getting the kills. It's not like he's just taking kills either, and 2 deaths as well. 2 deaths in the entirety of that set is a massive statistic, and DPS doesn't really need to be that high because you're playing Sprout.
Yeah, you're picking up the scraps, you're keeping down the pressure and the HP of your rivals, and yeah, that is a really, really solid stat. I take it all back, Trav. I take it all back. They had by far my favorite comp, absolutely so, and yeah, saw this one coming a mile away.
I mean, I said the exact same. I take it back as well. I think, I also think that AtaruChanClub had the better comp. But no, honestly, I'd stand by what I said. I think Zeta Division didn't have a bad comp. You know, I think it was pretty solid. It was a winnable comp. They just had to make it to overtime and not concede that early goal. Goldon Gulch going to be the map up next, though, and Ban should be in shortly. Now they're coming in. Squeak. Sprout, getting rid of the Sprout. I mean, I wouldn't want to face the Sprout again if I was them either. And Bo on that side of things. And then Jean, Janet, and Tick on the side of AtaruChanClub.
Well, pick rates sort of waving the idea of Bo, and I do feel like it's not just because, you know, of previous plays, but simply because it's just that good at the moment for this particular map in the meta. Let's see whether it's one that they want to pick up, but good bans though. Yeah, look at how Zeta Division 0 banning out the Sprout, taking no chances after the back of that last game in Memi. Rare to see a Tick ban, to be fair, and also to see Tick played actually. It's kind of a weird thing to see because it was always a staple diet, but Body is the first pick for AtaruChanClub, and see if they want to follow up with something like that. Well, they can't with the Bo's ban that's on the left-hand side there, but I mean, for me, definitely a wall break should be an idea of something to consider. Ruffs would be a bad shout to combine with this, and ultimately, if you're able to pick that sort of brawler and just keep the time on your side, then everything gets buffed up and gives you a bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I'm not the biggest fan of Bonnie. You know, it's just so easy to pick off when you're in that tank form and you're not able to get your super, but depending on what Zeta pick, you might be able to get a super pretty easy. Mameshi, obviously, you're going to be working for that super as well, as that's pretty much, you know, the most influential part of Penny as a brawler, except from that salty barrel at the moment being so strong as well, at close range and long. So, you know, I kind of like what they're bringing so far, and Zeta Division, I think they've got a good start with the Bell as well, obviously with Bonnie being so slow and the ability to bounce off the turret and the salty barrel of Mameshi. It's a pretty good start for Zeta Division.
Bring in the Carl as well, and the Fang. It's lovely to see Fang come out on this map, and that's a scary prospect. Ultimately, yeah, sure, Body can jump away if needed, but then you're forced into that short-range situation for a while. Third and final pick coming in, and I don't know whether realistically this comp has much of a response to a Fang right now. They're going to have to really consider that, and mine would be Gale, to be honest. I mean, that's like the hardest count of them all, but they might want to consider Rico and just try something at range. Doesn't seem like it's in the ideas. Yeah, I think that's the way forward. So you just kind of have to at this point, but that does kind of potentially take away from something of the strategy that AtaruChanClub were trying to implement there, and it might have thrown off their strategy. Let's see though going in just a minute how that does fare, but I think it's the right brawler to go for. You kind of have to. Fang is a brawler that just forces your hand.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you know, it might have ruined what they were going for, but it's genuinely not a bad comp in the end anyway. You know, Gale can do a Carl, can do a Fang so easily, and you just got to rely on the other two brawlers to deal with the Bell, and you're going to be having a happy day at the end of it, because, you know, Gale, you know, he's got Gadget, he's got a super, he's got everything to account for these aggressive brawlers, and all he has to do is just knock them against the wall and it's a kill.
So the amount of shielding as well on the side of Zeta, and that's going to be something which AtaruChanClub are going to have to penetrate here, and everyone is clustered. Memi's the only one who broke away there, and he was the one that got tapped up by the Bell, so it's a fortunate thing that he did, and now starting to get a bit more of a formation, but Milgrew is marked up nicely. Good taps there from Kuru, and exactly what you want to see realistically here, but now the formation is starting to push back against Zeta Division 0, and it's the first time we've kind of seen that so far. Let's see if they can hold firm and keep the cool.
Looks like so far they are doing just that, but need to be cautious about feeding supers on the side of Zeta Division 0, because if Gale gets one, your end game is going to be completely messed up. One knockback and your entire game's over. Nice little reverse polarity there from Kuru, though, and the salty barrel's placed down, getting some shots against him now. He gets one in return, but Achape's going to go in. Tensai's as well, but they're both trapped off. The Gale super's there, but he walks into the gas. Oh, no. That was surely the easiest win. He got the stun. He had the gadget down. He couldn't get close to him, and he just walks into the gas and dies.
Painful. Painful. Oh, dear. Well, let's see. Nice mark again from Kuru. Tensai just keeping out of everyone's range there. Beautifully done. And that super to hand on Achape is definitely a concern. And I worry as this push starts to come in, if Kura starts to get some hits, yeah, and then ricochets the shots, it's just going to be such a lovely coating for a Chappie to come in and steal all the glory. Memi pushing down the bottom here, has to realistically here just to try to push things around and stay on the Fang, but yeah, this is not looking good for me as ZETA close in.
Drew super in hand as well. Sharpie has his 2, and obviously they've got the mark on Meshi, which is going to be monumental in the late game. Penny turret's there, and you can see that Sharpie was trying to move into a position where he could deal with it, but Milcrio saw it and he adjusted his position. Enemy's going down. In comes the shot from Chappie, and he jumps in, but there's just no chance they win this. ZETA Division 0 move 1 up once again, and Knockout starts off strong.
Like it, really like it. There was that moment of push around where I thought maybe the positioning is here for AtaruChanClub. Again, I think the comp that they're running is definitely not a bad one under the circumstances that they're looking at. They just got to try to get those early utilities down. That Penny turret, of course, comes in so helpful, and Bonnie as well is always a thing that Fang can't necessarily work with when they've got super such a tanky brawler to really go up against, and now's the time to do it because there's no super to hand. There was at the very end, but it would have been a split-second spam on the keyboard there to be able to realistically get it away, or to the iPad rather. Let's see now, the 3 versus 2, and it's not looking good for AtaruChanClub. Even McRear looking so low there. How he shoots around this, I have no idea. He almost got away with it, but no. Memi's the last one standing.
He's just waiting for the gas. He just wants to die quick. I mean, they all got supers now, and this is looking increasingly better for ZETA Division 0 by the second. And if they lose this, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, they just seem to have the momentum so heavily in their favor right now. It's going to be a tough thing for AtaruChanClub to be able to shake them down realistically here, but the comp is still good. That's the thing, and it's just the way that they're playing it, maybe some communication, just things to work on realistically as a team to be able to give themselves that edge again.
10 site looking for an aggressive play, but obviously can't go on aggressive play on Memi or Mameshi at this point, or Milcrio as well, because he's got the salty barrel. All of them have got this kind of defensive measure against him, and just needs to stay passive and actually just use his main attack as the main focus. They've got the mark on Mameshi as well for late game. That's going to be very solid at Chappie. Looking for some shots of Milcrio, and actually does connect one as well. Connects the foot afterwards. Salty barrel being placed down, and it's bouncing off. He's getting damaged by it. Knockback comes in from the turret though, and it's a little bit of a waste. In he comes, Chappie gets the stun, gets the takedown. He stays alive as well. Milcreo's going to fall, and Menmi should be shot after 3v1, and AtaruChanClub are not going to be making this happen. Stun comes in, and the finish up is there. ZETA Division 0 win this one and move 2-1 up.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expected, but there is still the fact that if AtaruChanClub have got something in the back pocket here, they can turn this one around. I mean, we saw in Backyard Bowl, just like when they have like a goal, and when I say a goal, I mean Backyard Bowl as in goal, but a strategy, a direction. When they've got a plan, they can bring things back, but it's when they kind of seem like the draft even just doesn't quite go their way, or they kind of, or they just put something out there which they weren't expecting. It just kind of throws them off a little bit, and that makes them have to play at ZETA's game rather than their own. And that was that moment, Trav. Brutal, absolutely brutal. But what can you do, mate?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as bad as I thought. He did get hit by a Fang boot, and he got hit by a Carl shot before he went down as well. But still, if he didn't take that tick of damage, I think he maybe could have clutched that one up and taken the round for AtaruChanClub. But maybe a little bit of a mistake anyway. But I mean, Zero Zone, ZETA Division 0. It's the 0 in the name that's throwing me off here. But ZETA Division 0 are looking very good at the moment, and it would not surprise me if they close this out in the third. AtaruChanClub have got more than enough chances to be able to bring this back, but they're going to need the draft once again, I feel.
Yeah, it does seem to be the place where they've got that win condition in play. I mean, there's the stats on the screen, and definitely Menmi, despite coming in so big in Brawl Ball, just lacking a little bit. I mean, ultimately, it's fair enough that, of course, your main objective is Gale here in the circumstances to be able to counter out the Fangs. So often if the Fangs are making big plays, then you're not necessarily making big plays. You're waiting until the end moments as well. So it does make a lot of sense as to why he's on the lower side of things. But hopefully they're not looking at the stats themselves. They can just kind of like keep each set as it is. Yeah, it's a tough one, especially against a team like ZETA's Division. It's a really, really tough one to be even going into a semifinals with. So let's see how this next draft fares, and whether again we can see some firm strategy and direction coming from AtaruChanClub, or it could be them waving ZETA into the finals.
Yeah, you know, I do just want to touch on one more thing. I feel like Memi could have done a little bit more in the late game with the Gale. I don't think he played that brawler as well as he should have done. Going from how well he played the Sprout to how well he played the Gale, it was just complete mirror image. And considering he's into Carl and a Fang, I think that should have maybe been executed a little bit better. But on to Open Zone now. The bans should be coming in shortly. And as they come in now, we've got Carl, Crow, and Janet, and 8-bit, Bonnie, and Crow on the other side of things. AtaruChanClub with that first pick as well. And they're going to be taking Lola straight away.
Yeah, I quite like it here, to be fair, but I do prefer Griff more. But it does kind of give your opposition a bit more of an idea as to how you're going to be looking to shape the map and break things up. But Lola's a safe pair of hands. It's always a good first pick, but I feel like ZETA have got to go in here with Griff. I mean, I would be licking my chops if this were me. B, first pick, love it. Will it be Griff to follow up? Because it makes a lot of sense to be able to break open the map and have B really utilize so much of that range, and a little piggyback on the left hand side, the right hand side as well to break open the grass. You can see exactly when your opposition are coming in. It's why it's my favorite brawler on this map, hands down.
Stu coming in next. And honestly, you know, Milcrew is going to have the ability to tank a lot of this with his ego. The B shots, the Stu shots, and, you know, starting things off, I don't think it's the strongest comp, but I do really like the B. It's kind of like a preventive measure for the future of AtaruChanClub's comp. It means they can't really go the tankier options. They can't go Poco, obviously, as well. And it's just difficult for AtaruChanClub to really add anything that's not a sharpshooter or something like that to their roster.
There might be now. Bell coming in. I do like Pam here as well. I feel like the speed zone on the Stu side, it really is a great thing to have to bring your team back into the mix quickly into the mid on this map. So I do like Stu here. I just favor kind of other brawlers a little bit more myself, but it can make a lot of great plays and a lot of aggression, and definitely that speed zone, which can just bring you so quickly into the fight. Third and final pick coming up for AtaruChanClub. It's gonna be Max. So I think it's got to be Griff. I know I keep banging on about it, but I'd be so amazed to see Open Zone play out without a Griff in play. And when you got Max, everyone clusters together. So it's a great time to utilize that Griff super to be able to really get value off it and deflate some of the pressure coming in off the back of it. Those low HPs, it would be my go-to here. It's going to be Poco. The more survivability, I don't necessarily mind that. But we are kind of in this position with Poco where it's kind of like, where does Poco kind of fit around the comp? We used to kind of see such a heavy like idea around what Poco would be combined with. Whereas now in the current meta, it's just like, just bring it in. It doesn't really matter where you put it. Just heal us up and do your thing. And yeah, I think that this could be quite a tough one for AtaruChanClub to break actually with that additional HP.
I think so as well. I mean, you know, just Poco's so versatile. It does so much damage. It can heal. You know, you can take Screech and Soul if you want to finish people off. If not, you've got Decappa, which is even more healing. And his health pool's really solid as well, so you can stay on the zone for a very good amount of time. And it's just so hard to break.
Bit sad, Trav, though. Bit sad. I get my Griff. But nonetheless, Chappy getting hunkered down the left and does get a nice connection on the slow. Kuru coming in as well. I feel like the moment AtaruChanClub needs to work a bit better as a team. They're going in sort of one by one at the moment, and saving grace here is the ego going out now. But yeah, I mean, what can they necessarily do? I mean, Memi's on the left-hand side trying to pinch it, but the taps are so strong from Chappy as quickly as that 10 side just able to heal him up off the back of everything that he conceded. This is looking really good, Trav. I feel like ZETA Division 0 are going to wrap this up in, well, it might not be a single percent going the way of AtaruChanClub at the minute.
I mean, when these speed zones are down, they can be so reactive when it comes to their juking, and these long-range brawlers are really not going to be able to do too much. And yeah, they might completely sweep them off the map here. Not a single percentage collected so far, and it doesn't seem like that's going to change. Slow comes in just to secure the 100-0, and they get that. ZETA Division 0 going to match point after winning a completely dominant game of Hot Zone, 100-0. And it's not every day you see that, especially on a map like this, I feel.
I mean, it was a blink and you miss a moment. We're on to match point, by the way. That just flew by. Like, oh my word. At this stage of the competition, like, that's such a daring thing to see. Like, it's a hard thing to come back from in that same respect, but it won't happen again. Oh my word. AtaruChanClub have got to bring things into a more, control-based, communicative idea, because this is going downhill quick, and ZETA Division 0 one game away from making the grand final if they're not careful.
I mean, you got to look at it this way. It can't get any worse than last game, so at least they're going to be improving no matter what. Already secured 37% though, and honestly, it's not looking bad. Kuru very low as well, and it's a team wipe. AtaruChanClub have just moved into a great position after being completely dominated. They're looking very good now.
It's starting to work a little bit better, and it definitely feels like when AtaruChanClub are able to just focus on one thing at a time, they function much better as a team. But when you got that kind of ZETA moment where everyone just rushing the situation, they just tend to struggle a little bit. But now Chappie does connect, and great follow-up. Low HP, healed up immediately, and that's much better. This is absolutely, as Bobby from Anywhere would say, comebackable, Trav. ZETA with now control can start to make this work.
Yeah, well, definitely comebackable in Mars as well. They've got control, and the heals are coming through from Tensai. Takedown comes out on Kuru though, and he's going to fall. Tensai's going to need a heal in these closing seconds, but they don't get it. AtaruChanClub move on to the zone once more, and they're going to need a quick team wipe from the side of ZETA Division if they want to bring this one back, because 10% is all that stands in between AtaruChanClub and the end of this game, and it's looking like they're going to get it. Heal comes in, but nothing's going to follow up after that. Memmi slots back onto the zone, and the rest of his team will join him. They're one game away from either the match, or they're one game away from a set number 5 if AtaruChanClub do manage to win it.
Yeah, one game away from staying in the competition, or one game away from going home. Let's see which one it's going to be. I mean, it's really tough, because looking on the back of that first match, you kind of think, well, ZETA are going to take this 100%. But then, like, AtaruChanClub actually were looking like they were much more comfortable that game. Like, their strategy going in was the one that was actually working better. But they just can't feed into a Chappie. I mean, this B is realistically here, the thing that is shutting the idea down. And now with mid-control as well, no speed to hand from Memmi, they need to start to bring in the things and the utility that was bringing this into life in the last game.
Well, speed came in, and gonna get some good work done with it. Tensai's low as well, but they pop the gadget and get some more percentage secured. Chape still in the zone, dodging shots as well, but now taking some heavy fire. Remaining up though, 3k in hand. Can't really shoot Memmi because he does have that phase shifter, but wastes it one against the wall, and the second one goes flying out. ZETA in a very solid position still. They're just pushing straight back up. As soon as the max speed's gone and they don't have any more supers, they're instantly back into a good position, but now they're instantly back in the spawn.
This could be a potential turnaround moment here, a really pinnacle moment, as ZETA have got to get out of this hole, and Tensai goes immediately down. That's not good at all. You need a brawler like that to keep you on your feet when you're low, and that would have been the perfect time for a heal. Kuru, Chappie low, perfect place from AtaruChanClub here, but you've got to hold on. Look at the amount of nest eggs as well, from that left-hand side. So much investment to stop a Chappie from being able to utilize his mobility here.
Yeah, treacherous grounds, and Chape not even going to be the one facing it. Kuru walked over one, and now they're ahead. Kuru needs to make a really big explosive play, make room for Tensai down this right-hand side, and it looks like he's trying to do it. But Tensai's coming up the left, gets the heals off. Mark is missed, and they've got 77% now. Tensai's dodging, though. He's making these moves forward, and he's on the zone. He just walks straight up against 3 of them. This might be the play that they need to close out the game. Memmi's going to dash, and Tensai's just still walking through. He's still there fighting, gets one, and now ZETA Division are really closing down on the percentage, and they're going to take the lead.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful honey molasses there from Chappie there to take the shot, but can this push prevent ZETA Division 0 from taking it? Curry staying in the middle of his marks off 99%. It's just a Chappie, and it looks like AtaruChanClub might just do this, Trav.
They managed to bring it back. AtaruChanClub force it to a set number 5, and ZETA Division 0 are not yet going to be making those finals. And we got to remind you, if they win the finals as well, they'll be making worlds, and they can be cut off right here, right now, by this team.
It's crazy to think. I mean, this series has got so much extremity going on. I mean, you know, you saw AtaruChanClub getting 100-0'd in the first game. You saw Backyard Bowl going very much in their favor, and ZETA just didn't look the same as they were in Heist. What is going on here? This is just swinging so heavily one way or another, but that game itself was so incredibly close. I mean, that wasn't one-sided at all. Realistically, when you look at it back, it's so many moments that were turning points there for both teams, and almost ZETA Division 0 clutched up, but not quite. AtaruChanClub hanging on.
If they lose this next set, they're going to be so annoyed at this game. 1% stood in between them and moving on to the finals to face their counterparts in ZETA Division 1. And AtaruChanClub just cut them off. They say, no, we're going to a set number 5. And there's even a possibility they'll win it. They've got the momentum coming in off the back of that one. And regardless of being 100-0, they brought that one back so well in the next 2 games and managed to close it out. Look how close that was, and they pinching him from 3 sides as well. That was just a few more seconds and ZETA Division take that one, but AtaruChanClub managed to finish it out, and Memeshi this time is the one with 11 kills.
And it's honestly quite surprising. I mean, nothing to take away at all from AtaruChanClub, but I mean, I just didn't expect this, especially when you look at the scoreline from last month and just how convincing it was in the favor of ZETA Division 0. This is just not what I was expecting to see, to be completely honest. And like, if they are able to keep this up, then like, what a time of year to make your first grand finals. I mean, this is getting kind of ridiculous. And not only that, but depriving a team like ZETA Division 1 in the process. I don't know whether we're quite there yet. I mean, the scoreline is, but I don't think my mentality is here. But they're going to have to really pull out an upset in layer cake. I feel like this is where ZETA Division will kind of bring things together and thrive and just seal it off, if I'm honest. But if they get it wrong, then this could be disastrous for them.
I mean, comparable to their counterparts, you know, ZETA Division 1 were the team that really just demolished their opponents on this map. If they can bring the same mentality, the same composure and gameplay to this map, they'll probably do the same. They're 100% capable of playing like that, but they need the draft to be right, because so far, I feel like AtaruChanClub's just edging closer and closer and closer to being on the same level as them. But even if they don't get the draft, there's a possibility that AtaruChanClub might be able to clutch this one if a few mistakes are made by ZETA Division.
That in itself is a sentence that sounds a bit like an oxymoron, really. I mean, ZETA Division don't necessarily make mistakes. Let's see now as the draft takes fold. Early pick a draft of Carl. I mean, great to have, yeah, sure, the flying could go in and get the blue star, but I don't know whether it's one of his best maps. Gene was the missing band there, by the way, as well, and Stu coming in for AtaruChanClub. And again, that's not a brother that I necessarily would often play here myself, but that could be a good sign, Trevor. It could be simply the fact that they've got that plan in play. But I mean, it's kind of rare to realistically pick a Stu first pick in layer cake and not have a plan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what plan it's going to be, though, especially with the tick being added on as well. It's just that little bit more unusual. Not like they're going something very aggressive with that tick, but I mean, I guess the Carl first pick, you know, there's no Gene to knock it back or anything like that. So therefore it can be quite solid. No body to jump away from it as it comes in. I think it's a solid pick. And, you know, especially if they're playing tick and stuff like that, one flying hook and it's going to be over.
Pick number 4 coming in now for ZETA. And Bella's kind of a bit more what I'm expecting to see on this particular map. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't mind the tick necessarily, because kind of expect to see others. But again, Sprout being banned was a smart one. They know Memeshi would have loved to have got his hands on Sprout here and taking no chances there. It does still leave the options open to stuff like Buzz. It's in Buzz worked fantastically well on layer cake now since the balance changes here. They seem to be going for a lot of range on the side of ZETA. And I think that's, yeah, fair to say. I mean, they could go here with Piper, but it's a bit risky. They're going to go with Ruffs. I think that's a bit safer and definitely going to be helping out the Bell to get those supply drops in. And third and final pick coming in for AtaruChanClub.
Yeah, well, honestly, you know, picking the Ruffs into the tick is not the best of ideas, but the Meteor Shower might be coming down, and I think that is probably the smartest thing for Tensai to do, because the sandbags may be good against maybe good against the Stoop, but at the same time not going to be so good against Memeshi. And obviously they got this final pick as well to try and counter out all 3 brawlers of ZETA Division 0's comp right now, and it's going to be Fang. They're going risky. They do not want to play by the book. They have to make these kind of unusual comps, and they have to try and make them work, because ZETA Division 0, they're not going to have expected something like this, because nobody would.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, the sandbags are a worry for me here for Memney. I mean, ultimately, they can also help. I mean, let's not worry about that. You know, being able to dash in, you can just kind of ping-pong your way through it. But it will deter the shots from being able to connect in the early game. So ZETA will be very aware of that. They'll want to keep Meshi low, but he's actually going on the left-hand side now as well. So Chappie might have to swap here.
Aggressive plays coming in off the start.
He does.
Ataru, then he gets an early takedown, 2-1 now. But Achapi bouncing round, not going to be able to get it just yet, but managed to secure it. Tensai going in aggressive though. Knockback comes in from Milkreo, but he's not able to get the kill, and no further shots connect. 6-2, and the turnaround of the turnaround comes in from ZETA Division.
Yeah, it's not what you want. Not at such an early stage in the game. Giving ZETA control is a dangerous thing on Layer Cake. Speed zone down for Menmi, and can't close the gap. Tickhead coming on the right-hand side, but the sandbags, even if the shots don't connect, the Chappie's got options. Those spell shots ricochet between everyone, and Menmi has a dash away that just to stay in the mix. Not looking good. Definitely nerves. That's signs of crumbling potential for AtaruChanClub so far. They've got to start to get some kills and bring back some momentum.
I mean, everything can look bleak, and then Mameshi can swoop in and get a triple kill. That's all it'll take, and that is on the cards. He has his super. Milkreo zoning them out as well. Menmi rotating over to the left-hand side, trying to stay away from the roughs and those sandbags. Has this super, looking for the aggressive lunge in, but he needs them to be low first, and they're starting to get into the position. Milkreo has the super as well. Can waste some of this this ammunition, which it does. Prime opportunity's got to be sometime soon, otherwise they're going to be leaving it too late. It is getting hit, though, and needs to heal up, which means Menmi and Milkreo have to retreat as well, otherwise everybody will be going too low.
Dashing out, but with nothing more than that. But maybe Mameshi rather gets the pickup. Now just one player, any one player realistically here. It's got to be the blue stars with Tensai realistically, but let's see whether they can make it happen. There's not long to do so. It's not realistically. Oh, Curry though. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen, but a very close attempt at doing so. ZETA Division 0 then go on to match point, and this is going to turn up the heat massively now as we're getting down to the real nitty-gritty.
Match point, and honestly, it was just that bad start. They played so well after that. Patience. They had the supers. Maybe the lunge in from Mameshi onto the singular target wasn't the best idea. Maybe need a bit of a multi-attack to try and gain more stars. You know, going towards a Chappie or something like that might have worked out better, but they probably still could have brought that back. An early super available from Mameshi once more, and that's going to be quite a deciding factor in the game, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like if you're AtaruChanClub, you've got to play this differently. You just cannot give ZETA a lead. I mean, ultimately, the blue star, yeah, I mean, that's fine, because ultimately you're not going to be able to really beat the chase to it anyway, but like anything more than that, these battle shot values have got to stop if they want to be able to be in a good, formidable position going in on the aggressive here, and they've got a control and aggressive base comp to do just that, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough, to be honest. They've got to start to show more signs of takedowns.
Shots start to come in from Milkreo, though, and he does have that gadget as well. He's going to walk over that mine and has to use his head to tank it, which means the ammo's not going to be sapped as I'd have liked to have been. Now shots follow up as well. Milkreo still raining down, but not connecting much at all. Menmi moving himself into a position where he can start to make the moves, but the bouncing shots are going to be landing and moving on to the Fang.
I love the value from Kura, but Mameshi now goes in and keeps then Tensai and the Chappie low, but now everyone on the side of AtaruChanClub is low. I'm surprised that no one went down there. They've got to retreat. They've got no choice, and ZETA, they're not done. They want to go on the hunt. They want to keep the aggression up because they know that this final push is going to be coming in pretty soon.
I mean, there's still 25 seconds on the clock, but Mameshi is marked up. Power provided to Tensai, bringing his health and damage up as well. Chappie's got one in the bag as well. Gonna move forward, though. Tensai into an aggressive position. Mameshi still marked up, too low to really make a move. It's gonna have to be Menmi and Milkreo to really do anything, but the power-ups are too much for them to handle. 5 seconds on the clock. Mameshi gonna go down. Milkreo gonna join him, and ZETA Division 0 are going to the finals.
Well, it was what we expected, but we did not expect the performance that we received from AtaruChanClub. I mean, they went all the way to the end, which was, I mean, that's their best performance to date this year, just to put that in perspective. But it is ZETA Division 0, ZETA Division 1 rather, that are going through to the grand finals to face it off against ZETA Division 0. Milkreo feels it, man. He knew they were so close, and I mean, he's still smiling. That's the most important part. But what a performance from them. I mean, you know, ZETA Division 1 for sure, of course, the headline act. But I mean, that was such a great effort. It really was from AtaruChanClub, one that I just didn't expect to see.
And you can see there was just still pride. There was still that pride in his face on the camera. Bringing it to 3-2 is good for them. You know, they've had a tough year. This edition of Milcreo a little bit later on in the year was really a bump up they needed. If it had have come earlier, maybe they'd still be contesting for this world spot, but being out in that kind of position, yeah, you know, even coming into this monthly final was very, very hard, if not mathematically impossible for them to qualify to worlds being in that 4th position. So they're just happy to be here. They're happy to have taken them to a later stage, and you know, having that kind of pride is always a good thing as well. Even being happy after a loss is really good for that mentality.
Yeah, it was you know, a great turnaround, realistically. I mean, it's kind of weird to say a great turnaround for ZETA Division 0 because like it's just not a place where you expect them to need to, really, unless it's against their own organization. But nicely done from them, and the stats on the screen as well. I mean, there wasn't really anything to say from the side of AtaruChanClub except for Mameshi, who got those 3 kills, but it was almost enough, to be fair. I mean, if it just had a few more moments, then it could have gone another way. But it was, again, on the side of ZETA Division 0, much more spread evenly across the board. And that's kind of what you kind of expect and hope to see, realistically, in a game of Bounty.
Yeah, just Mameshi maybe a little bit disappointed not having his teammates with some more kills, but you know, Kuro and Tensai only added 1 and 2 onto a Chappie's 3, so not the biggest differentiation. Milcro getting the majority of the damage as well, not really remembering what brawler he was playing, but you know, the Fang just wasn't able to find those opportunities to lunge into multiple opponents without them being able to take him down, because everybody was just so powered up. They had X-Roots, they had sandbags, they had flying hooks away. Just needed that moment to make the turnaround, and he tried to do it in one. In that first one, he got a kill, but it was just no bounces available.
I wasn't too convinced on the Stu pick myself early on. I think that for me was a tough one to really make work under the circumstances. The speed zone sure can get some great value, but you know, it just isn't quite the aggressor that Fang is, and I think that you kind of need to add something with a bit more range to that comp to really support the tick, support the Fang. But nonetheless, I think that I prefer the ZETA Division comp. I think deserved to win, and certainly the way that ZETA played it made them deserving of a win.
Yeah, and we will be welcoming back our good friend Verite, who's been sitting in the wings watching those 2 semi-finals. You got any thoughts as you're entering on those 2 games? Because me and Ark were absolutely loving them.
For some reason, I expected that very first semifinal to be a little bit closer, and I expected the second semifinal to be a lot less close than it ended up being. But I'm not disappointed at all. I love to see some action on both the top and bottom sides of the bracket, which has shaped up a little bit since we last checked in on it. ZETA Division 0, what a match they just played versus AtaruChanClub, taking a 3-2 victory. Very, very close here. I wonder if that's because their primary preparation was for the grand finals match versus ZETA Division 1 Arc.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It can. We saw this last month, in fact, actually, didn't we? You know, it was a close quarters between ZETA Division 1 last month, and they looked tired. But then, when it came to the grand finals, ZETA Division 1 just then showed us exactly why they can smash it out of the park when they need to. We went in with big reservations on that match. I remember it well, and they're able to do that. They might have a bit of an issue here and there, but this is a team that really can hunker down when they need to and just kind of wipe the slate clean, treat everything fresh, and that's why I love them so much.
Yeah, ZETA Division 1 is just such a star-studded roster, and throughout the year, they have seriously impressed, I think, everyone in the region as well. They haven't proven to be bulletproof. They have gotten taken down a couple times by their sister time ZETA 0, but just today, we're seeing just about the same ZETA Division 1 as we usually do, and I think, Trev, that even incorporates seeing them go a little bit further than we expected in that very first quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. And you know, in these semis as well, it's the same story. Like, I think arguably ZETA Division 1 had the tougher opponent. I think you could argue that quite easily, considering the 3rd seed in the region and have had better performances throughout the year as well. And they're completely walking over them. Whereas ZETA Division 0 have had arguably the easier opponent and having a much tougher time against them. I think it's a little bit worrying for Zeta Division 0 going into this one, because just because of how well Zeta Division 1 have been playing today.
And once again, I want to raise the suspicion, is this because they were mostly focusing on the grand finals possibility? I mean, I don't really think that AC was really on Zeta Zero's radar as a team to fear, considering that just a couple months ago, they got their very first game victory in the region throughout the entire year. But they've proven it to be a pretty formidable foe. Zeta Division 0, they've had their weaknesses kind of analyzed and pointed out, Arc, but besides that, we've seen some pretty solid play from them today.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like this one could go either way. I mean, you've got the 3 monthly final wins, grand final wins for Zeta Division 1, of course, and today, I mean, what a fantastic moment it was for them locking themselves in. But at the same time, that is, though, the thing which could give Zeta Division 0 just that little bit more of an edge. We saw it last week in the LATAM South region, how when it came down to it, Chazmac were able to just really harness how much they wanted that golden ticket. And ultimately here, that's the thing. If Zeta Division 0 can pull off a win in the grand finals, then they could secure themselves in for the world finals. And that would be 2 teams in the same day in the same region. I don't know whether we've necessarily ever had that before. We had that in EMEA last, well, potentially when they go into their games. But yeah, it's a rare thing to see.
It is definitely a rarity, and I think it's been a long time coming as well, because entering the year in this region, I think a lot of people's eyes were on Zeta 1 and Zeta 0 as the front runners, the ones to go ahead and qualify first. And like 2 months ago, we saw the first qualification for Worlds happen in LATAM South, and yet, even then, so far in East Asia, these 2 teams have been dominating the scene, and yet no one has qualified just yet. To see them both qualify at the same time, once again, I think is pretty much just delaying the inevitable to see both of these teams head on to the World Finals, because Rising Sun would have to pull off some crazy antics and get a little bit lucky with Zeta Zero's performance in the upcoming qualifiers for next month in order to actually qualify themselves. But this El Clasico del East Asia is going to get started up on Deep Diner, Trav, for some gem grab.
I don't believe so. It's some new comps coming in, and obviously with Zeta versus Zeta, the compositions are always going to be extremely solid no matter what. Their thought processes are always flawless no matter which side of the coin they're on, 1 or 0. And they've always got a backup plan too, which just makes these teams 2 very fierce opponents.
Well, Zeta 1 and Zeta 0 are going to kick off this match. Trav, you've had an absolute marathon cast. We're going to give you a short break, and we'll touch base with you after the grand finals. So now, Arc, it's just you and me and the audience in Zeta 0 and Zeta 1. And the first pick, also, the dog on the side of Zeta 0. And Zeta Division 1 fire right back with a Poco pick.
Yeah, Poco is definitely a decent contender here, but this map does have a tendency to get shaped, and broken up. And I mean, not to say that Poco can't still thrive under the circumstances, it absolutely can, but it definitely makes it more susceptible to a lot of long-ranged ideas. And the Roughs is going to be obviously one that can break open the map. So unless Zeta Division 1 have got the idea in mind to really combine this with a lot of long-ranged ideas, and Surge is a risky one, but one that I don't mind. It's going to definitely need to be those Surge stacks coming in the early game, because ultimately later on you really want to be thriving off the back of those max stacks. It's a daring comp here from Zeta Division 1, or what it's shaping up to be in that sense, but let's see if they can make it count on the day, and Zeta Division 0 are going to now have a time to respond.
Certainly so. A choppy playing the Colonel Ruffs, and then the response of Zeta 1 with Surge from Shtetampo. Yeah, when I see the Ruffs, I don't exactly say, this is my time to play Surge, to shoot those sandbags that absorb all of my shots. But I think also this could be a good call out, could be well preemptive by Zeta Division 1 to go ahead and think that Zeta Division 0 want that Surge for themselves, sort of to prevent Zeta 1 from getting too much value on their 6th pick. And seeing that Max is very much available for Zeta 1, we'll see a Crow and actually Anita from Zeta Division 0. One of the brawlers that got buffed up a decent amount. She now takes one less shot to charge her super, which you wouldn't think on the surface is too big of a deal, but on Deep Diner, where she can maybe succeed a little bit, not having to deal as many shots to enemies to charge up that super, which can block off a lot of damage from ZETA in particular, could provide massive value. But there is a little bit of time left for that final pick from Zeta Division 1 for the counter, and they are going to go with Penny. Pretty solid option here. Doesn't necessarily counter out anything from Zeta 0 in particular, with the exception of a Choppy and a Sandbags.
I love Penny here. I mean, they kind of gone through this kind of motion of looking to maybe break more than they were going to, and now they've just kind of sitting back with the Nita. I think the Nita here can work very well, actually. I'm curious who's going to be the gem carrier. I'm assuming it's going to have to be, well, even Nita or a Chappie, but kind of an interesting kind of comp. Not necessarily what you expect to see, but that's what I like so much about those balance changes when they come in. I mean, if Tensor's going to be mid, it means that he won't be able to go aggressive on the Crow when it comes to super and have to play defensively, quick and early, slow, and already the protective tunes there to cancel it out from KenG is a nice use of gadget that we rarely see for poker, now suddenly coming into competitive, what is life. But yeah, I'm just kind of still question marking who their gem carrier is in Zeta Division 1. I mean, it looks like it's going to be Tensai, but it's kind of an interesting choice, that's all.
It is a little bit perplexing, but he is going to be playing mid so that he can counter out Poco with that anti-heal, though. What we've seen a little bit in the past is that Crow kind of fell off as an anti-heal strategy, probably in response to Byron getting nerfed quite a bit, but now that Poco is in the forefront of the meta, Crow is going to rise up just a little bit by proxy. So far, a little bit of the healing has been negated. KenG has popped 2 of those protective tunes already. Moegoku does a phenomenal job on offense. He'll set up the most aggro turret that we've probably seen today, actually, and in a secure position as ZETA and KenG are carefully guarding it. Well tanked also by Moegoku with that salty barrel. Zeta Division 0 really have no angle to get in here. ZETA can even jump in for fun if he wants, because KenG and Moegoku have enough gems to keep this countdown going and finish the job. This was really surgically played by Zeta Division 1. There were pretty much no opportunities, no angles to get in on Zeta Division 1 by the looks of things. I'm not really sure how Zeta 0 can switch things up to get a little bit further or potentially get a victory in this next round.
Yeah, the comp just kind of feels a bit odd, to be honest. You know, like it just feels like every brawler's not really able to do their thing a little bit. I want to see a little bit more of a slower paced game and less feeding into the surge. I was going to say Tensor going on the aggressive, but again, he can't really do that. So it's going to be down for Kuru, but there's a nice gadget there from ZETA, and that's going to keep him at bay. And yeah, healing off the back of that, getting a stack off the back of that. Zeta Division 1 for me are just really making this comp work, and it's got such legs. It has such synergy with everything that's going on around it, and by far my favorite in this circumstance.
And it's almost toxic what KenG is able to do in combination with ZETA. He pretty much gets that very first super for free because he gets so much healing from KenG. And KenG is also able to counter the anti-heal with protective tunes, which is not a strategy that we see run very often, as you remarked earlier, but it seems to be working pretty well as well. Tensai, whenever he tags up an enemy, well, actually we will see the kill there on the right side, but whenever he tags up an enemy, KenG can immediately get rid of it if he so wishes, but we've already seen kind of a switch up in the strategy from Zeta Division 0, if not just how they were able to get things started and roll things out. A Choppy on the right side has broken open the walls in a huge way, which is allowing him to keep back Moegoku. The dodges are also there because he can sit inside of this bush, but it doesn't appear that he's running the speed gear either. Tensai goes for an amazingly aggressive play, and a 3-man pinch is going to be enough to secure this countdown for Zeta 0.
Even that crow jump was a bit off point and like actually could have come back to cause more harm than good, but let's see whether they keep hold of the gems long enough. But the push is coming from Zeta Division 1 and they might just have enough time there. KenG though, they put those shots a little bit early, then whether he would have made it in the end himself anyway to be able to do anything more than he did, actually, looking back at how much or how little time was left on the clock. But nicely done for Zeta Division 0, tying things up now, and this might be a little bit more interesting, but I'm still going to start with Zeta Division 1 here. I still feel like the comp is just the better of the two, and they just start to be a bit more patient in those moments where they were under pressure, then it'll probably turn out well for them. But let's see. Actually, that's a really swift takedown of Shitampo, and he was always in play at the beginning of the last games, so that could well change things here.
And Crew does have a speed advantage and about the same range as Shitampo. Here comes the bear already, going ahead and using the faux fur gadget to tank even more damage. Shitampo is temporarily upgraded to level 2, so he might be able to get some taps onto Kuru. Looks like he will be getting at that level 2 as well. On the right side, Kenji and Moyogoku are making waves on that right lane. Tensai still has to make sure that he doesn't get pinched here. A very aggressive super is going to make its way onto Kenji. Tensai getting that 6th gem and also picking up the supply drop. Choppy can get this kill versus Shitampo, who's pretty much outmatched here on the matchup. Choppy, though, still won't be able to get that kill. A tricky split shot will secure him the kill, though. Meanwhile, Tensai still picking up more gems, but he cannot find himself out of his depth. Otherwise, Kenji and Moyogoku can go for the most massive flank that we've seen today.
Yeah, this is a good spot for Kenji. He needed that hill there. He was thinking about it, a little bit of hesitation there, and he couldn't really afford it. Protective tunes again to bring back Shitampo into the mix and healing him up, but this is a risky one. Kenji goes down now, and I don't realistically think with the situation that ZETA 1 have here, that they can get this reset.
Crew on the right side, just dealing as much damage as he can to Moyogoku to prevent that final flank, and it looks like it is going to be successful. Very well played here by ZETA Division 0. The largest discrepancy that we saw from game 1 and game number 2 and 3 is just that Choppy was able to consistently get that damage at range. He was getting amazing dodges no matter what lane he was on, and he was breaking open those walls to make everything that much more possible. Another thing also is that we just saw such amazing Nita gameplay when it came to facing versus Surge. Similar range, and Nita has better speed than Surge in his level 1 form, and also just a bit of confusion from ZETA 1 when it came time to decide who is Kenji going to be following and healing up and assisting on that lane. I think really the dedication of Poco to assisting one brawler at a time, in a way, made this matchup a 3v2 for ZETA Division 1, which is why we often see Kenji being the last brawler alive and the one who gets encircled to take all the gems.
Moyogoku had Salty Barrel to handle the gadget for both the ends of countdowns there. So I was kind of looking back thinking that maybe that could have been a time to try to utilize that. I mean, at the end of those games, you haven't really got much chance to do anything else. My word as well, though. He got 8 kills like the entire time, and that is still, though, formidable considering the most kills out of anyone. But ZETA Division 0 take it. And again, despite the comp not being my favorite, I mean, at the end of the day, whatever works, works. And that comp certainly did for the most part. I was having some reservations on whether Tensai could be as aggressive as you'd normally expect to have as a Crow, but it just turns out, you know, that in this region, they're able to demonstrate how certain brawlers can just be used out of their comfort zone, and utilizing it as a gem carrier, I mean, it works. I mean, you've got the ability there to be on the defensive. It just puts Crow into a bit of a different scenario that we're normally seeing him be in.
And we're seeing new ideas on absolutely every front. The Crow mid is bizarre if you're not considering that Poco is also trying to make it happen at mid. And I think this is also just a great metaphor for how the meta works in Brawl Stars and just in esports in general. Poco gets strong, so anything that counters Poco is going to get strong. And I think that actually ZETA 1 found a lot of success. It's evident in that first game victory by running Tuning Fork and being able to cancel out a lot of that poison. But ZETA Division 0 just fired back even harder in the subsequent games and were able to deal with the Poco pretty effectively. But once more, one of the biggest things is that they were able to get those supply drops out consistently and break open some walls, and just the dodges from Colonel Ruffs were remarkable. But we won't really be seeing much of those same brawlers when we head into set number 2, which is going to be on Safe Zone, which, unlike Deep Diner, is a mode and a map that we've seen so far today, primarily being those long-range brawlers. So a much different sort of paradigm than we've seen in that very first set.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's shaped up a lot since the balance changes, actually, and in some regions less than others. Though I mean, some regions have kind of always been using like the 8-bit kind of ideas. We're seeing it now actually drift into EMEA, so that's when you know it really is good. Hasn't really been necessarily a staple diet there, but in this region, absolutely so. I think it's been more commonly widespread used in East Asia as well. 71% in favor of ZETA Division 1, by the way, 29% in favor of Zeta Division 0. And again, just to reiterate, if Zeta Division 0 can pick up a win here in this grand final, then they will also lock in their place to the World Finals later on this year. Zeta Division 1 already did so earlier on the stream, so look out for this. It could be a double whammy, guys.
It very much could be, and they would be making Brawl Stars Esports history in the process as well. They already have the wind at their backs. One set victory already cleared out, but Zeta Division 1 are no slouches. Considering the bans here as well, I think Zeta Division 0 is very acutely aware of what Zeta 1 wants to run. We'll already see the Daryl ban, which is probably targeted not just at Shtitampo, but at the general playstyle of Zeta 1 and the fact that they have the 6th pick. This is a lightning fast draft, by the way. They are going to be picking up the Bell too, a very early Fang as well, not one that you typically pick up. Who's rushing these guys through the draft? They must know exactly what they want to play before they've even queued into this match. The scrims are really hitting different today by the looks of things, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know what you like. You know what you like. I mean, surprised that there wasn't kind of like any other ideas thrown into the mix, though. There's definitely a lot of others that can thrive in this scenario here, but it does seem like Max not being as heavily considered in East Asia today. But maybe that's because East Asia know how to know the most about any region as to how to play it. Let's see who gets the supers first. Ultimately, this early game is very important to be able to distinguish as to who might get the upper hand. Kenji already pops an early gadget there to stay in the mix as well. And I do like Byron, but it's been a while since I've seen him play out in safe zone, so I'm going to stay on the fence just a little bit until we see things progress.
Well, my bets are on Tensai to get some solid damage out here. Kenji is going to struggle a little bit on the DPS front, but he is getting some good taps when it's important. The other deal is that Shtitampo, he can set up in this corner over here. He's got to pop the rocket laces to try and stay alive. A choppy, wow, and a double kill, and a triple kill, actually. Zeta Division 0 might be able to get some solid damage on this safe, and they rain down so much fire. 23% taken off of that safe. A choppy will also find a pretty concealed spot on the left side. Kenji has his super at his disposal, but it looks like for the most part, he's split between whether he wants to deal with the choppy or not. But by the looks of things, Zeta Division 0 have found enough of a distraction on the left side to try and get some damage, a takedown onto a choppy, likewise onto Kuru. Tensai can go for another aggressive nest egg here. He might get pinched really, really hard despite his best efforts, despite all of those dodges. There's just pretty much nowhere for him to go. And once again, in spite of all of that, Kuru and Achapi are doing a good job of keeping Zeta Division 1 back and in that position. A minute left on the clock, and Zeta 1 is trailing by a fair margin.
Costly moment for Achapi, who supered into the wall and allowed Zeta Division 1 then to rekindle themselves off the back of this. But now with mid-control, they still need to push a little bit higher up. If Achapi had connected, the damage would have been even more. He can go in now if he wishes, and actually playing it cautious and slow and juking those shots. Lovely stuff, but this next one has to hit, and that did hit. Gets onto Kenji, but the heal was just in time to splash there. Really coming in clutch then. The Zeta Division 1, but they're still in the ropes, and with 20 seconds remaining, it's looking bleak.
Tensai with a shot onto the safe. It bounced onto Shtitampo and then immediately bounced onto Kenji for the kill. That has to hurt. 10 seconds remain. Zeta Division 1 just has no ground here. Another kill onto Kenji. Tensai is tapping. Shtitampo tries to get a stun, tries to get some kind of movement out here, but 10% is all Zeta 0 will receive in terms of damage. And Kuru better be feeling good right now because they are on a tear. It was such a very controlled and very well executed game of Heist, though I'm curious to see what can even possibly change in the very next game. Kenji maybe could get some more DPS onto Tensai to boot and then allow some plays to happen up mid. Shtitampo is pretty firmly locked over here on the left side too, but we did see Achapi also manage to get a super early on, and that allowed him to pick up a double kill versus Shtitampo and Kenji, and well, the rest is history.
And G there got tapped up by Tensai, went down to 66 HP and just got the gadget off in time to heal himself back up. But Tensai now goes down, and that will allow Shtitampo to get a couple of connections there, and the flames will continue to burn on. Kuru on the right-hand side is low as well, and Goku trying to flame things up and might choose to burn things. Yeah, burn the right-hand side completely. I love that play. Just keeps that entire right-hand side entirely visible and picks up Tensai as well. I mean, the shot connected, it bounced over to Kenji, but he's doing wondrous work on this right-hand side.
Nestic did help Kuru pick up that kill, but they still need to worry about Moyagoku on their backlines. It looks like, for the most part, they're just letting him do his thing, but Moyagoku knows that this is a trap. They're going for the base race. Achapi and Kuru fire away, and wow, they have done so much damage. We also see that shield come out from Kuru, which is going to allow him to stay alive just a little bit longer. Kenji might be able to pick up this kill onto Kuru, and it looks like he will succeed. Tensai also on the right side trying to pick up the kill onto Moyagoku. We'll see it, the splash from Kenji keep him alive. Tensai also falling here. And Zeta Division 0 still need to recoup. A little damage from Shitetampo finds its way onto that safe, but the advantage belongs to Zeta Division 0. Tensai needs to tread carefully around this fire field as well. He seems to be largely undeterred too, but Shitetampo is going to be the main damage dealer. He gets taken down swiftly by Achapi. One super from Achapi can pretty much be the game changer in terms of momentum, because he just needs to get on that safe and get a few hits to end this one off.
Kuru did well there, but didn't quite finish off Shitetampo, and Moyagoku here could get some momentum. Shitampo's there as well. The super going to be going over the wall. Actually, the rocket laces over the wall, and now everyone behind is push. Oh my word! What a dominant ending there from Zeta Division 1, and it kind of placed Zeta Division 0 into this really tough spot, because do they fully commit to the safe? Do they just go on the aggressive? Do they just, try to, hold the mid? It kind of like forced their hand massively so, and they were just able to get the final bit of damage done. Nicely done, nice work.
What a way for things to end off for Zeta Division 0. That was so close. The base race was just insane. That's 5% remaining. Literally a split second would be all that it took for Zeta 1 to take us to a 1-1 set. But just like that, Zeta 0 are now tearing through their opposition, even if it is just by a slim margin. And I think also for a lot of us who's been keeping up with the region pretty consistently, this is what we've kind of learned to expect, is that Zeta Division 0 on occasion can take Zeta 1 to set number 5 and then pull off a win at double match point. But Zeta 1 have seriously struggled versus Zeta 0 this time. This is insane from Z0. If they're able to once more replicate the success in the next set and take a W there, this is a qualification for 2 teams at once.
Yeah, 2 teams from the same organization, and that is quite the results. I mean, I don't think that's never happened before. Like, no team from the same organization have ever qualified in the same monthly final. What a way to do it. And Zeta Division 0 are really on the cusp here, and they just seem to be making their ideas work. And despite them not necessarily being to my taste, I mean, they certainly are to their own. And the 2-0 scoreline is, you can't deny that. I'm kind of surprised. I kind of expect to see a bit more back and forth with Zeta Division 1. But maybe we'll see that coming up soon. I mean, we need to see it, or else, yeah, Zeta Division 0 will qualify. And I mean, I'll be so happy for them.
I mean, I maintain the exact same perspective. Like, these wins, are they like textbook what I would, usually expect to take the W? No, not necessarily. We saw some successes from Zeta 1 in terms of what they were going with. I don't know if maybe the Amber was necessarily my favorite, but it still worked from Zeta 1. Zeta 0, they're just getting the wins is really the name of the game. It doesn't seem to matter what the opinions are on what their strategy is, what their comp is, because once it comes down to execution, they're able to make it happen, even if it's a really close scenario or a win just by a few percentage in Heist. But of course, Heist is behind us now. I would imagine for Zeta 1, it's still in recent memory though, and it should be, because Zeta 0 has been getting some funky drafts out here and making them work in unexpected ways that have countered some important elements of what Zeta 1 is trying and is obviously expecting to work. Center stage is going to be the next map for us. 3 bans per team in a draft format. Another question to think about is, who is going to be getting that last pick? Who loses the coin flip, and who might have the possibility of running something like a tank here?
Yeah, this is the thing. I personally am a little bit more on the side of having a really strong tank counter, but it really can go for or against you in that respect as to, yeah, what side of the draft you lie on. We'll see shortly as to what ideas the bands are suggesting. I mean, there's a lot to be worried about on this map. Tanks, speed, the gears and the brawlers combined are very dangerous on this map. So Gale, Squeak, and Carl being banned on the side of ZETA Division 0, on the side of ZETA Division 1, Crow, Squeak, and Janet. The early draft there of Ruffs for 0, but ZETA Division 1 going to be coming with Poco, and that, again, is more to my liking, but already, though, ZETA Division 0 has just been surprising me at every turn. I love that about this team today, and Max, though, as well, ZETA Division 1, ooh, it's looking scary a little bit, and they've got to respond with something to slow the advance of this. I mean, again, they got the third and final pick on the side of ZETA Division 1. That could be a really dangerous one as well.
I'm definitely fearful for ZETA Division 0 because if they decide to go for a tank or something here, there's still good options to deal with them. They have banned out Gale and they have gotten rid of Carl, but there's still brawlers like Ems and the like. They will pick up Surge here so that there are no funny ideas of tanks on the enemy side, or maybe they're trying to clear the way for a tank of their own. ZETA 1 also, they have numerous angles that they can go with this final pick if a tank is chosen by ZETA 0. We will see the Colette, so it's more of a preemptive anti-tank measure from ZETA Division 0. Now, we've seen what Colette has to face in the face of Poco and a tank and speed. It is very, very challenging. But if Tensai is able to find some opportunities where both Kenji and Max are stacked up right next to each other, he can chain some supers together like we have seen in the past. Then again, he will be out of position to defend that goal. So it's going to be a challenging game for absolutely everyone. But ZETA Division 0 have done their homework. They can break open walls too if necessary.
Well, last call for ZETA Division 1. I like the Colette here. I think it can work out very, very well, actually. But there's a lot of grass still around. There's not going to be much that's going to be getting rid of that yet. Unless this third pick from them is going to be something of a wall breaker or like a, yeah, something that's going to be able to burn down some of the bush. They're going in now. They go with Penny. I don't mind it necessarily, but the turret has got to lock on. You know, that's the thing. And you do need the visibility to be able to do that. Bush is going to be staying up unless the Ruff decides to break some of it. But so far, so good for ZETA Division. Now pushing through, and this should be a chance to score an early goal for ZETA Division 0. Nice stuff from them, not missing around or missing any chances. So, yeah, very, very solid start.
I called it out. Tensai was going to have to get good chained value on those supers in order to make it work. Problem is, I didn't really think that he was going to be able to execute on that. I didn't think it was going to be possible. We'll see if he's able to replicate that versus Poco. We'll see a Choppy take him down on that matchup. Shitetampo also looking for something close range versus Kuru. He will get some good success. The takedown onto Shitetampo from that supply drop too. Bushes are broken open. ZETA 0 can focus more on playing defense if they so wish because they already have a goal. They got to be careful though. Kenji and Moegoku are going to be taken down. Big super in from a Choppy. Shitetampo with the takedown, but he has no salty barrel, and just like that, Tensai is able to walk it in. We're at match point.
I can't believe how quickly we've got to this. This is unbelievable. I mean, I feel like we just barely started the series, and ZETA Division 0 are one game away from not only winning the monthly final, but qualifying for the World Finals.
Is ridiculous that there will be such good representation from this region at the World Finals. There is no doubt about it. And whether ZETA Division 0 will be joining the ranks this month is going to be answered within the next several games. That is without a doubt. Big pass of the left side. Choppy can get the defense. He will be taken down in close range by Kenji. And there's the goal from ZETA Division 1. Turning the tides, turning that momentum more in their favor. An early speed from Moegoku. Kenji looks indomitable in this position. But Choppy is able to break, or rather peek around these walls. Shitetampo also trying to make some waves over here. Choppy getting taken down. Tensai trying to solo defend this right side. Will he have enough damage to take down down Moigoku. Doesn't look like it, but he will get that ball out of there, and Stetampo will be able to walk it in just like Zeta Zero did in game number 1. The max speed was absolutely key to making this work. These games are going by so quickly, it's hard to even pinpoint, identify, break down what exactly is making these games go so fast for either team.
Yeah, it really is blowing by quickly, but that's a great start, isn't it? For Zeta Division 1. Shooting 4 kills coming in from Kenji, and Stetampo's going to stay alive as a result of that. Q on the left. Be easily pushed through, and it's just Tensai now, and no super to hand, and I don't think as well running push it, so that is going to be another goal then as well for Zeta Division 1, and one more of them, and this could get a lot closer, but Kenji connects nicely there with the screeching solo pass through here. Could be disastrous. The Cho's got no speed. Oh no! Past the walls over for safety, I guess, but almost a bit of a mistake. The knockback was there, but nonetheless, Zeta Division 1 bring it back and deny Zeta Division 0 of a match point and a world qualification spot.
Wow, that is crazy. What a quick match, or rather, what a quick set as well. This is going to continue just a little bit further, but absolutely huge stuff, and what a turnaround as well. This is looking quite close now. I'm very nervous for Zeta Zero because of how quickly the tides have turned. We went from a match point into out in the open just like that, and now we're headed to knockout where the pace really gets slowed down, and this could be absolutely brutal for Zeta Division 0 if they're susceptible to sort of the momentum break. But for Zeta Division 1, actually, they've gotten so much momentum on their side now, it might even be more detrimental to them, as look how quickly they've closed out this last set. Look how quickly they were able to generate those goals. 1 minute and 48 left on the clock at the end of that last game. That is literally 42 seconds of gameplay. That is insane when you're talking probably the top 2 teams in this region.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it? I mean, going into knockout, it can often help a team that are behind as well, but also a team that are on the cusp of something. It kind of goes for or against either side a lot of the time. Having just a chance to breathe can either help the team behind start to recollect themselves, or it can help remind the team that are out in front, we need to seal this right here, guys. Let's just make this couple of moments count. But stats on the screen, so the Stetampo was right out there in front, but the team damage, Kuru was doing a fantastic job as well, despite just the 2 kills. 43% team damage there is just quite considerable, really. He wasn't quite, getting them finished off, but it was probably more on the side of a Sharpie, but doing fantastically well on a brawler like Ruffs, which you wouldn't necessarily expect a brawler like him to get as much value as that.
Not at all. And it's so curious to kind of consider, what is it that was conducive to a victory for Zeta Division 0 in that very first game, and so quickly as well, and then it completely gets reversed. I saw some actual supers come out from Colonel Ruffs in those second and third games to break open walls, but that didn't seem to be able to slow down the momentum. I think a better question would be, what did Zeta 1 change between those few games in order to get such fast victories too? Because the second goal, that makes sense. You have a max speed, you have a Surge rushing forward, and you have a Decapo Poco at your back healing you up. But off the beginning of the game, you have a Surge that is very weak and no speed to be able to help out with that. It's just looking like Surge and Poco is such a strong combo. The counter was there in the very first set, and Zeta 0, they countered it out by running Crow, but this time he was banned, and that might be the condition. On knockout, I can't imagine these few brawlers are going to be making an entrance, though we might see some familiar faces still. Probably going to see some Gene action and some long-range brawlers such as Bell and the like.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting one to see if Zeta Division 1 claw this back again and take it to a 5th and final set. More often than not, we tend to get sweeps between these 2 teams in the grand finals, so we're very close to that. But squeaks the early draft for Zeta Division 1, and well, that's kind of crept under the radar a little bit more, but one that works so well out in the open, with the exception of the 3rd and final pick this concerns me a little bit here, because that is going to be in the side of Zeta Division 0. I've seen Mortis coming out of the woodwork here. Actually, they're going to show a Fang early on as that, because, yeah, Squeak can be really susceptible to those really aggressive engagements. So it's like Kenji as well feels that. Let's see what their second pick is on the side of Zeta Division 1.
Well, Kuru picking Fang so early typically would be a big blunder, but Zeta Division 0 clearly have some sort of ulterior motive. They have some kind of plan cooking up in the background, because the obvious solution for Zeta Division 1 is to pick something that counters Fang, and they very much can do that, but Zeta Division 0 still have a 6 pick. They can still choose to counter whatever counters Fang and open up possibilities for him. They can absolutely go for simply a long-range brawler to outrange the things that would typically counter Fang. Gale absolutely comes to mind in terms of completely shutting down Fang. There's just nothing that Fang can do versus that brawler, but the big hazard is that Gale is lacking in range compared to the brawlers chosen by Zeta Division 0 so far. Squeak is going to be very, very vulnerable. Here comes Colette, actually, who can get a stun onto Fang, only if she gets that super first is the deal. And that might be exactly the plan of Zeta Division 0 going forward. Here's a Sprout as well, and I love this shout. Not only is it going to be great versus those sandbags that Shitetampo is likely to put down, but using the walls to counter out Moe Goku and Kenji is going to be fantastic. It'll also come down to whether Shitetampo is able to break down those walls himself, because he can equip that star power that breaks things down with his super.
If Zeta Division 0 can lock this in and get them in that spawn trap, there's no way out except the jump pad, and players will really only use that as like a bit of a last resort. And there is a lot of range though on the side of Zeta Division 1, and Squeak as well is going to get a lot of value in those early moments, and the residue already going out there. It's going to keep the Chuppies to the right hand side and out of position here, slowed as well. Perilous stuff. He might even go down, and oh, it just gave it away. He has to heal up now, but oh, that was a very, very close shave.
Yeah, that really, really hurts for Choppy. He's got to be careful that he doesn't find himself in that position once again, because he was mega pinched. That was sure death. He got so lucky that he was out of range too, and some of the dodges were simply on point as well, and that's what you need to have in your arsenal when you're playing a tank such as Fang. But we talked about the spawn trap. Well, Zeta Division 1 is in their spawn, but they're not going to let themselves get trapped so easily. Already a wall break will come out from Moe Goku. Achapi is completely separated on the right side. This is exactly what Zeta Division 1 want. It's not opening up any possibilities really for Zeta 0 either. Big kill. Achapi is going to go down. It's just Kuru versus the world. If he's able to get a super, that might be useful, but it's not really that much of a game changer. In fact, he's going to walk right into that gas and allow himself to go on to the next round with his super in his back pocket. Once again, not the most valuable super, but it sure beats giving supercharge to enemies.
I really like the way that Moe Goku is just not hesitating at all to just completely break up the spawn area. But Shappy goes in, gets the roundhouse kick and gets out with the value. But Kenji will also shut that idea down, making it the two. Well, now the 1 versus 1. Kuru now stands a great chance. If he can stay in position here, oh my word, this could go well against Moe Goku.
I think we know exactly how this one's going to go down. Unless Moe Goku can get some crazy clutch, this one is chalked in favor of Kuru, but he is taking a lot of damage, which is a bit concerning, though he doesn't seem to be too phased by staying on low health. He also has speed gear active so that he can dodge out some of those attacks from Moe Goku just a little bit better. And over time, it's also going to be tough to make a call who exactly takes this one, because Moe Goku is being so certain about dodging things out. Kuru is going to lose some walls here. Another hedge coming down, only 45 health left. Not really any angle that Moe Goku can go for by the looks of things, unless he reflects against that wall on the right side. Huge dodges, though, are looking very, very promising. Hedge goes down, and there's a kill for Moe Goku. It's the dodging game, baby. And we're going to see Zeta 1 come so close to pushing us to a set 5.
I thought Zeta Division 0 had that, to be honest. I mean, it's the patient, like, slow game, the composure that is needed in those moments. I mean, there were some key points there where Kuru missed those shots just before the walls coming down. It kind of gave the advantage over, but nonetheless, very tense to watch. Tensai, very low here, and the shots connecting onto him nicely, or just so close to death now. Staying alive. The jukes on Zeta on both sides are such amazing things to watch. But wow, that was explosive. 2 versus 1 now in favor of Zeta Division 0. Moegoku back in trouble.
Much more convincing first round from Zeta Division 0 than we've seen before. Still, though, some very speedy interactions at the beginning of the game. Looked a little bit over-aggressive from both sides, actually. Kenji pushed in super, super hard on the upper side and almost made it out alive, but was shut down in the end by Sprout, which just goes to show how smart of a pick this was. But now we'll actually see Zeta Division 0 on the receiving end of that spawn trap. And here's the difference. There is no wall break on their side. It's going to be down to Kuru to make some stuff happen, but we've already seen just how good Zeta 1 can be at playing the dodging game. Tensai baits the jump pad just a little bit. He won't be scared to use that. He also has a super too, so he can use that to get some kill confirmation in close range. Kenji absolutely comes to mind as an ideal target, but Moegoku not only is going to break open a wall, but he's going to power himself up so that he can help peel any enemies off of Kenji if anyone gets some funny ideas and wants to go aggro.
Sharpie goes in, perfectly timed as well, but does take one to the face from Kenji. But now the shield coming into play and the forcing of the side to Moegoku there. Kenji now the last one standing. Zeta Division 0 bringing it back really strong as well. Learning from their mistakes, but we've been here before. They've had match point, their World Finals golden ticket points, I guess you could say as well. And they were not able to hang on, but now they've got another one. Can they wrap this up here? Or will Zeta Division 1 bring it further forwards into a 5th and final set? We're about to find out.
It's going to be a challenge that is without a doubt. Similar rollout for Zeta Division 1 as we've seen in the past. Big damage on a Tensai. He's almost going to go down, actually. And this is going to provide a huge opening for Zeta 1 to push in. Achapi's looking so weak right now, but they won't be able to capitalize on that kill just yet. In fact, they're going to find themselves in that same situation versus Kuru once more. And Tensai assumes the position on the right side, the one that worked so well for him versus Moegoku, and he has a super at his disposal as well. To reiterate, we've seen this work already for Zeta Division 0. If they just play it the exact same way, then they will be able to take this one. But Zeta 1 might have some ideas as to how to break what looks like a stalemate at this point, or maybe more like a checkmate, because it was so difficult for them to find any sort of exit out of that trap last time. But they are keeping things back very, very well. Kuru is looking very vulnerable. A jump in from Tensai. Great reaction from Shitetampo. A kill onto Achapi, and Kuru's going to be the final victim on the menu. Well played by Zeta 1.
A very important one to win. And Moegoku now going to break even more of their own spawn off the back of that. And that's exactly what they need. And it's going to eradicate a lot of what Kuru can do. Achapi is going to have to time this run perfectly if Zeta Division 0 wants to hang on here. Let's see. Creeping around, thought about it, but didn't go in. I think that was the right time to do so, to be fair. But let's see whether the Zeta Division 0 boys can recollect and time it again, because you don't get that many opportunities to do so. Kenji tapping, got Shigeta in play. Oh my, when Achapi goes in, does come out with value. It's just tempo.
He might be able to make it happen with Gotcha. He was so close to getting rid of Achapi, but he reacted just a little too fast on that super, ended up missing it entirely. There's one kill. He needs more, though. Almost a second one. Tensai with a jump up in the air, and we are going to see the takedown. That is the round going the way of Zeta Division 0. Zeta 0, they're 1 round away from taking themselves to the World Finals, and Zeta 1 across the board is 1 round away from delaying that yet another set and potentially shutting it down entirely.
I thought Shitama had the ice there to make that 1 versus 3 even, but shut down this time. Achapi will not survive on here, making it a lot of stress, a lot of pressure onto Zeta Division 0. Now just Kuru, and what realistically can he do under the circumstances? Another opportunity deprived. He's pushed back into the corner here, and it's just a matter of time before everyone comes crashing in from Zeta Division 1. Going all the way today, the 5th and final set will be shortly lined up. But you've got to ask yourselves the question, how many times can Zeta Division 0 be on that last remaining moment to win a game and throw it all away?
That has to hurt, man. That has to hurt for Zeta 0. Like you said, they've been at match point twice now, and now they're approaching the possibility of doubly so. Double match point is in the cards for Dueling Beetles, and this, I honestly think that Zeta Zero tried to challenge fate. They tried to get a win, a 3-0 sweep, and here comes Fate. Fate kicks in and says, nope, you're playing El Clasico just like every other month, unless, of course, Zeta 1 takes a 3-0 like they did last month. And now it looks like they're doing the opposite of taking a 3-0. A full reverse sweep is possible, and the momentum for Zeta 1 is just looking so terrifying. Zeta Vision Zero, no doubt, are fighting kind of a different battle right now within their own heads. Being so close to victory and having it swept out from under your feet repeatedly is not a good feeling. And with Hot Zone coming up too, Dueling Beetles, it can be such a punishing map.
Yeah, it really can. It's you know, I would go out on a limb and say that the majority of the pro team would not like to have a match point situation happen under Dueling Beetles. It's a very punishing map. You know, but as was their Kuru. I mean, 46%. And again, his stats are already really strong on the side of Zeta Division Zero, but it's not enough. And it isn't that Sprout yet again, of course. Like, you just gotta ask yourselves, like, what do Zeta Division Zero need to do? Because, like, for me, they've absolutely got the ability to tie this one up. It just feels like Zeta Division 1 on the other side of things are just very good at being placed under that kind of pressure, and they can't get comfortable. Zeta Division 0 need this win more so because Zeta Division 1 have already qualified today for the World Finals. This is the moment for Zeta Division 0 to be doing the same. And so far, they've had a lot of opportunities to be able to do so, and they just haven't been able to tie it up in a knot.
I mean, I really feel like that's $1 million question. What does Zeta Zero do here? What do they modify? Because they've gotten wins with what they have, and what they have, it's very clear why it works too. They were able to get Fang Supers, bait out the Colette, and then profit from there. And in that specific scenario, which they were able to enforce a few times, they got double kills, right? We saw Fang pop off, and Fang wasn't even countered out there either. So do we really make the call of Zeta Zero is actually getting really good drafts and playing this well, but Zeta 1 is just diff? They're just better? It feels like a toss-up at this point, like who takes the victory, Zeta 1 or Zeta 0? But there is a better way to decide it than a coin flip, but I will warn you, a coin flip is involved. We'll get the draft started on Dueling Beetles and decide the draft from there on out. Some brawlers to watch out here, or watch out for here, though, especially from the side of Zeta 1. They have loved running that Poco all day long. And in set 1, it kind of face planted, and later on, it worked beautifully.
Yeah, from playing a lot of Brawl since the update, I can tell you that this is a map where you simply have to ban Poco if you don't get first pick. I mean, it's really brutal to not. I felt like, you know, it was funny enough. I was playing with, I'll tell you the story. Here we go. I was playing into the late hours with Maori and Night Chaos, and we won every single match, and we were up until a lot later than we should have been probably, except one. And that match, it turned out to be cursed, and they were playing Bell and Poco. It just annihilates on this map. So you genuinely got to be very cautious about Poco. It's the safest ban imaginable in the current meta for me to ban Poco here, regardless as to what side I'm on, and it is going to be banned out by Zeta Division 0. Now this opens up some doors. I would love to see Griff at some point here. It seems to have died down a little bit. I don't think we're going to see too much of it in the East Asia region, but in the EMEA later on today, you can absolutely assure yourselves that you will. Penny first pick by a Chappie, and Zeta Division 0-1 then going to consider the prospect of wall breaks and that kind of thing, or just some way to get to the turret, because the sweep being banned means that you can't just kind of shoot through the wall in that respect. It does cause a problem. Penny's mortar is always getting so much value on Dueling Beetles.
I'm liking the Penny pick. Likewise, we'll see how Zeta Division 1 responds. Griff is such a popular pick in NA and EU specifically. I'm curious to see if East Asia will try it out for themselves, because typically they've been pretty set in their ways and don't usually venture too far outside of what I guess you could call the local meta. But seeing Poco pop up, seeing Nita pop up and succeed at that, does give me a little bit of hope and a little bit of a clue that we could see these brawlers show up. With Poco banned out, though, I imagine Cursed is punch in the air, and you and Mary can kind of exhale and relax just a little bit. But there's still more brawlers to be feared here. Bell is not banned and is totally possible. I can't imagine that is a #1 pick here, especially with ZETA locking in the Lien now. Zeta Division 0 still have a couple picks that they can go for. They need to be wary of what Zeta Division 1 could run as that final pick, especially if it's something like a thrower like Sprout has seriously been tearing things up. The conditions have to be absolutely right, but that's pretty much how every single counter pick goes. We will actually see the Bell, so only 50% PTSD, and there's the Stew as well to play mid.
But I kind of worry about this Lien pick. I mean, they've got Penny already locked in with a one salty barrel down, and you're able to avoid that one. I mean, similar to Tensai a little bit. I mean, you can just kind of dash away, and realistically, Kuru, if he just does go down, can mark up at the very least and allow someone else to pick up the scraps. And it's been a long time since really seeing Byron play out in Dueling Beetles. So, like, Zeta Division 0 by far got the more traditional ideas for me and what I'd expect to kind of see at the moment. But in a way, that also makes me concerned, because it makes me feel like Zeta Division 1, you know, they're not that kind of team where you just kind of see making those kinds of things not work. So they've got that plan, and now coming with a Sprout as well. Oh, and there's not going to be any wall break on the side of the Stew, of course, as we know. So there's no wall break. There's no wall break on the side of Zeta Division 0. I have seen this comp fail, actually. I think with yourself even, ready in the Snapdragon Pro series. I think it was with Team Casto, and it's not a surefire victory. But Sprout here with no wall break on the cards. It really is. It really is hard to play up against, and if you lose control, good luck to you. That's all I have to say. Just good luck.
Oh man, well I'm still very, very enthusiastic to see how the Sprout could possibly play here. The main hazard is going to be that Sprout doesn't really get to step on that point. In fact, Moegoku and ZETA likewise don't have too much health, so they have to win this this mid matchup. Though I will say, we got player cams every now and then. If we had caster cams, you'd see me beaming right now. I feel like a galaxy brain for saying Sprout and seeing it succeed, or rather, not succeed, but seeing it picked. Overall. Zeta Division 1, though, are seeming to struggle with this pick. They might be able to block things off as well. It's also going to be a struggle for Kenji to make it forward over here on the left side to get rid of that turret. There just doesn't seem to be much permanence from these brawlers. Not a whole lot of sustain, not a whole lot of health from these guys, but Kenji will be able to block off mid and therefore break down the lanes a little bit more. Now he just shuts off Kuru. It's going to be, no you don't. Where do you think you're going? Tensai, though, does manage to avoid that C-bomb from Sprout. It does get taken down shortly thereafter. Moegoku doesn't have a prime opportunity to take down this turret just yet, but we've seen this in the past. It's possible just to play around it and to just not get damaged by it at all, as long as you're walking the correct direction.
Well, I felt like Zeta Division 1 were going to be able to stay in the mid longer than they have, but I'm liking the way that Zeta Division 0 being resourceful with that Stew pick to really be aggressive with it and try to turn the screws onto Ken and force him into positions where he wouldn't want to be. That Penny turret, though, is going to be a saving grace for sure, and it's helping so much. What a pick up there from Kenji, now forced over to the right-hand side, his attention onto Tensai and Kuru, and doing just the same there. Wall, though, quite overshot. It's going to keep Kuru to the left, but somehow, some way, Kenji stays alive, leaving just the Chappie, and that's all you need, really. The lead now, not so much in favor of 0, as 1 are starting to creep.
Tensai's going to pop that final gadget too. That speed is going to be instrumental in avoiding some damage and perhaps even some damage from Kenji. He is going to lock things down once again with the hedge. Choppy in close range. Tensai close by as well to step on that point. Moegoku might be able to upset here and get a little damage, but no. Tensai dashes around and heals up so much in the process. It is going to be a match point incoming. Well, it was going to be no matter who won. But regardless, this is the reverse sweep continuing, actually. Kuru, unfortunately, has struggled a little bit here on the Bell, and it's just hard to hit a target that you can't see. It's hard to check out an area that you can't see when your projectile is just so small.
Thing is, though, is like, how many match points have Zeta Division 1 deprived? It's been 3 or 4. It's been a lot, and you can't afford to. Zeta Division 0, they need to end this here. This is their opportunity to go to the World Finals. They cannot afford to not get this one in the bag, and this is already a great start. Everyone on Zeta Division 1 crept back into the spawn, and already almost 50%, only 1% on the side of Zeta Division 1. It's now or never for them realistically here. It's looking so good.
So far, Tensai has been this team. He's a ringleader. He makes it happen with Stu at mid. Now he's gonna fight that mid fight the hard way. He's got to throw down that gadget, get a little bit more speed. Immediately taken down by KenG. Another super down to prevent things from going up mid, and locking things down to 2 lanes is pretty much just gonna feed damage to Tampo, and Moyagoku can lock it down as well. Tensai though is the man with the plan. He's gonna rush it in. That plan is going to be quickly shut down though with no wall break. It is so challenging for Zeta Division 0 to make it through KenG. That last gadget from Tensai is still available, but he's going to have to use it so sparingly. A takedown of Tampo might open the doors for Tensai to make something happen. He avoids the seed bomb, now has that super to keep himself healed up. He can chain things together. KenG has to play defensively now. Achapi also getting some good taps. Turret is in position, and Zeta Division 0 leads by a fair margin, but a countdown, rather, with a takedown onto Achapi, they might be able to start upsetting things at mid. Kuru's going to be the last one remaining, and he's all the way behind.
It's going to be very close, very close, but Kuri does big taps onto Shatampo there. Now everyone joining the mid. I think that's going to be it. I think Zeta Division 0 are spinning and pinning and have locked themselves in to the World Finals.
Unreal. Never before seen in Brawl Stars esports, but every single day these legends are making history. Zeta 0 is qualified for the World Finals. Zeta 1 is qualified for the World Finals after a year of by RNG being faced against each other in the quarterfinals repeatedly, and their points being stymied and held back for so long. They will end up both qualifying at the same time. And really, what a better way to do it. Have the 2 sister teams qual in the exact same monthly finals, regardless of the of Zeta 1 already qualifying in those semis. It just goes to show that these 2 teams are so well matched. While the scoreline does favor Zeta 1, this monthly final is going to be in more recent memory when it comes to talking about the World Finals coming up in November. Zeta Division 1, they played like absolute madmen. They were on the cusp of a reverse sweep, and Zeta Division 0 simply made it work with what they had. Now, it was kind of funky what Zeta 1 tried, and sometimes it worked. It started to work as they got that spawn trap active, but Zeta 0, by some otherworldly means, were still able to break through and pretty much challenge the impossible.
What an exciting matchup. What an exciting way to end the day. And I had my heart in my mouth a little bit for them because, yeah, there was a lot of match points that went the way of Zeta Division 1 and depriving Zeta Division 0 along the way. But some strong stats there across the board. This was the closest matchup between Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0 in the grand final, by the way. I mean, the closest we already had, aside from that, was the semifinals match back in July. So it just goes to show how much Zeta Division 1 put Zeta Division 0 through their paces here and how much they had to do to earn their golden tickets. I think it's safe to say that, well, you'd hope that with no crazy upsets that they would have earned it in the following months. But nonetheless, you really want to lock it in this month. You don't want to be going away from this month's monthly final with any question. And there was never going to be any question about our MVP. Tensai all the way. Despite the scoreline there at the 5 deaths, it didn't seem to matter. It seems to be looking strong on the whole for him today.
Yeah, definitely an MVP, or maybe an MVB, a most valuable brawler, if you will. Tensai, just such great representation for the team and popping off consistently. Definitely probably the X factor in making that happen, that push through versus the Sprout wall cycle towards the end there as well. So we have our winners decided. Zeta 0 have taken this monthly final. There's still one more left. There's still prize money. There's still glory at stake, but the constant remains, which is that Zeta 0 and Zeta 1 are at the top of this region. Trav, that was such a fiery matchup. I'm glad you got to save your voice just a little, because not only was that a marathon match, but it was definitely one that had me and Ark screaming our lungs out.
Yeah, and I mean, rightly so as well, how close it was at the end, and just the back and forth between these two teams cut short of the reverse as well. So it was just a really nice game to watch. And honestly, for saving my voice, for the sake of being able to cast over that game, I might have even just sacrificed my voice.
I can definitely side with you on that. That would have been an awesome one to have been a part of. But there were so many other amazing matches throughout the day that we got to witness as well. That definitely, I think, rank among some of the top plays of the day, if you will. Arc, though, I mean, seeing ZETA 1 and ZETA 0 perform so well is just remarkable. Why don't you walk us through this one play of the day?
I mean, how close can close realistically be here? I mean, that 99% there lingering on, and Chappie just, I mean, if it's a 3 versus 1, I mean, what can you realistically do about that? And just, you're just helpless, aren't you? I mean, what can you do? Even with every shot in the world, there's no way that you're gonna be able to help that situation there. It's the speed from Memi that came in realistically there to give the momentum shift. The first takedown, of course, was the first card to crumble, and everyone focused on that mark. You saw Memi there as well. Everyone just all over that situation. But I mean, it's rare that you tend to see Hot Zone end in a 1% differential.
It really, really is. And ZETA Vision 0, they've beaten a lot of odds today. There was only one match where they didn't go 2-1, or at least 3-2 or the like, right? Going right up against the wall, up against match point as well. That was versus Black Potato Soup, which wasn't able to get a single game off of these guys, and they looked untouchable at the beginning. They had some struggles versus AtaruChanClub that came through with a hugely unexpected performance, and then taking down ZETA Vision 1, that is simply the cherry on top. And with that, they've once again locked themselves in on those leaderboards for the top 2 team in East Asia. They, along with ZETA Division 1, have qualified for the Brawl Stars World Finals, but they're not the only ones who've been performing well in this region, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, look how close it is between 1 and 2 as well. 3 points in it between both of the ZETA teams. Rising Sun, obviously, being cut short now that both of those ZETA teams have qualified to the World Finals, which is quite disappointing. I'd have liked to see them play against the rest of the world and see how they fared, but also AtaruChan taking ZETA Division 0 to set number 5 today, and then Sunnyton, Sang, Verite, Lien, who played very well today as well, and Rig South also putting up a good fight as well. So, I mean, like, the region's just stacked, and it really has built up quite heavily this year, and it's a region to definitely be feared.
It is absolutely a region to be feared, one to be respected as well when we kind of zoom out the perspective to the world stage as well. Now we have ZETA 1 and ZETA 0 qualified for the World Finals, but some things are inching closer and closer around the rest of the world arc, despite some teams already being qualified around the world.
Yeah, this is the thing. In the EMEA later on today, keep an eye on Navi. I want to see how they're going to fare, but also Backs are going to be in the running today as well. SK Gaming, of course, haven't quite locked themselves in yet either. Team Casso in much the same position, but Tribe Gaming EU and Reply Totem, yeah, they're all safe and sound. Tribe Gaming NA in North America and LATAM North have already done so as well, but Vanguard and STMN still want to see how they fare. But we saw Chazmac last week qualify in LATAM South. AC Man Clash already in previous months as well, but SCSA and ANZ as well. Stalwart Esports already locked in there, but definitely some ones to wrap up in EMEA and North America and LATAM North, and hopefully we'll see some of that this weekend.
This year, it feels like it's been such a long year because it seriously is a race to the finish in many of these regions. We've had some teams consistently dominating as well and thusly qualifying, but they're still second and third spots. And in EMEA, a larger region, we have like 5-4 also to be competing for. That is going to be coming up today at 4 p.m. CEST. I would say mark your calendars, but it's literally in a few hours, so maybe you should actually just set an alarm and get a quick nap in before you appear for EMEA to submit your predictions and cheer on the teams as well. More teams to qualify just as usual, and it is closing in so much around the world as the season is coming to a close, but it seriously goes to show how every single game, every single microplay can count when the points get this close at the end of the season. But Trev, I'm gonna let you give your final thoughts here because we are gonna be closing out for today, man.
And my final thoughts are just like a massive congratulations to both of the Zeta teams for qualifying to the World Finals. I'm really intrigued to see how they do on the world stage once again. And if it comes down to it, I'd love to see a nice little final versus those two, as they are probably the most dominant teams in the world at the moment. But also, on top of that, a massive congratulations to all of the teams this year who have been able to actually be in the running to fight for those two spots as well. Because having those two teams in your region, it's quite difficult to stand up against them.
Yeah, you got Zeta 1 and Zeta 0 in the same region, and there are only 2 spots to compete for. That's really challenging. Rising Sun Esports, congrats to them. They've had such a good season as well, but it is coming to a close. And Ark, once more, our stream is coming to a close. Any final thoughts?
I don't know what way around it's going to work. Our team's going to be happy to face the Zeta, because we see that a lot in regions. Teams like to have the opportunity to face up against the Zeta team, or is it going to be feared because there's now double trouble? I can't wait either way to see how this pans out. I'm really glad that both Zeta teams made it through. Had a soft spot for Rising Sun, but I do feel like this is going to bring something huge to the World Finals, and yeah, there's going to be fireworks. That is for sure.
Yeah, sunset for Rising Sun for the time being, but I'm hoping to see a resurgence in the next year from that team. And there's still more monthly finals for them to compete in for fame, for glory, and especially the cash. But for now, that is all from us. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks to the production in the background for making this all possible. And once again, a huge thank you to you guys and the players, because without y'all, we'd just be us. We wouldn't be able to make this stuff happen. So with that, stay frosty, brawl on. We'll catch you guys in the next one.
Percentage after percentage, and Moyogoku is not letting up this round side. Another scrap sucker, but a dash and a speed out from Melty allows him to stay alive, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Spin from Shitambo just to soak up some damage. Wait, and they're going to get this one. 6% left. Zeta Division 1 secure it, but Verite and Lien, what a commendable performance. You don't see people rivaling Zeta Division like this every single day.
Tensai trying to stay as defensive as he can. Big push in. We got to see some action. Achapi slowing down everyone. It might be a team kill. We got to see some damage. A cycled super for Achapi too. And Zeta Division 0 have done it.
Realistically, because the landing was going to be inbound, they have to depend on the land blowout and the gene pool. Really quick one of that, and it is there. There's still a chance here, Trav.
He needs to focus on the gene. He gets one. Is Moyogoku versus Rohu gets it. He gets the super. The splash comes in from Moyogoku, and that is a decisive moment.
5% away. Zeta Division 1 are so close now, Trav.
They're going to probably do it. Then the shot off heel comes in, and there it is. Kenji and Moyogoku going to push forward. 2% left, and they finish it off. Zeta Division 1 have secured their spot at the World Finals. Marked up too low to really make a move. It's going to have to be Memi and Milkrayo to really do anything, but the power-ups are too much for them to handle. 5 seconds on the clock. Mameshi going to go down. Milkrayo going to join him, and Zeta Division 0 are going to the finals.
It's going to be very close, very, very close. Bakuri does big taps onto Shitambo there. Now everyone joining to mid. I think that's going to be it. I think Zeta Division 0 are spinning and pinning and have locked themselves in to the World Finals.